Chapter 29-28. The old man's face was long and narrow, and his arched eyebrows were stuck to the corners of his eyes. He looked like he was in dire straits, but at this moment, there was a trace of a smile on the old man's face, and his arched eyebrows were slightly trembling. The old man appeared to the left of a red-faced old man. If Xiao Hua was here, he would definitely recognize him. This was the third-grade swordsman he met after saving Xiao Mao from the Two Springs Mountain. Moreover, it was this person who issued the Sword Master command at the Sword Tomb and ordered the swordsmen of the Huan country to stop Xiao Hua's group. He was the Sword Master of the Void Heaven Sword School, Chong Taishu. Chong Taishu saw the old man's happy expression and the corners of his mouth curled up. He said, "Sword Master Roa, is the Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword a success?" This so-called Sword Master Roa was the Sword Master of the Skyscraping Sword School, Roa Tian. When Roa Tian heard Chong Taishu's words, he swept his gaze across the crowd and met the gazes directed at him. He extended his hand, and a thread of fire suddenly appeared in his empty hand. This thread of fire flickered rapidly in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, a slender longsword with endless fire runes on it appeared in Roa Tian's hand. Following the appearance of this sword, an indescribable heat covered the sky above Lake Chui and enveloped all the old men. "Ha ha 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 ha, take a look at my Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword." Chong Taishu laughed heartily and raised his hand as well. A wisp of watery light appeared in his empty hand. Then, boundless blue waves rippled out from the watery light. Like a whirlwind, they rushed towards the incoming heat. At the same time, a blue flying sword appeared in his hand. This flying sword was the one Xiao Hua saw in the Yin-Yang Spring Mountain. "Not bad, not bad. Then I'll let all the sword masters see my Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword." Cheng Minghua from the Clear Sword sect laughed when he saw this. He waved his hand and something that looked like a withered branch flew out from his hand. Then, a cyan sword light surged out from the branch. The withered branch glowed with a green light and sprouts grew out from it. When the sprouts were as long as a thumb, all the sprouts and withered branches exploded. A cyan sword appeared in Cheng Minghua's hand. Of course, a dense sword qi surged out from his body and rushed into the air. Hum 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 hum. Immediately after, two intense sword cries resounded. A stone pillar-like flying sword appeared in the hands of the Sword Master of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, Qilian Dai. The thick stone pillar in the hands of the old woman was particularly dazzling. Moreover, the stone pillar-like flying sword was overflowing with a kind of green light. This sword was the profound cyan light sword. The last sword hum naturally came from the Tai Azure Light Sword. This was the flying sword that Xiao Hua first saw in the Chicken Crow Mountain. Now, it was in the hands of the scarlet-faced sword master of the High Wind Sword Sect, Sua Ming's hand. Hum hum. 5 cyan light swords appeared. 5 different types of sword qi floated in the air above Lake Chui, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to change. Even the sword intent hidden in the bodies of the 10 third-grade sword transformation elders was activated. Sword cries came out from the bodies of these elders. One after another, the cries didn't stop. After the time it took to eat half a meal, the 5 types of sword qi finally converged into the 5 cyan light swords. The wind and clouds in the sky also gradually dissipated. The sword cries above Lake Chui also slowly subsided. Cheng Minghua withdrew his hand and the Tai Azure Light Sword entered his arm. Looking at the Tai Azure Light Sword in Roa Tian's hand, he couldn't help but sigh. These 5 cyan light swords cost the cultivators of my sword domain a lot of effort, not to mention the time it took. Even if I had the confidence to forge these 5 cyan light swords, from the initial Tai Azure Light Sword to the final Tai Azure Light Sword, it took more than 10 years of effort. There were many dangers in the process. Several cyan light swords encountered obstacles. If it wasn't for the protection of my sword domain ancestors, these cyan light swords would have failed on the verge of success. AI, that's right. Ruo Tian, who was the last to arrive, waved his hand. The fiery flying sword emitted a fiery cyan light. Ruo Tian looked at the glaring cyan light and sighed. Innate metal chi and other items can be considered easy. But this innate true fire is extremely rare in my cold sword domain. If someone didn't know, even if you beat this old man to death, this old man wouldn't believe that this innate item was in the extreme north of my sword domain. The sword domain is bitterly cold. This cold chi must have forced the true fire to gather somewhere. Moreover, this true fire is definitely stronger than the true fire of the three kingdoms. But the sword domain is so vast, who knows where this true fire is gathered? Chong Taishu nodded. Miss Jiu Xia's ability is definitely not something we can compare to. Not only that. Ruo Tian nodded. This Ruo prostrates himself in admiration of Miss Jiu Xia. That day, when this Ruo began to forge the Tai Azure Light Sword, she already said that although this Tai Azure Light Sword was the easiest to forge, she didn't even need to go there to know that the innate true fire of my sword domain has a cold nature. It's not suitable for the refinement of the Tai Azure Light Sword. I'm afraid that the refinement will succeed in the end. And as this Ruo Tian thought, what's so special about these innate items? But who would have thought that her guess was right? Although this Ruo Tian suffered the most during the refinement, this Ruo Tian can pat his chest and say that this Ruo Tian also obtained the most benefits. Hearing this, a trace of jealousy flashed across the eyes of Soaring Wind Sword Sek Sua Ming, and he said self-deprecatingly, "That's right, this Sua Tian wanted to refine the Tai Azure Light Sword at all times." Unfortunately, the innate Golden Mother is at Chicken Crow Mountain, which is the territory of the Seven Skills sect. In order to not attract the attention of the Dao sect's cultivators, this Sua Tian could only do it secretly. Although the battle at Chicken Crow Mountain caused a huge commotion, the Dao sect's Phoenix Child rose out of nowhere. Fortunately, this item was successfully refined at the beginning of the battle. This Sua Tian can be considered to have accomplished his mission. Black Phoenix Sword Sect's Beautiful Butterfly also sighed, "That's right. Who asked the Dao sect's territory to be so vast? The innate true earth is also near Clear Cave." What scared this old woman the most was that the Zhao family of Clear Cave actually discovered the secret of the Tai Azure Light Sword. In order to minimize the impact, this old woman had no choice but to completely exterminate the Zhao family. Fortunately, those golden core children in the discussion hall who were like pigs and beasts didn't notice too much. Moreover, Ruo Chang's subsequent concealment eliminated their suspicions. If they were to discover that we were laying down the Heaven One Azure Light Sword formation, I'm afraid this sword formation would be unable to be completed. Hearing this, Void Heaven Sword Sect's Chong Taishu also nodded. Sword Master Beautiful Butterfly is right. Our sword domain's Heaven One Azure Light Sword formation hasn't been completed for who knows how many years. The Tai Azure Light, 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 and Tai Azure Light are extremely rare. Even with the power of our sword domain, it is difficult to find all of them. This time, in the Dao Sword War, it was all thanks to Lady Jiu Xia's strength that we were able to find traces of the 5 Azure Lights and began to refine the Azure Light Sword. That's not all. Beautiful Butterfly continued, "Don't be fooled by Ruo Chang's calm command. In the first stage, she exterminated almost all of the Golden Core cultivators. However, this was all part of Lady Jiu Xia's plan. Ruo Chang only took advantage of her familiarity with Lady Jiu Xia, which was why she was able to make such outstanding contributions in the Dao Sword War. Fortunately, Lady Jiu Xia ended up in our sword domain. If she had appeared in the Cultivation Three Kingdoms, I wouldn't dare to imagine the predicament our sword domain would be in and the outcome of this Dao Sword War." Chong Taishu said with great joy. "Sword Master Chong." The others didn't speak and only listened to the 5 sword masters in charge of the Azure Light Sword. At this time, Sword Master Ouyang Mingxiu of the Xian Sword Sect said, "Lady Jiu Xia promised our sword domain 2 important things. One was to repel the soul cultivators who invaded our sword domain, and the other was to help our sword domain obtain victory in the Dao Sword War. Now, it seems that the second task is more than half complete. Our Sword Dao Sword War is already in our grasp. But what about the first task? There seems to be no sign of it. Sword Master Ouyang, Chong Taishu said with a smile, actually, these two tasks are one. This Chong clearly remembers that when we went to Miss Jiu Xia's place that day, she agreed to help us resolve the crisis of soul cultivators in our sword domain even though she herself didn't know how to do it. Was this the Dao Sword War? It didn't erupt that day, but we felt that it would erupt sooner or later, so we used these two tasks as bargaining chips to negotiate with Lady Jiu Xia. Lady Jiu Xia agreed to these two tasks, but later on, I thought about it carefully. We wanted to take advantage of Lady Jiu Xia, but in the end, we still fell into her trap. Hearing this, not only Ouyang Mingxiu, but the other nearly 10 third-grade sword masters also showed a look of realization. Yes, although Chong Taishu didn't say much, the fact was already in front of everyone. Now that Tian had returned with the refined Supreme Harmony Cyan Light Sword, the sword cultivators only needed to set up the Tianyi Cyan Light Sword formation according to Jiu Xia's previous plan, and the Dao Sword War would end. But the swordsmen had invaded a lot of territory in the country of Shi and the country of Lian, so naturally, they couldn't return it to the Taoism sect. If the swordsmen of the sword domain moved to the country of Shi and then to the country of Lian, then the battle between the swordsmen and the soul cultivators would end, right? Even if the sword domain gave up to the soul cultivators, the swordsmen would be safe. What Lady Jiu Xia promised, was also done. Alas, we are too weak to scheme against Lady Jiu Xia. Cheng Minghua sighed again and said, instead of thinking about this, it's better to think about how to set up the Tianyi Cyan Light Sword formation outside the Sky Patrol City and take it down. It's not difficult to set up a sword formation outside the Sky Patrol City. Chong Taishu said with a smile, at the beginning of the war, we deliberately diverted our attention from the Sky Patrol City to prevent the Taoism sect cultivators from noticing the Sky Patrol City. To tell you the truth, Lady Jiu Xia told me to quietly set up a formation within 100 miles of the Sky Patrol City. Oh, I remember that before Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School fell, I transformed into a human form and passed by the Sky Patrol City. I also specifically warned them not to appear near the Sky Patrol City, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the cultivators. I didn't want them to find traces of my formation. Chapter 29-29. Speaking of transformation, Chong Taishu frowned slightly. However, he continued, not only that, after the Taoist Sword War entered the second stage, we followed Miss Jiu Xia's arrangement and repeatedly revealed the flaws of creating a diversion. This made the Taoist sect cultivators think that our target was the Sky Patrolling City, but our real target was not the Sky Patrolling City. This gave them a confusing illusion that they could not make a judgment. Under such circumstances, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to get close to the Sky Patrol City and set up the Tianyi Azure Light Sword formation on top of the sword formation I had set up earlier, right? Sigh, yes. The safest place is also the most dangerous place. It's not just Miss Jiu Xia's arrangement for Sword Master Chong, Blue Butterfly sighed at the mention of Jiu Xia, it's this series of inexplicable arrangements. Even I don't know what her purpose is. If Sword Master Chong didn't mention it today, I would still be thinking about how to set up the sword formation under the nose of the Shui region Taoist master. You, on the other hand, started more than 10 years ago. You've kept us in the dark for so long. Zhuo Ming of the Lingfeng sword sect laughed and said, it doesn't matter if we faint, as long as Miss Jiu Xia doesn't faint. We just need to follow the arrangement and set up the sword formation in the Sky Patrol City. Okay, the 5 of us will set up the formation. Ruo Tian nodded. The other sword masters will withdraw their forces and march toward the Sky Patrol City. I'd like to see if the Taoist sect cultivators are as Miss Jiu Xia predicted. They'll definitely think that our siege on the Sky Patrol City is just a diversion. Hehe, I'll definitely believe it. Qing Minghua smiled and said, shall I bet with Swordmaster Ruo? TSK. I'll bet that the cultivators will be careless and not take the sword formation seriously. Ruo Tian raised his slanted eyebrows and said disdainfully. Alright, the other sword masters agreed to the arrangement. However, before they could leave, Chong Taishu, who was frowning earlier, raised his voice and said, fellow sword masters, I still have something to say. Sword Master Chong, what's the important thing? Qing Minghua was puzzled. Well, it's important. Chong Taishu nodded. I received a message from Xue Mingcha, a disciple of my Void Heaven Sword School. That terrifying phoenix Xiao Hua, who went to the sword domain to train, is just as Qiping said. Not only is she that nameless nascent soul cultivator, but she also has the sword origin of my sword domain. Moreover, the cultivation of that sword origin is quite high, it's almost on the verge of transforming into a sword. What? This? Is this true? Qing Minghua couldn't believe it. Who is this person? He had the Phoenix Dharma body, the identity of a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect, and the identity of a nameless nascent soul cultivator. And now, a swordsman who has surpassed the third grade of the illusory sword realm has appeared. These three may be Taoists. Because he has the transfiguration technique, his two appearances might be fake. Chong Taishu nodded. Actually, what we should be asking is, what is this person trying to do? Furthermore, the strangest thing was that the soul cultivators in Meng Mountains had sent word that this person had actually entered Meng Mountains. What is he going to do there? Sword masters, think about it, is there anyone in your sword's gate that has surpassed the third grade of the illusory sword? Hearing Chong Taishu's words, Blue Butterfly asked loudly. This. All the sword masters frowned and thought for a moment, but no one stepped forward to answer. Alas, it's as I thought. Chong Taishu sighed and said, this Wu Ming must be hiding in a small sword sect, not in our big sword sect. He must have some plans. He must have some plans in hiding in our sword realm. In that case, what are his plans for having two identities in the Imperial Lightning sect? Ruo Tian asked curiously. He revealed two identities as disciples of the Imperial Thunder School with different cultivations, but does he only have two identities? In my opinion, he must have other identities. He also covets the Dao sect. Sua Ming said. Hehe, in that case, we must keep this a secret. Chong Taishu sneered. We just have to be vigilant and see what that bastard wants to do in our sword realm. As for what he wants to do in the Three Kingdoms, what does it have to do with us? We must not let the Dao sect know about this secret. But I heard that, the horrifying phoenix has killed many illusory swordsmen in our sword realm. Although we don't know what his intentions are, he is so arrogant in the name of the horrifying phoenix. Isn't that destroying the prestige of the sword realm and the arrogance of the Dao sect cultivators? If our sword realm doesn't give him a head-on blow, wouldn't it be a disgrace to our sword realm? Yes, I have the same idea. Chong Taishu smiled. After discussing with you, I will send out the Sword Master's command again, ordering the second-grade sword transformation disciples to head to Drifting Cloud Lake. No matter what his intentions are in Meng Mountains, we must block the horrifying phoenix's path back to the kingdom of Shi. On one hand, we must see if we can kill this bastard. On the other hand, even if we can't kill him, we must find out his true identity and purpose. Good, Black Phoenix Sword Sect's Qi Liandia clapped her hands and said, I will also send out the Sword Master's command, ordering the second-grade sword transformation disciples of Black Phoenix Sword Sect to head there. My Soaring Wind Sword Sect also has a great enmity with the horrifying phoenix. Sua Ming smiled. Moreover, my Soaring Wind Sword Sect is closer to Drifting Cloud Lake. I will also send out a second-grade illusory sword disciple. Good, 3 second-grade sword transformation swordsmen. There's no reason why they can't capture a nascent soul cultivator, right? Chong Taishu clapped his hands and smiled. Then, the three of them sent out the sword master's command. However, just as their sword master's command disappeared, a sword beam rushed in through the gap. A tall female swordsman stepped on the sword beam and landed in front of Qi Liandia of Black Phoenix Sword Sect. When the sword aura around the female swordsman dissipated, LV Ruochang's figure was revealed. Junior LV Ruochang greets Swordmaster Qi and the other swordmasters. LV Ruochang stopped and did not dare to be negligent. He bowed to the dozens of people around him. He, get up, Ruochang. You are the hero of the great battle of Dao and sword. You should be recuperating in the sword tomb. Why are you here today? Qi Liandia looked at her proud disciple and asked with a smile. Sword Master Qi. LV Ruochang clapped his hands and took out a sword slip. He respectfully handed it over and said, Junior received news from my Void Heaven Sword Sect's disciples near the Sword Edge Mountain. This news is really incredible. Junior did not dare to neglect and personally delivered it. Incredible news? Qi Liandia was also puzzled. She took the sword slip and scanned it with her divine sense. But after a moment, she involuntarily exclaimed, how is this possible? Millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain actually took the initiative to evacuate. Not a single one is left. What? Hearing Qi Liandia's words, let alone Chong Taishu, all the other sword masters were stunned. They had racked their brains to start the great battle of Dao in advance. They had worked hard for more than 10 years and finally won the battle. They were about to escape the pursuit of the soul cultivators. But in the end, the soul cultivators were not playing anymore. It seemed that the tens of years of fighting and the hundreds of thousands of fallen swordsmen had turned into an illusion. Everyone's heart was empty. They even had an impulse to roar in their hearts, damn it, if we knew this would happen, why would we fight so hard? Is this news true? Chong Taishu sighed and looked at LV Ruochang. Reporting to Swordmaster Chong, LV Ruochang respectfully replied, Junior received a message from Swordmaster Xiao Jianpain of the Mountain Patrol Sword Sect. He is presiding over the battle with the soul cultivators. There should be no mistake. Chong Taishu nodded slightly. The Mountain Patrol Sword Sect was not a first-class sword sect in Sword Realm. Xiao Jianpain was only a second-grade swordsman. However, soul cultivators were not as strong as cultivators in attacking Sword Realm. Soul cultivators planned to advance step by step. Moreover, the soul cultivators sent their soul cultivators into the battle were generally not of high cultivation. They relied on the number of soul cultivators and the mystery of soul skills to suppress the swordsmen. Therefore, under Jiu Xia's suggestion, Sword Realm put more power into the great battle of Dao in Sword Realm. For the great battle of soul swords that started the great battle of Dao in Sword Realm, second-grade or even third-grade sword sects were sent into the battle. This was because the sword cultivators knew that the power of millions of Meng Mountain was enormous. In the face of such a huge beast, sword cultivators were not very confident of winning. The best thing they could do was to take over Sky Patrol City and expand the territory of Sword Realm. Miss Jiu Xia is really a god. Chong Taishu looked at the sword slip handed to him by Qi Liandia and waved his hand slightly, gesturing for others to check it. He looked up in the direction of Sword Realm and sighed, she did not lie to us. Just now, we were talking about how the two things she promised us were completed. Now, the first thing has been completed perfectly. Yes, Senior Jiu Xia is really amazing. Lu Ruochang's eyes flashed with a strange light. I feel that nothing in this world is a secret to her. She can almost predict the past 500 years and the future 500 years. Does the retreat of the soul cultivators have anything to do with Miss Jiu Xia? Cheng Minghua looked at the sword slip and asked hesitantly. Of course. Lu Ruochang nodded. Sword Master Cheng, according to Sword Master Zhao's message, Senior Jiu Xia left for Meng Mountain. Some sword cultivators have also seen Senior Jiu Xia occasionally. In particular, Senior Jiu Xia returned from Meng Mountain last year and came to the vicinity of the sword catacomb. When I saw her, she said that the soul cultivators would withdraw in less than 2 years. Then, she went back to cultivate in seclusion. Of course, Senior Jiu Xia just casually mentioned this to me and did not ask me to inform the sword masters. I dared not report it rashly for fear that I would mislead the war. Miss Jiu Xia came to the sword catacomb. What was she doing here? Qi Lianjie did not have any scruples in front of her disciple and asked directly. Chapter 29:30. Lu Ruochang was also at a loss. He shook his head slightly and said, I don't know. Senior Jiu Xia did not go into detail. She only stayed for half a day. She only asked about the situation of the Dao-seeking sword battle. At this time, all the sword masters had finished reading the sword slip. The sword slip finally fell into Chong Taishu's hands. Chong Taishu looked at the inch-long sword slip in his hand and smiled bitterly. He shook his head slightly and said, how good would it be if this thing came 10 years ago? Now that the warriors of the sword domain have killed their way to the Sky Patrol City, they can take it down at any time. Yet, this thing came at such a time. How can we? At this point, Chong Taishu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He raised his head and said, Sword Masters. What do you think is the right thing to do now? Should we quit while we're ahead and return to the sword domain with the spoils of the Dao-seeking sword battle? Or should we take down the Sky Patrol City in one go? He. Not only Qing Minghua who was beside Chong Taishu, but even the sword masters in the distance showed disdain on their faces and snorted coldly. However, no one spoke. They just waited quietly. Ruochang, what do you think? Qi Lianjie smiled slightly. She glanced at Lu Ruochang and asked with a smile, after all, you've experienced the first stage of the Dao-seeking sword battle. You have a deep understanding of the path sex cultivators and have your own confidence in this battle. Lu Ruochang was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he replied, Sword Master, in my opinion, this matter is decided by the sword domain. It has nothing to do with Senior Jiu Xia. When she came to the sword domain last time, although she already knew that the soul sword battle was about to end, she did not let me inform the masters. This has already shown her attitude. Qi Lianjie nodded slightly and glanced at Chong Taishu. The two exchanged glances and seemed to have made a decision. Lu Ruochang said again, the path sex cultivators are the most cunning. Although there were not many talents comparable to Tu Hong in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City, during the Sword Tomb battle, I still fell into their trap and almost failed to live up to the master's expectations. Therefore, I feel that even though the sword domain has repeatedly used the Sky Patrol City as a diversion, the Dao sex cultivators, such as Pan Dongmin from the Lanli sect and Zhu Qinghe from the Su Yen sect, might have seen through the plan. Maybe they have already set a trap in the Sky Patrol City and are waiting for us to fall into it. In the worst-case scenario, they will even divert some of their attention to the Sky Sentry City to prevent us from launching a surprise attack on the Sky Sentry City. Ruochang, you mean, we should stop while we're ahead? Chong Taishu asked with a smile. Yes, that's what I think. Lu Ruochang said respectfully, since the sword master asked me to say it, I'll tell you what I think. After all, the Sky Patrol City has been managed by the Xueyu spiritual master and the other castellans for tens of thousands of years. It's not easy to take down the Sky Patrol City. Moreover, if the path sex cultivators surround us from the outside, it'll be even more troublesome. You're right. Chong Taishu nodded. After the first stage of the battle, you've improved a lot. You know when to advance and retreat. You're not as reckless as you were at the beginning. I'm afraid you'll be the leader in the next sword battle. I wouldn't dare. Lu Ruochang hurriedly bowed and then changed the topic. All plans are based on knowing one's enemy. I only watched the battle from the sword tomb battle, so I can't fully grasp the subtleties of the battle. In fact, in my heart, I still think. Oh. What do you think? Cheng Minghua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, do you have other ideas? Sword Master Cheng. Lu Ruochang nodded and said, logically speaking, I think we should withdraw. But in my heart, I'm a little unwilling. After all, we've already killed our way into the country of Shi and the country of Huan. In the first stage, we've gained the upper hand. In the second stage, under the leadership of our masters, we're not at a disadvantage even when facing so many nascent soul stage practitioners. Now that we've reached the final blow, wouldn't it be too regretful if we give up? The Sword Tomb battle is no longer a natural barrier, and the Sky Patrol City has replaced it as the key to defeating the enemy. If our Sword Realm takes down the Sky Patrol City, it's tantamount to having one foot in the country of Shi and a short sword firmly inserted in the territory of the 3 cultivation countries. This place is too important for the future development of our Sword Realm. If the Sword Masters have the means to kill it in one blow. Speaking of this, Lu Ruochang gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before saying, I still think we should take down the Sky Patrol City. But, if we take down the Sky Patrol City, dozens of nascent soul stage practitioners from the 3 cultivation countries will gather in the Sky Patrol City. Our Sword Realm only has a dozen Sword Masters here, and with the Sky Patrol City as a burden, I'm afraid it's not easy to resist these menacing nascent soul stage practitioners. Chong Taishu still had a smile on his face as he asked Lu Ruochang. Sigh, yes. That's why I'm hesitating. Lu Ruochang did not hide the contradiction in his heart. The warriors of our Sword Realm have always been good at offense and not defense. If we take down the Sky Patrol City, the Sky Patrol City will bear the brunt of the Dao Sword War in the future, and even the usual attacks will not be reduced. This is different from the previous war. Facing dozens of nascent soul stage practitioners, even those who did not participate in the war will come out to participate in the war when they see that things have developed beyond their expectations. This has a far-reaching impact. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. That's true. Chong Taishu praised. Ruochang's analysis of the war situation is very good. His estimation of the strength and reaction of the 3 cultivation countries is also very accurate. It's just that he underestimated the power of our Sword Realm. Isn't this Miss Jiu Xia's idea? Qi Lianjie smiled. In order to keep it a secret, only the 5 of us know about the Sky Blue Light Sword formation. The Sword Masters only knew about it a year ago. It would be strange if Ruochang knew about it. Sky Blue Light Sword formation. Lu Ruochang's face showed ecstasy. Sword Master, are you talking about the Sky Blue Light Sword, Tai Qing Green Light Sword, Tai Wei Green Light Sword, Tai Xian Green Light Sword, Tai Yi Green Light Sword, and Tai He Green Light Sword that are part of the innate 5 elements? Hee, you silly child, if it's not this sword formation, what sword formation is there? Qi Lianjie rebuked, but her face was full of pride. Great! Since there's such a big killing formation, why are you still hesitating? Let's take down the Sky Patrol City. Lu Ruochang clapped his hands and shouted. But after saying that, Lu Ruochang panicked again and hurriedly smiled. I'm sorry for my rudeness, please forgive me. It's okay, it's okay. Chong Taishu waved his hand and laughed. You've said exactly what we're thinking. The Sky Patrol City is now a piece of fat meat, and it's already at the mouth of our Sword Realm. How can we give it up? Not to mention the dozens of nascent Soul Realm cultivators who are participating in the battle, even if there are dozens more, they'll all fall into the Sky Azure Light Sword formation and die. That's right. Qi Lianjie also smiled. The Taoist sect cultivators have backup, but so does our Sword Realm. When Sword Master Shao returns from the Battle of Soul Swords with the Sword Realm warriors, we'll surround the Taoist sect cultivators. We'll show them the power of the Iron Blood Swordsman. Hearing Chong Taishu and Qi Liandia's words, all the sword masters smiled. They knew that even if they wanted to withdraw from the battle at this point, the participating swordsmen would not agree. This was a rare opportunity for the sword realm. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of swordsmen would withdraw from the battle of soul swords, and they would be a powerful backup. They would have no problem dealing with the cultivators of the three kingdoms of cultivation. Then I'll return to the sword tomb and prepare to welcome Sword Master Xiao back. Lu Ruocheng bowed and said, I wish you all success and take down the Sky Patrol City in one fell swoop. Wait. Seeing that Lu Ruocheng was about to leave, Chong Taishu stopped him. Oh. Sword Master Chong, do you have any other orders? Lu Ruocheng was curious. Chong Taishu smiled and said, Ruocheng, do you still remember Wu Ming from the Imperial Thunder Sect? At the mention of Wu Ming, Lu Ruocheng's face flushed with shame and anger. He nodded fiercely and said, of course I remember, and, it's unforgettable. If there's a chance to kill him with your sword, are you willing to go? Chong Taishu's expression remained unchanged, seemingly satisfied with Lu Ruocheng's ruthlessness. Of course. Lu Ruocheng replied without hesitation. I'll do whatever Sword Master Chong says. Before you came, I've already issued a Sword Master's order to the disciples guarding outside the valley. Your martial aunt Feng Suewu is going to the Drifting Cloud Lake to stop Wu Ming. If you want to go, you can go with your martial aunt Feng. Qi Liandia looked at Lu Ruocheng with satisfaction. Drifting Cloud Lake. Lu Ruocheng was stunned. Isn't that the Meng Mountains? Wu Ming, why is he in Meng Mountains? Who sent this news? Of course someone sent it. And you know this person? Chong Taishu said with a smile, but he did not say the person's name directly. Lu Ruocheng frowned, and there was a hint of realization in her eyes. As for why Wu Ming went to Meng Mountains, that person doesn't know, and neither do we. Chong Taishu said again, but, who is Wu Ming? I'm afraid it's beyond your expectations. Who is Wu Ming? Lu Ruocheng was stunned again. She really did not know what Chong Taishu meant. But when Chong Taishu told Lu Ruocheng that Wu Ming might be the terrifying phoenix Xiaohua, Lu Ruocheng's face showed great astonishment. But after the astonishment, Lu Ruocheng's brows gradually relaxed. Yes, there was nothing in this world that could be hidden from others. Everything could not stand up to scrutiny. The strength difference between Xiaohua and Wu Ming was too big, so no one could connect them. However, when someone really connected the two people with different identities, then countless clues would surface. People were good at catching wind and making groundless accusations. They could even make up groundless rumors, let alone this real thing. Chapter 29-31. That bastard. LV Ruocheng gritted her teeth in hatred. After a long while, she finally spat out those two words. All right, you can go now. Qi Liandia waved her hand and said, it'll be best if you can uncover John Doe's secret. Otherwise, bring his head back to the sword domain. Yes, I understand. I'll look for martial aunt Feng Suewu now. LV Ruocheng did not delay. She bowed and was about to leave on her flying sword when she suddenly stopped and asked softly, I have something to tell you, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Just say it. Chong Taishu smiled. I think that Xiaohua and the others are the heroes of the Dao sect in this great war of Dao sword. Whether they have their own secrets or are arranged by the Dao sect cultivators, their lives are very important to the Dao sect cultivators. Previously, we were focused on the Great War of Dao Sword and the Great War of Soul Swords, so we didn't pay much attention to them. Now that everything has been settled, why don't we leak the news of us killing Xiaohua and the others to the Dao sect cultivators? For the sake of the Dao sect's reputation, the cultivators will definitely send late-stage gold core or even early-stage nascent soul disciples to Meng Mountains. We can set up an ambush and take the opportunity to kill the Dao sect cultivators. LV Ruochang told them her plan in one breath and looked at Chong Taishu quietly. She felt that the sword masters would definitely agree to her plan of killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, Chong Taishu shook his head with a smile and denied LV Ruochang's plan without discussing it with Qi Liandye and the others. Martial niece LV, although your plan is excellent, the Dao sect cultivators might be able to see through it. Drifting Cloud Lake is deep in the sword domain. Will the Dao sect cultivators go there? Right now, the focus is not on Xiaohua and the others, but on the Great War of Dao Sword and the Sky Patrol City. As long as we don't take down the Sky Patrol City and drive the Dao sect cultivators away, the Great War of Dao Sword will not end. This is also the reason why I didn't kill Xiaohua and the others when they rushed into my sword domain to train. Most importantly, that Xiaohua might not be Xiaohua. Wu Ming is Wu Ming. Who knows what this mysterious person covets for my sword domain and the three kingdoms of cultivation. Even if we can't kill Xiaohua and the others this time, we definitely can't let the Dao sect's cultivators notice Xiaohua. This old man has a feeling that he might be related to something. Something. Not to mention Lu Ruochang, even Ruo Tian and the others were puzzled. Don't forget the death of Sky Patrol City's Tu Hong. Chong Taishu pointed his finger and said, this Tu Hong is a rarely seen commander among the Dao sect cultivators. He is definitely comparable to martial nephew Lu. But who was the one who killed him? Qin Jian had personally admitted that he didn't know. When Tu Hong was killed, I was near Sky Sentry City and saw Tu Hong with my own eyes. He did not recognize my sword Qi, but I recognized him. He definitely did not kill Tu Hong. Moreover, as far as this old man knows, the person who killed Tu Hong knows the Devil Sect's concealment technique. Tu Hong's dual cultivation partner is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. At this point, Chong Taishu stopped talking and looked at everyone with a smile. This junior understands. Lu Ruochang's face revealed a look of realization again. He nodded and said, this person might be Wu Ming. Only Wu Ming's cultivation could kill Tu Hong. This Wu Ming is not a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect. If he is a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect, what is his purpose in sneaking into the Imperial Thunder sect? This is a very interesting scene. Chong Taishu said with a smile. Blue Butterfly also came to a realization. If Wu Ming is killed by Tu Hong, the Dao sect cultivators will be at a disadvantage in the Taoist sword war. The war will be chaotic, and the Dao sect cultivators will be able to focus on the war. Only then can the Heavenly Demon sect be established. Sigh, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Our sword domain and the Dao sect are fighting fiercely, but the Heavenly Demon sect is the one who benefits in the end. Therefore, even if we can't find Wu Ming, capture him, or kill him, we must hide this matter from the Dao sect. Chong Taishu said, let the Heavenly Demon sect cause trouble behind the Dao sect cultivators. In the end, won't the ones who benefit be us swordsmen? Yes, this junior understands. Lu Ruochang bowed and did not dare to say anything else. He turned around and flew away. Chong Taishu and the others naturally discussed a little and then left Lake Chui. In the quiet afternoon, the water of Lake Chui reflected the luster of the sun in the sky. The luster on the windless lake was so pale that it was even more bleak than the blood that flowed during the Taoist sword war. It was as if the clear emerald color of Lake Chui could not withstand the boundless waves of blood that were stirred up by a few words from a dozen transformed swords. Xiaohua naturally did not know that he had been completely seen through by the transformed swords of the sword domain. Currently, he was in a quiet room, looking at the sleepy little black and not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Since that day in the ancestral hall of the Huda stronghold, Xiaohua had placed little black into his spirit storage pouch. Because he had discovered the secret of the green seal text, he had been comprehending the green seal text and had placed little black to the side. Today, after returning from Old Wu's place, he knew that he had 80 days of free time to cultivate. Thus, he took out Little Black and prepared to ask about it. But who would have thought that Little Black would become like this? Xiao Hua was very familiar with Little Black's appearance. It was exactly the same as Little Yellow's appearance after swallowing its soul. Thinking of Little Yellow, Xiao Hua's mouth twitched and he pulled Little Yellow out of the space. Sure enough, Little Yellow's eyes were also blurry and sleepy. It barely opened its eyes a little and then closed them again, as if there was 1,000 gene weight hanging on its eyelids. Xiao Hua did not send Little Yellow into the space. Instead, he anxiously said in his heart, "Little Black. This is Little Yellow, do you know him?" Little Black also opened its eyes a little and looked around blankly. It only glanced at Little Yellow and said in a somewhat shaky voice, "Yes, Father. This is Little Yellow." So he was with Father. "Oh, you really are Little Black." Xiao Hua was finally able to confirm this and sent Little Yellow into the space. Where did Little Yellow go? Little Black looked all around. "In a moment, Father will send you to find him." Xiao Hua smiled and asked, "How do you know Father is called Zhang Xiaohua? Why did you have the Huda stronghold spirit warriors look for Father in Huan country? Also, do you know where Father came from? Does Father have a home? Is there anyone else in the family? Has anyone ever called Father Zhang Xiaohua that?" Father agreed. "Also, didn't Father have something in his hand? That little girl said it was a flying sword." Little Black's eyes were still closed and he answered intermittently. "What's home? What do you mean there's someone else in the family?" Fine, Xiao Hua understood. This Little Black and Little Yellow were the same. They didn't know anything and he couldn't ask them anything at all. However, Little Black seemed to be a little more sensible than Little Yellow. At least he knew that he was called Zhang Xiaohua and that he used to have a sword embryo in his hand. "Forget it, let's talk about it after I raise the two of you." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and sent Little Black into the space. Little Black was extremely astonished. He forced himself to open his eyes and look around at the unfamiliar place. However, when he saw Little Black, he felt at ease and obediently lay down next to Little Yellow to sleep. Little Silver, who had been swinging between the spirit grasses, was so scared that he jumped down from the spirit grasses when he saw Little Black suddenly appear. He burrowed into the roots of the spirit grasses and stayed there for a long time before his sharp nose and furtive rat eyes popped out and stared at Little Black. He didn't know what kind of divine being had suddenly appeared. After sending Little Black into the space, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took out the soul nest that the Shaman King had given him and the bone that Huda Stockade's elder Wu had given him. Xiao Hua first opened the soul nest and scanned it with his soul consciousness. Xiao Hua was immediately stunned. This soul nest didn't look big, but the space inside was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary storage bag. Inside the soul nest, there were countless strange plants piled up. Some of these plants looked like spirit grasses, some looked like withered branches and withered leaves, and there were also many that were simply seeds. He couldn't tell what they were at all. Apart from these plants, there were some strange things. Some looked like materials for refining tools, some looked like broken pill furnaces. In short, Xiao Hua couldn't tell the origin of any of them. Damn it, what's the meaning of this Shaman King? Do you really think this young master is a garbage collector? After Xiao Hua's astonishment, he pulled a long face. These aren't the strange things you're looking for. What kind of bones did you get? Can't you give me the bone? I haven't collected all the bones in this young master's space yet. However, it was very obvious that Xiao Hua was delusional to think that he could find these bones in the millions of Meng mountains. There were some green seal scripts in these bones. Of course, they were things that soul cultivators could discover. The Shaman King also understood that how could he give these things to Xiao Hua? Forget it, forget it. This was the second time Xiao Hua had to accept this kind of extreme helplessness. He sent the soul nest into the space. At this moment, those puppets had stopped. They were no longer planting and harvesting millet seeds day and night. Xiao Hua sent these puppets and the soul nest to another remote edge of the space. He let the puppets plant the strange plants in the soul nest one by one on the ground. Xiao Hua's space was already more than 1,000 miles wide. Although it was far from the millions of Meng mountains, it was more than enough to plant these things. Of course, it wasn't that Xiao Hua didn't think that the shaman king, who possessed divine arts, would be able to divine his biggest secret. However, he still felt that even someone as powerful as Jiu Xia would only be able to find some clues. It was impossible for him to know that this space didn't belong to Xiaoyu continent. If the shaman king knew about this, would he still need to worry about the change of the weather in the millions of Meng mountains? After arranging everything, Xiao Hua sent his soul sense into the bone and carefully read through the contents of this green seal script. He already had an idea of how to practice this green seal script. Although this green seal script was not the same as the green seal script Reign of Misty Cloud sect, and even the nature of the record was very different, he had after all used this green seal script to refine his voodoo puppets. He had completely practiced the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain. Therefore, he wasn't unfamiliar with this voodoo incantation whose effect he didn't know. All he needed to do was to follow this record and cast the green seal script that formed the spell. Chapter 29-32. Currently, Xiao Hua was still practicing the most basic 50 green seal scripts in the heaven of Ring of Breath, and was still trying to understand the realm of Dao Xingyi. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to practice this new talisman technique. What he needed to do now was to follow the instructions given to him by Zi Ming, using the soul cultivator technique in the bone to record the technique of traveling clouds and summoning rain. Initially, Xiao Hua thought he had already mastered the green seal script, and he thought it would not be too difficult for him to record the technique using the divine will of Daoist sect. But when he began to record the technique according to the soul cultivator technique in the bone, he realized that the method used by soul cultivators to record the green seal script was completely different from the method used by Daoist sect to record the jade slip. The technique used to record the technique was completely a soul technique. If the method used by Daoist sect to record the jade slip was the writing method used by mortals, then there was no need to write anything, as all one needed to do was to copy the content stroke by stroke, and the quality of the handwriting did not matter. But the method used by soul cultivators to record the green seal script required one to understand the content of the text, and every stroke had to be exactly the same as the text. If there was even the slightest difference, the green seal script would not be able to be recorded. But in this case, recording the technique of traveling clouds and summoning rain was like Xiao Hua carefully comprehending the entire technique, and teaching it to others word by word. Thinking back to his reckless behavior in front of Grandmaster Wu that day in the palace, Xiao Hua could not help but smile wryly. His arrogant behavior made his face burn. Xiao Hua's body was flashing with a faint green light, countless soul threads were dancing in front of his eyes, and strange syllables were being played without any rhythm. The wind and clouds in the quiet room were flickering, and the capital star formation was changing from time to time, putting aside the fact that Xiao Hua had recorded the lost art of traveling clouds and summoning rain for Meng Shan in Huda Stockade. In the distant territory of Lian Kingdom, there was a huge mountain range that had a beautiful scenery. The bottom layer of the steep foothills was lush and green, and there were some tall and straight spirit trees growing around it. Although there were no spirit birds flying among these spirit trees, it still gave off the aura of an immortal realm. Looking up at the foot of the mountain, the emerald green gradually turned into a dry and yellow color. The spiritual trees and spiritual grasses at the bottom of the mountain had already disappeared, replaced by some thorny plants. These plants were thick and strong, and between their branches, there was an aura that seemed to want to fight against the heavens. However, these plants only occupied an area of less than 1,000 feet. Further up the mountain, solid soil and hard rocks gradually began to appear. Furthermore, there were some gray-green spots. Upon closer inspection, these spots were actually some thumb-sized moss gathered together. Even the thistles and thorns couldn't survive here. If one looked up, then there was a faint snowy shadow and thin ice that went straight to the peak of the mountain range. Everything had become a world of white snow and ice. A mountain range actually had so many different sceneries. Even in the Xiaoyu continent, it was rarely seen. However, if one looked at the foot of the mountain, then one should be able to understand the formation of this scenery. At the foot of the mountain, there was a misty place. Under the misty clouds, there was an incessant gurgling sound of water. When a cold wind blew, all the clouds were blown away, revealing 9 large hot springs scattered in the valley like stars in the sky. Boiling water was gushing out from the hot springs. The boiling water sprayed several feet high, and some sprayed several feet high. When the boiling water fell down, it flowed into the 9 pools of hot springs. The water in the pools rippled, and the warm water circled around the foot of the mountain a few times, flowing far away from the foot of the mountain. Ding ding dong. Suddenly, just as the hot spring was covered by the mist, a clear and melodious sound of a zither came from one side of the mist. The zither sound came from a few small pavilions. These pavilions were hidden in the emerald green spirit wood, and a faint red tip of the pavilions peeked out from the spirit wood. A fist-sized bird was engraved at the top of the pavilions. If one didn't look at it carefully, one would really think that this bird was alive. Everyone would even think that this clear zither sound came from this bird. The zither sound was like a gurgling stream that surrounded the spirit wood and flowed into the hot springs. When it flowed away with the water, the sound gradually faded away. Before the zither sound faded away, clapping sounds came from another part of the spirit wood. A very bold and unrestrained voice shouted, "Fairy Fian's zither sound is indeed out of this world. I haven't gotten tired of listening to it for many years. Every time the zither sound comes, my heart will calm down, and the chaotic thoughts in my mind will be orderly like the flowing water. If possible, I really want to continue this sword battle forever." Ha ha ha, senior brother Gu Yun, in this way, you are happy, but what about the disciples of your Kunlun sect? I'm afraid that martial uncle Xian Jing will pull your ears and drag you back to Kunlun Mountain, right? Another rather bold voice came from another place. The place where the spirit wood was located was faintly a bamboo shed made of bamboo, and this voice was actually Zhu Qinghe of Su Yen sect. Thank you for your praise, senior brothers. At the sound of the zither, a clear and weak voice came out again. A petite female cultivator walked out of the pavilion and slowly walked to the edge of the hot springs. This female cultivator was in the early gold core stage. Her eyes were big, and her skin was white and clean. However, her face with big eyes was indeed mediocre. Even if she was wearing a Taoist robe, there were no curves on her body. She looked much stronger than ordinary village girls, but if this appearance was compared with the early gold core stage, it was extremely unworthy. However, this female cultivator's big eyes were so lively that even the clouds rising from the hot springs could not cover the divine light in her eyes. This female cultivator was the Jiang Fian that Gu Yun of Kunlun sect spoke of. She was a disciple of Nanming's sect and was extremely good at analyzing details. She was often a wise person who could see the intentions of ordinary sword cultivators from the details that others could not see. Jiang Fian walked to the side of the hot springs. Her small nose wrinkled slightly, showing a trace of disgust. She raised her eyes to look at the other side of the spirit wood and said loudly, "Senior brother Pan, don't calculate anymore. Come and rest for a moment. Although this 9-eye hot springs has some sulfur chi, there is also a lot of spiritual chi in it. Resting here is extremely beneficial for our cultivation." Tsk, a blue figure flashed across the sky. Zhu Qinghe was still wearing his blue robe and landed beside Jiang Fian. He had a smile on his face and said, "Fairy Fian, I and the others seem to be nearby too, right? Why don't you know to call me? I'm afraid Brother Dong Min isn't the only one who has racked his brains for our Dao sex war, right? Jiang Fian did not even raise her eyebrows. She looked at the dreamy clouds and said indifferently, Senior Brother Zhu's wisdom is profound and far from what we can compare to. You only have to come up with one plan and it takes us half a day to think about it. Wasn't this 9-eye hot springs found by Senior Brother Zhu during his planning? I remember that at that time, I was still accompanying Taiching sex Daoist Yuqing in Jianshuan Valley to think about how to ambush the Huan Kingdom's swordsmen. Senior Brother Pan also occasionally encountered the swordsmen at Ping River. If not for Daoist Qin Yan and Daoist Laoyun of Mo Sang Mountain risking their lives to protect him, he might not even have seen this hot spring. Therefore, we can't compare to Senior Brother Zhu. Fairy Fian, we shouldn't have brought this. Zhu Qinghe laughed. This Zhu only said one sentence, but Fairy actually refuted so much. Are you praising me? Or are you insulting me? Of course I'm praising Junior Brother Zhu. A slightly arrogant voice sounded. Then, from the other side of the spiritual tree, a well-built mid-gold core cultivator slowly walked out. This cultivator's eyebrows were like laying silkworms and his nose was like hanging gall bladder. What was even more eye-catching was his 5 strands of long beard. Coupled with his fair skin, he looked exceptionally handsome. When Jiang Fian heard this, she quickly looked up. Her gaze landed on the cultivator's face, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. However, this smile was faint and quickly disappeared. Even her gaze, which had only met the cultivator's gaze for a brief moment, fell to the ground and once again looked into the clouds. Io, Senior Brother Dong Min. I'm already not Fairy Fian's opponent. Now that you're here, we're a pair of good-looking man and talented woman. How can I be your opponent? Zhu Qinghe slapped his forehead exaggeratedly and said in distress. Senior Brother Zhu. A trace of anger flashed across Jiang Fian's face. She said coldly, what do you mean by good-looking man and talented woman? This little sister wants Senior Brother to explain the origin of this. Wang, at this moment, a long whistle came from the other side of the 9-eyed hot spring. A series of strange crackling sounds came from the spiritual tree. Then, a well-built cultivator with bulging muscles and a few spiritual herbs on his body flew out from the spiritual tree. With a pang, he landed on the ground again and the entire ground shook. Senior Brother Gu Yun. Hurry up and come over. Zhu Qinghe was extremely happy when he saw the person. He pointed his hand and said, hurry up and be the judge. When did this little brother say that we're a good-looking man and talented woman? In this world, there's only a good-looking man and a talented woman, right? No matter how ignorant I am, I won't make a mistake about this. The well-built male cultivator was Kunlun Sex Gu Yun, who was in the later stage of the Gold Core realm. He naturally thought that Zhu Qinghe was fighting with Pan Dongmin of the Blue Li sect and Jiang Fian of the Nanming sect. Why would he get involved? He just chuckled and walked quickly to a hot spring. He sat down and took off his boots. His 2 black hairy feet dipped into the hot spring with a plop sound. Then, he stretched his body and lay on the ground. He opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath. He seemed to be extremely comfortable. That breath rushed into the clouds in the air. Moments later, an illusion like a flying crane appeared. It flapped its wings and flew above the hot spring, blowing away the clouds. Then, it disappeared. Chapter 29-33. Senior Brother. Jiang Fian was originally angry at Zhu Qinghe's words, but when she saw Solitary Cloud's actions, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She stomped her feet and said, people say that burning the zither and cooking the crane and washing the feet in the clear spring are the most unpleasant things in the world. I didn't expect Senior Brother to have a method comparable to the ancients. Washing the feet in the hot spring should also be included in the classics, right? SSS Solitary Cloud took a deep breath and rubbed his feet against each other in the hot spring, as if he was extremely satisfied. He then said lazily, "Junior sister is still wrong. How can washing the feet in the hot spring be included in the classics? If it is to be included, I'm afraid it will be washing the feet in the hot spring." Ha ha ha! Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and laughed. "Senior brother Solitary Cloud, you're right. I'll get a disciple who can remember this. This matter will definitely be spread throughout the cultivation world." "How dare you?" Solitary Cloud glanced at Zhu Qinghe. "Be careful that I don't smash your face." He. Zhu Qinghe laughed and glanced at Pan Dongmin, who walked to his side but did not approach Jiang Fian. He said, "Even if senior brother smashes my face into a rotten persimmon, I won't feel the pinch. I can't compare to senior brother Pan in this life." Pan Dongmin frowned and did not answer. He also did not look at Zhu Qinghe. His gaze followed the clouds and went up again, as if he was admiring the different beautiful scenery at the foot of the mountain. Pan Dongmin did not react, but Jiang Fian's expression turned ugly. Zhu Qinghe looked at this strange situation and was overjoyed. He understood that although Jiang Fian was an early-stage golden core cultivator and did not look outstanding, she was very intelligent and far superior to most cultivators. The reason why she was called a fairy was also because of her intelligence, not her appearance. Jiang Fian was one of the 4 people in the Dao sect who came up with the plan in this Dao sword war, and she was also the only female cultivator. Therefore, she thought highly of herself. Not to mention Zhu Qinghe and the others, she did not even care about ordinary nascent soul masters. However, Jiang Fian had tied a strand of love to Pan Dongmin at some point in time. However, perhaps Pan Dongmin did not notice it, or perhaps Pan Dongmin did not fancy Jiang Fian, but Pan Dongmin ignored Jiang Fian's gaze. If that was all, then it would be fine. However, Jiang Fian was an ordinary female cultivator. She would probably be more eager and take the initiative. This matter might not be completely hopeless. Unfortunately, Jiang Fian was not an ordinary female cultivator. She was a female talent who was full of vigor and vitality. How could she possibly lower herself to take the initiative? As a result, the 2 of them ended up in a lukewarm situation. Gu Yun and Zhu Qinghe were outsiders and could see everything clearly. Although Gu Yun saw it, he acted as if he did not see it. Zhu Qinghe, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. From time to time, he would make fun of the 2 of them. "Or do you want to break them up?" Zhu Qinghe originally thought that Pan Dongmin would use this as an excuse to avoid the awkwardness, but who would have thought that Pan Dongmin would stare at it for a long time, and he was very engrossed in it, as if he had discovered something strange on the foothills. Zhu Qinghe could not help but follow Pan Dongmin's gaze as well. However, the scenery on the foothills was the same as what he had seen for the past dozens of days. There was nothing special about it. Zhu Qinghe was stunned and asked curiously, "Senior brother Pan, what did you see? Why are you so engrossed?" "I saw the great battle of the Dao sword and even the ending." Pan Dongmin replied indifferently. "Ah." Upon hearing that, Zhu Qinghe was not the only one who was shocked. Even Gu Yun and Jiang Fian, who pretended to ignore him, were shocked. All of them looked towards the foothills. However, Zhu Qinghe and Gu Yun did not gain anything after looking at it for a moment. Instead, Jiang Fian looked pensive and there was even a hint of joy in her eyes. "Junior brother Pan, spit out what you have to say. Don't be so mysterious." Gu Yun frowned and no longer looked at the foothills. Instead, he looked into the air and said coldly, "The great battle of the Dao sword has been going on for more than 10 years. The battle situation is just like the scene on the foothills." Pan Dongmin pointed with his finger and said, "At first, the swordsmen of the Huan Kingdom were unstoppable under LV Ruochang's command. They forced our Dao sect cultivators to a dead end and were restrained in every way. The victory of the swordsmen was just like the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs. It seemed to be unstoppable. However, at the end of the spiritual trees was the great battle of the Sword Tomb. The battle situation changed several times and was unpredictable. It was not clear whether it was warm or cold. Although the warmth still had the upper hand in the middle of the dried-up foothills, the higher it went, the colder it became. This also meant that our Tao sect battle became increasingly powerful and gradually gained the upper hand on the entire battlefield. Just like the ice on this mountain range, no matter which direction you go, you will only end up being covered by a layer of ice. However, no matter how many foothills were covered by a layer of ice, the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs below the foothills were ultimately unable to be destroyed by the ice. Jiang Fian's voice was somewhat weak as she said, "This is because, the source of the spiritual trees and spiritual herb survival was ultimately unable to be reached by the ice. The Nine-Eye Hot Spring has always been hidden within the clouds. Although the cold wind would occasionally blow the clouds away and reveal the truth would immediately be covered by the clouds. All the chaotic scenes would then fill the air, causing us to be unable to find out where the truth lies." "Good," Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and said, as expected of a talented man and a beautiful woman. "I admire you." At this moment, Jiang Fian's face was slightly flushed. However, Pan Dongmin ignored her and continued to say, "Even if we saw through the clouds, we could only see one hot spring and two hot springs. It was impossible for us to know that there were actually 9 hot springs in this valley. Furthermore, there were so many spiritual trees and spiritual herbs around the hot springs. How could there only be so many spiritual trees and spiritual herbs?" Gu Yun sneered and said, "There are also 4 pavilions and straw huts, as well as people who burn musical instruments and cook cranes and wash the hot springs in their stinky feet." Hearing Gu Yun's words, Pan Dongmin, who originally thought that he had already thought deeply, gasped and said hurriedly, "Senior brother Gu Yun, could it be, yes, junior brother Pan?" Gu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Could it be that you feel that this great battle of Taoist sword is completely different from the previous one? Although we have already planned so much, we still feel that we are unable to do anything despite having the will to do so. The Huan country on the other side, the people who are competing with us, are far more powerful than what we expected. I really did not expect that the sword cultivators of the Huan kingdom would actually have such wisdom. Let's not talk about other things. Just based on the current situation of the battle, I feel that it is not so simple. Although we have already thought and done a lot of things, and have taken precautions in all aspects, I still feel that we have overlooked something. You even feel that after this great battle of Taoist sword, there must be a reason that we do not know, but I still feel that, the reason that we want to know is far from the root of this battle. The hot springs are hidden under the clouds and mist, but, although the hot springs are the root of these spiritual trees, beside the hot springs are." Jiang Fian muttered to herself, almost losing her voice, could it be that the sword cultivators of the Huan kingdom are not the only ones participating in the battle? They have the support of soul cultivators behind them. Moreover, perhaps, there are other cultivators that we do not know about guiding them from behind. The cultivators of the Tao sect. This is not something that we can point fingers at. But soul cultivators? Didn't the Battle of the Sword Catacomb reveal some clues? Pan Dongmin said faintly, "Isn't there a soul formation besides LV Ruochang Square Sword Formation? If it were not millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountain, would the swordsmen be able to set it up?" But later, there were no more soul cultivators. Jiang Fian bit her pale lips and retorted. Pan Dongmin did not argue with her and only sighed, "Unfortunately, it is extremely difficult for the cultivators of the Tao sect to sneak into the ranks of sword cultivators, and the information we receive is also very little. It is even more impossible for us to know the situation over at Meng Mountain. Actually, early on in the battle, the nascent soul masters had already sent some disciples to the Huan kingdom." Zhu Qinghe said, "But for some reason, although these disciples returned with news, none of them were about Meng Mountain. Meng Mountain is behind the Huan kingdom." How could the disciples of the Tao sect approach it so calmly? Jiang Fian said coldly, even if senior brother Zhu could enter the Huan kingdom, I'm afraid it would not be easy for you to receive news about Meng Mountain, right? Sigh, indeed. Zhu Qinghe nodded. After the great battle of the Sword Catacomb, the Changbai sect also sent some disciples with sword energy to sneak into the Sword Catacomb. Unfortunately, most of them were seen through, and only a small number of them were able to send back some news. But these news were all from the Huan kingdom near the Shi kingdom and the Lian kingdom. Perhaps there is also a problem between the Su Huan kingdom and Meng Mountain. Han Dongmin's eyes flashed with a strange light as he suddenly said. It is not that I have not thought of this. Jiang Fian said with a bitter smile, but the Huan kingdom has no reason to send troops from both sides. Moreover, it is very obvious that the forces of Meng Mountain are not much weaker than the three kingdoms of the Tao sect. If they are also at war with the Huan kingdom, how could the Huan kingdom send so many swords here? Sigh, if only some nascent soul master could make a trip to Meng Mountain. Gu Yun sighed, won't we know what the situation is when we see it? Pfft. Jiang Fian laughed, senior brother Gu Yun, if you want to go, no one will stop you. It is a great battle now. Just like those third-grade sword masters, although they are powerful and can fly very fast, would they dare to enter the territory of the three kingdoms alone? Would they be able to receive news from the Kueha Sea? If they dare to go to the Kueha Sea, they must be prepared to die in the Meng kingdom. Speaking of this, Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and looked at Gu Yun, asking, by the way, senior brother Gu Yun, didn't Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction of the Lian kingdom bring a few disciples to the Huan kingdom? Is there any news? Oh, you mean Li Zongbao, Kai Hongxia, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Gu Yun seemed to have realized something and said, when I first came to Sentry City, I heard from the sect leader that the four of them had broken through the Sword Catacomb that day, but after that, there was no more news. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. It has been so many years, I'm afraid they are doomed. Chapter 29-34. I've heard about it too. Zhu Qinghe, who had been silent all this while, said, senior brother Gu Yun, I've always been puzzled. Why did these disciples break into the Sword Catacomb? Could it be the arrangement of Immortal He Ping from the Utopia faction? Sect leader asked Immortal He Ping that year. Immortal He Ping just smiled and didn't answer. Gu Yun didn't know either. Besides, Li Zongbao's master, Heng Zhao, has returned to the Utopia faction. Even Kai Hongxia and the others' teachers have returned. No one knows what they're doing. It must be the arrangement of some nascent soul stage teacher. Jiang Fian said calmly, who's free to rush into the Huan kingdom after the war? This. I'm not sure. Gu Yun hesitated. If Fairy Fian wants to know, oh. Jiang Fian was stunned and said curiously, I do want to know. Then junior sister and junior brother Dong Min should think about it carefully. Maybe we can solve this fog-like mystery and find a pool to bathe in. Gu Yun said seriously. Senior brother. Jiang Fian blushed. Just as she was about to scold him, a voice came from the mountain wall in the distance, teachers, a message jade slip has arrived. Zhu Qinghe laughed so hard that he bent over. However, he was not like Gu Yun and didn't dare to be loud. He felt uncomfortable holding it in. When he heard it, he rushed to the sky and laughed, ha ha ha, good, bring it to me. Immediately, a disciple in the early stage of foundation establishment flew in from outside the stone wall and landed outside the straw hut behind Zhu Qinghe. Zhu Qinghe landed on the ground and didn't speak to the disciple. Instead, he laughed loudly. The disciple was confused, but he didn't dare to ask and stood aside respectfully. After Zhu Qinghe finished laughing, he stretched out his hand and said, give it to me. Yes. The disciple reached into his chest and took out a few jade slips and handed them to Zhu Qinghe. Uncle, these are 9 jade slips from various places. There are 4 from the Shi kingdom and 5 from the Lian kingdom. Please take a look. Good, you've worked hard. Zhu Qinghe took them and praised, it's your credit that the message was sent in such a timely manner. After the war, I'll ask for a reward for you. I don't dare. The disciple respectfully bowed. We juniors are all boorish fellows. We relied on Uncle Master and the others to devise strategies for the war. Everyone will do their best. Zhu Qinghe smiled as he watched the disciple bid him farewell. With a shake of his body, he landed in the straw hut. The hut was not big, similar to an ordinary quiet room. However, every blade of grass that made up the hut was emerald green, like a piece of jade. Strands of invisible green silk strands connected the grass. If an ordinary cultivator saw this, he would be stunned, because the grass was blue sky grass, and the strands were dark green silk. Both of them had the effect of calming the mind, calming the heart, and expelling evil spirits. Ordinary cultivators would place some of them around their quiet rooms. Cultivating in such a quiet room, it was easy to calm the mind, and inner demons and other things would not come to disturb them. However, this straw hut was actually built with these 2 strange items. It was really rare. Zhu Qinghe entered the straw hut, walked to a jade table, and sat down. With a wave of his hand, the 9 jade slips landed on the table. He casually picked one up and carefully read it with his divine sense. As he read, his eyebrows trembled slightly, as if he was thinking. After a moment, Zhu Qinghe finished reading. Then, he raised his head and looked at the blue sky grass with some confusion. He muttered in a low voice, strange. Didn't the Lian country's Polonia Peak just kill thousands of swordsmen a few days ago? Why did they rush there again? Polonia Peak, Polonia Peak. It doesn't seem to have any vital points. After muttering for a moment, Zhu Qinghe raised his hand and flicked his middle finger. The jade slip flew out with a whoosh. Looking at his familiar movements, it was obvious that Zhu Qinghe often did this. Fairy Fian, don't think about how to take a bath. Take a look at the battle report first. Ha ha ha. As Zhu Qinghe spoke, he couldn't help but laugh again. Then, he picked up another jade slip and prepared to read it. However, just as his divine sense entered it, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Even the smile froze on his face. A strange and inconceivable expression appeared in his eyes. This. How is this possible? Zhu Qinghe muttered in a low voice that sounded almost like a moan. Then his eyes darted around and he glanced outside. His finger curled slightly, and the jade slip in his hand suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had never picked it up or even seen it. Of course, Zhu Qinghe's finger curled again, and another jade slip fell into his hand. However, this time, Zhu Qinghe was a little absent-minded. He seemed to have roughly looked at it, and without even thinking, he directly sent it out. Zhu Qinghe skimmed through the remaining 6 jade slips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He casually passed them to Jiang Fian. Then, as if he was thinking about something, he stood up and slowly paced around the straw hut. After the time it took to eat a meal, he finally raised his head and looked outside. Some of the confusion on his face had disappeared. He knew that Jiang Fian, Gu Yun, and Pan Dongmin had finished reading the 8 jade slips. It should be time for the 4 of them to discuss. Zhu Qinghe took a slight breath and his expression returned to normal. He walked out of the green heavens grass and Zhanbi silk and walked towards Jiang Fian's pavilion. Jiang Fian's pavilion was also rare. It was built with many spirit-nourishing trees. When Zhu Qinghe walked to the front of the pavilion, Gu Yun and Pan Dongmin had already arrived. One of them was sitting on a wooden chair with a pink wine pot in front of him. A strong flowery fragrance was emitted from the wine cup in front of the wine pot. The faint pink wine brew was as intoxicating as the red lips of a beautiful woman. The other one was standing with his hands behind his back and facing outside the pavilion. He seemed to be looking at the clouds in the foothills. Jiang Fian was sitting behind a jade table. There was a 6-string zither on the table. However, at this moment, Jiang Fian's hand was gently pressing on the zither's strings. Her fingers were moving intermittently, but there was no sound. The 8 jade slips were scattered in front of the 6-string zither. Senior brother Gu Yun is in such a good mood. Zhu Qinghe glanced at Gu Yun, who was holding a wine cup, and said with a smile, "Your beautiful lips have flushed the Tiantai fragrance out of the 9 heavens in an instant." Gu Yun pursed his lips and looked at the small tea stove on the wooden table behind Pan Dongmin. He looked at the small red charcoal fire under the tea stove and said in annoyance, "In this state, it should be green and fresh wine and red clay stove to cook dog meat. How can the Tiantai fragrance that's so bland that birds come out of the mouth be completed?" Humph! Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Senior brother Gu Yun, are you saying that I'm spoiling the fun? Alright then, I'll return to the Nanming sect now. Senior brothers, you can enjoy yourselves again." Don't. Gu Yun hurriedly waved his hand and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, "If you leave, won't others change your name to Jiang Hongyan in their hearts?" Zhu Qinghe naturally understood the message sent by Hongyan. He immediately understood that Gu Yun was alluding to Pan Dongmin again. Senior brother, Jiang Fian was a little anxious and stood up. Ahem! Zhu Qinghe knew that it was time for him to speak up. He hurriedly coughed twice and sat on the wooden table behind Pan Dongmin. He said, "Senior brother Gu Yun is an elegant person. We're just ordinary people. Let's enjoy the Tiantai fragrance. Fairy Fian, he's obviously envious of us. Why are you still arguing with him?" Humph! Jiang Fian was given a way out. She pouted and sat down. She still glanced at Pan Dongmin's back. When Zhu Qinghe picked up his teacup and took a sip, Pan Dongmin beside him said softly, "Junior brother Zhu, the messages that are coming in are getting more and more complicated. Have you noticed anything?" "Sigh, I just don't understand. That's why I'm here to listen to everyone's opinions." Zhu Qinghe said with a bitter smile, "The things in these jade slips are all over the place. I can't see anything special at all. They're all ordinary troop arrangements. There's even some extremely useless things. I'm having a headache just looking at them." "Is that so?" Pan Dongmin turned around and looked at Zhu Qinghe in confusion. "Is that so?" Zhu Qinghe felt a little guilty for no reason and asked in confusion. "What about senior brother Gu Yun?" Pan Dongmin shifted his gaze away from Zhu Qinghe and looked at Gu Yun. Gu Yun took another sip of wine and said calmly, "I feel that today's messages are very strange. They're all pointless troop deployments. But it's really so boring. They've already revealed the intentions of the sword cultivators." "That's right." Jiang Fian, who was beside him, also made up an excuse. "After reading it, I feel that the sword cultivators are about to bare their fangs." This. Zhu Qinghe's face was slightly red. He really didn't check it carefully and thought that it was the same as the previous messages. He didn't expect that the 3 of them had already reached a consensus. However, Pan Dongmin didn't ask much. He only said in a low voice, "I also feel that it's a little strange. The actions of the sword cultivators this time are really messy. It feels like they're trying to cover it up. It's different from all the previous arrangements of the sword cultivators. Yes, or rather, it's only this time that it gives I a familiar feeling. It's as if the previous movements weren't the arrangements of the sword cultivators. Only this time, it's the real movements of the sword cultivators. Sigh, it's a pity that I still can't see any specific movements from the messages in the jade slips. The goal of the sword cultivators. We still can't be sure. Even LV Ruochang, who commanded the first stage of the war, actually left the sword tomb and returned to Huan Kingdom. In the previous few years, although LV Ruochang didn't directly participate in the war, he's always been guarding the sword tomb. I have an extremely bad feeling. Jiang Fian said seriously, the goal of the sword cultivators will definitely stun us. Maybe LV Ruochang is preparing for this. I hope that our arrangements will be of some use. I also hope that we can find the nine-eyed hot spring behind the fog before the sword cultivators launch their final attack. Pan Dongmin turned again and looked at the dreamy fog in the distance. Oh right, senior brother Zhu, where's the other jade slips? Jiang Fian suddenly asked. Chapter 29:35. Oh. Zhu Qinghe was shocked. His expression was a little unnatural. He rolled his eyes and asked curiously, how did you know? Hee, don't joke with me. Jiang Fian pointed at the jade slip in front of her and said with a smile, it's written clearly in this jade slip. This time, 9 jade slips were sent. Senior brother Zhu, did you not see them? Zhu Qinghe smiled faintly. He waved his hand and took out the jade slip. He handed it to Jiang Fian and said, the information in this jade slip is a little strange, so I took it out alone to discuss with the three of you. Oh. Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, what's so special about the information in this jade slip? Take a look for yourself. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, weren't you asking just now? Where did LV Ruochang go? There are some clues in this jade slip. Although Jiang Fian was a little surprised and did not understand Zhu Qinghe's actions today, she did not have any special suspicions. Moreover, when she immersed her divine thought in and saw it, she threw her doubts away. What? The Sword Master of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect issued the Sword Master command. He went to Drifting Cloud Lake to kill the cultivator with the surname Xiao. Yes. Zhu Qinghe took advantage of the situation and said, all the information in this jade slip is similar to the information in the other 8 jade slips. They are all deceiving themselves. However, this piece of information is mixed in, and it's so obvious. This Zhu suspects that this is a trap. That's why I took it out to discuss with you. The jade slip was passed between Gu Yun and Pan Dongmin. Both of them looked at it and then frowned slightly. They looked at each other and suddenly understood. Junior brother Zhu, I think that this information should be true. Gu Yun said faintly, this information was sent by our cultivator's secret pawn in the sword tomb. Moreover, the way he got the information was normal. What's more, when he got the information, it was when LV Ruochang left the sword tomb. These two pieces of information corroborated each other and should prove that both pieces of information are true. It's precisely because both of them are so coincidental that I just thought that the message was sent here. That's why I'm so suspicious and feel that there's something fishy going on. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, it must be a trap set up by the swordsmen here. They want to draw our attention away from their target. Speaking up to this point, Zhu Qinghe said confidently, the fact that they are trying to cover up so much shows that our previous actions must have already found the sword cultivator's vital point, and they have no choice but to cover it up. But, the vital point that we found. Where is it? No. This information is correct. Jiang Fian shook her head firmly. If they wanted to set up a trap, they would have set it up near the sword tomb. How could they set it up directly at the Flowing Cloud Lake? That Flowing Cloud Lake was far away in Huan country. How can cultivators like us go there? Oh. Zhu Qinghe frowned. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, it may not be as simple as junior sister thinks, the cultivator surnamed Xiao must be Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua is with Li Zongbao from the Utopia sect. Jiang Fian did not wait for Zhu Qinghe to finish speaking. Her fingers flicked on the 6-string zither, and a sharp sound rang out. Li Zongbao and the others actually broke through the blockade of Huan country, and they even entered millions of Meng mountains. How did they do it? And that Black Phoenix Sword Sect's Sword Master actually issued the Sword Master command. It seems like, they have already attracted the attention of the sword cultivators. This matter, is definitely fishy. Fairy Fian, you mean? Gu Yun asked with a serious expression. However, Jiang Fian did not pay attention to Gu Yun. She seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes stared straight at the 6-string zither in front of her, and her brows were tightly knitted. Go and save them. Han Dongmin said straightforwardly. What the sword cultivators want to do is what we want to stop. What's more, Li Zongbao and the others are the heroes of the great battle of Dao and sword. If the other disciples know that we have received the news but do not go and save them, what will they think? Their hearts will definitely turn cold. I object to sending the participating disciples to save them. Zhu Qinghe frowned and said, even if this news is true, the participating nascent soul stage masters have the entire battle under control. If they leave, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to the battle. Moreover, this news is more than a month ago. Even if Shenren He Ping of the Utopia faction wants to save them, I'm afraid it will be too late. If we don't send the participating disciples, let the disciples of Shi country go. Han Dongmin replied without hesitation. Gu Yun nodded. Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the flag of the great battle. We must not let him fall. Since Huan country wants to send the non-participating swordsmen to kill them, then our Dao sect will also send non-participating cultivators to save them. Sky Patrol City. It's Sky Patrol City. Jiang Fian, who had been pondering, suddenly relaxed her brows. An indescribable glory radiated from her not-so-beautiful face. It was a kind of confidence, a kind of pride. Sky Patrol City. Gu Yun, Zhu Qinghe, and Pan Dongmin were all stunned. They looked at each other, and there was a trace of understanding on their faces. Yes, Sky Patrol City is a bright lamp in the dark night, illuminating the battle between Shi country and Huan country. Under the brilliance of this bright lamp, we are searching for the mystery of this battle. However, we have forgotten the source of this brilliance. As long as the sword cultivator of Huan country takes down Sky Patrol City, the entire battle will fall into darkness, and we will inevitably fall into a passive state. Jiang Fian explained with a smile of exultation. But Zhu Qinghe still disagreed. He shook his head and said, it's not that we haven't discussed the Sky Patrol City before, but we always rejected it. The Sky Patrol City has never lost in any of the previous wars. Not in the past doesn't mean it won't in the future. Jiang Fian's tone was a little high-pitched, and she seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Zhu Qinghe's distrust of her. Maybe the sword cultivator has never had the means to take down Sky Patrol City in one fell swoop, so he has been delaying the battle. Han Dongmin heard Jiang Fian's high-pitched voice and frowned slightly. There was a trace of displeasure in his eyes, but he still said, Junior brother Zhu, I remember a long time ago when you were at Floating Duckweed Mountain with your sect leader Bai Kongzi and sect leader Sun Yunzi, the sect leader of Jinghua sect, Quan Tianjinren of the Imperial Thunder sect received a message from our disciples, saying that the sword cultivator's ultimate goal is Sky Patrol City, right? Zhu Qinghe smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed. At this time, Quan Tianjinren of the Imperial Thunder sect and Qian Diheng have been brooding over it. I have also reported this matter to all of you, and everyone treated it as a joke that day. Well, now it seems that, we were really wrong. The one who sent this message is probably Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect, the Foundation establishment disciple who was with Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction. All of this is true. But I don't know how they got this news. This is absolutely incredible. Jiang Fian sighed. Why didn't I think of it that day? If I had set up a backup plan back then. Why not? Gu Yun raised his eyebrows. We have already left disciples to guard Sky Patrol City, and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and Imo Sang Mountain are also in the city. Even the two nascent soul early-stage masters outside the city are keeping an eye on it. Moreover, the judgment at that time could only be regarded as unfounded and impossible. If this message was sent now, or a while ago, we would naturally understand. And we wouldn't have become a joke. What are you waiting for? Han Dongmin had already turned around and ordered, since we feel confident, let's quickly inform the nascent soul stage masters and mobilize the troops. Yes, and Li Zongbao's matter. Gu Yun didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly got up. If Heping Zhenren knows that just as he said this, he heard the sound of wind above the foothills. A rainbow streaked across the distance and rushed to the sky above the nine-eyed hot spring in the blink of an eye. Oh no! It's the nascent soul stage masters. Gu Yun's cultivation was the highest. He had already sensed it and hurriedly rushed out of the pavilion. Sure enough, where the rainbow landed, a nascent soul middle stage cultivator appeared. It was Yunmengzi from the Changbai sect. At this time, Yunmengzi's face was extremely gloomy. The sword light around his body was produced from time to time, like a dragon swimming around the surface of his body. Greetings, Martial Uncle Yunmengzi. Gu Yun saw Yunmengzi's expression and knew that something was wrong. He immediately asked while bowing, Martial Uncle, you came in a hurry. Could it be that Sky Patrol City has fallen into the enemy's hands? Oh. You already know the sword cultivator's intention. Yunmengzi raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. That's right. Han Dongmin, Zhu Qinghe, and Jiang Fian had already bowed to Yunmengzi at this time and hurriedly said, we have already noticed the abnormality from the recent news and were about to inform the disciples to send a message to the masters. Yunmengzi looked at the four of them and then at the many Foundation establishment disciples flying in from outside the mountain. He smiled bitterly and said, of course, Sky Patrol City has not fallen into the hands of the sword cultivator. Fu, Zhu Qinghe and the other three heaved a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other with a look of relief in their eyes. But Yunmengzi changed the topic. All the sword cultivator swordsmen have abandoned their targets and madly rushed to Sky Patrol City. There are so many swordsmen attacking Sky Patrol City so openly. We are afraid that Sky Patrol City will fall. It's good that Sky Patrol City has not fallen yet. Jiang Fian smiled and said, we have already set up a trap near Sky Patrol City. It should be effective. At the very least, the four nascent soul realm seniors from the Celestial City, Senior Shuiyu, Imperial Thunder Sect, and Mo Sang Mountain will be able to resist for a while with the help of the Celestial City's formation. When the True Path Sect disciples arrive, we will defeat the Sword Cultivator with the help of the Celestial City's disciples. Alright, since the martial nephews have already decided, let's hurry up and leave. Yunmengzi sighed and said, looking at the madness of the Sword Cultivator, this battle is already the final blow. We cannot afford to be negligent. Chapter 29-36. Yes, we'll follow Martial Uncle's arrangement. Everyone bowed. Yunmengzi didn't delay. With a wave of her hand, a rainbow covered the four of them. A rainbow flashed under Yunmengzi's feet, and several people quickly rushed into the sky and disappeared. As for Jiang Fian's request to send a message to the sects in the country of Shi, hoping that they would send their disciples to fight against the sword cultivators and rescue Li Zongbao and the others from the sword cultivators' attack, the four of them had already forgotten about it. After all, their safety compared to the Sky Patrol City was too insignificant. Xiaohua naturally didn't know about this, he was still sitting cross-legged in the quiet room. Right now, it had already been several days since he started recording the cloud-traversing rain summoning technique. Without anyone's guidance, Xiaohua finally recorded the 36 green seal characters into his bones one by one according to the instructions in the soul technique Zi Ming gave him. Although Xiaohua was unbearably tired, his mental strength was also greatly exhausted. But the harvest was extremely rich. Not only did Xiaohua have a deeper understanding of the green seal characters, but the flexibility of the soul strands were also much better than before. Xiaohua was even confident that if he was given another 10 days, he would absolutely comprehend the green seal characters given to him by Elder Wu. However, Just as Xiao Hua put away the bone and rested for a few days, a guard called from outside again. Xiao Hua didn't even think about it. He immediately removed the capital star array and walked out of the quiet room. He knew that today must be the auspicious day for Zi Ming to light the soul-extinguishing lamp. He couldn't delay this lantern-burning ceremony. Sure enough, when the dark-skinned guard saw Xiao Hua come out, he immediately bowed and greeted him. Similarly, he spoke fluently in the three kingdoms of cultivation respectfully. Young Master Xiao, tonight is the lantern-burning ceremony of Miss Zi Ming of the Huda Stockade. This humble one is specially ordered by Elder Wu to invite young master. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. Looking at the sky outside, it was dusk. Presumably, Zi Ming's lantern-burning ceremony would be held at midnight. This way please. The guard bowed and extended his hand, inviting Xiao Hua to walk in a direction. You lead the way. Xiao Hua looked at the somewhat gloomy corridor, and asked again, where are the other senior brothers of this Xiao? Shall we go together? Reporting to young master. The imperial bodyguard followed Xiao Hua's instructions and walked to the front. He bowed slightly and turned his head. Young Master Li, young Master Xiao, and the others have already left. In order to show our respect to the distinguished guests, Elder Wu instructed us to invite you one by one. Young Master, I was the first to arrive. However, because young master was in seclusion, I waited for a while. I believe the other guards have already invited young Master Li and the others over. Xiao Hua casually nodded. He followed the guard through the layers of shadows. The dusk gradually became heavier, shrouding the many palaces in Huda village, giving birth to a heavy feeling. Walking in this heavy atmosphere made Xiao Hua feel like he couldn't bear the burden. As he was walking, an old maidservant suddenly appeared from the side of a palace door and blocked the guard's path. The guard was obviously stunned, then immediately bowed. Without waiting for him to speak, that servant girl raised her voice and said, Xiao Hua, young Master Xiao, my family's G-man has a matter to ask. Young Master Xiao, please follow this humble one. Oh. Xiao Hua raises his eyebrows. He looks at the servant girl from head to toe and says coldly, is G-Manda in this Huda stronghold? Or is it Elder Wu? Naturally it's Elder Wu. The servant girl's face is slightly angry. Even if Elder Wu is more honorable than my family's G-man, you can't disobey G-man's orders. What a joke. Xiao Hua doesn't want to see G-man at this time. He waves his hand and says, this Xiao is going to the Dipankara ceremony under Elder Wu's orders. If G-man wants to see this Xiao, please come to the Dipankara ceremony. Impudent. The servant girl is furious. She seems to have never seen someone like Xiao Hua who doesn't put G-man in his eyes. Young Master Xiao. At this time, a faint voice comes from the palace behind the servant girl. Greetings to G-man. The guard hurriedly bows and greets, his face carrying a trace of embarrassment. It's G-man's dignified and irrefutable tone. Greetings to G-man. Xiao Hua also bows and says, forgive this junior for being rude, but this should be Zi Ming's Dipankara ceremony. Lord G-man and this junior should appear at the ceremony on time. Even if G-man doesn't want to go, this junior can't delay. The Dipankara ceremony is my Huda village's most important ceremony, and it hasn't been held for many years. As G-man, how can this old one be delayed on such an occasion? Actually, if this old one isn't here, this Dipankara ceremony, hee. G-man says halfway, then changes the topic. However, it's still early to the Dipankara ceremony. Just like when you went to the Netherworld Eye with Ziyi, you were able to rescue Elder Ji-Lan and find the Netherworld bamboo in this period of time. Can't this old one ask you a few questions? Hearing G-man mention the Netherworld Eye, it seems to be a threat. Thinking about Zi Ming and the Dipankara ceremony that is close at hand, Xiao Hua nods and says with a smile, since G-man wants to go to the ceremony with this junior in a while, this junior also hopes to listen to senior's teachings. And, come in. G-Man's voice is faint, the two of you stay here and guard. Yes. That maid fiercely glares at Xiao Hua, and the guard also helplessly stands at the side of the hall door. Xiao Hua walks into the hall and sees G-Man standing in the middle of the hall. At this time, G-Man is dressed in splendid clothes, there are several layers of decorations on her head like a flower crown, and there are many thumb-sized white bones around her neck. Her clothes look very complicated, and there are many layers of strange patterns and tassels all over her body. Xiao Hua can't help but stare blankly at her. Young Master Xiao. G-Man doesn't care about Xiao Hua's gaze, and directly asks, which great scholar's disciple are you? Great scholar? Xiao Hua stares blankly, somewhat baffled, what's a great scholar? This junior doesn't understand. G-Man frowns slightly, and says indifferently, young Master Xiao, since you are familiar with Zi Ming, you must have heard her mention it. This old one has a longing for the path of Confucianism, and this shaman stockade also has the legacy of Confucianism. Since there are some changes in your middle dantian, and you even ask this old one for the inheritance of Confucianism, could it be that you are not a disciple of Confucianism? Xiao Hua suddenly understands. Although he knows that G-Man has already left the ancestral hall before he asked Elder Wu to search for the seal on his middle dantian, he also believes that even if G-Man didn't know the secret of the seal on his middle dantian from Elder Wu, she can also know that he is asking Elder Wu for help regarding his middle dantian. From these two aspects, it is normal for G-Man to infer that he is a Confucianism. However, Xiao Hua naturally has to deny it, G-Man misunderstands. This junior thought that I was more curious about Confucianism, and in my early years in Shi Country's Jinghua City, I saw a descendant of Confucianism, especially when I heard that G-Man has the inheritance of Confucianism, so I asked for it. As for this junior, I am a genuine disciple of Taoism. Shi Country's Jinghua City. G-Man frowns, which great Confucian's descendant is that? He, Lord G-Man, this is junior's secret, it is not convenient to tell senior. Xiao Hua flatly refuses. Sigh, young Master Xiao. G-Man sighs, are you still so guarded against this old woman? Senior, what are you talking about? Xiao Hua says with a smile, you are the influential figure of Huda's stronghold, second only to one person and above tens of thousands. This junior is only a passerby of Huda's stronghold, completely unrelated to senior, there is no need to be guarded against. Sigh, Xiao Hua. G-Man is not satisfied with Xiao Hua's explanation and sighs again, this old woman knows that this matter is my fault, I almost sent you, Zi Ming and the others into the arms of Huda great God. However, you should also put yourself in this old woman's shoes. Lu is this old woman's legitimate son, he is the candidate for Elder Wu of Huda's stronghold, how can this old woman not be anxious about his death? Back then, when this old woman and Zi Ming's mother were fighting over G-Man, there were some differences, but Zi Ming's mother was one step ahead and was chosen by Elder Wu, and this old woman was not chosen. What G-Man did to this old woman that day, there is no need for this old woman to explain in detail. In the words of your Tao sect, the dead are the most important, even if this old woman said it, you would not believe it. Later on, Zi Ming's mother entered the arms of Huda great God, Zi Ming was too young to succeed G-Man, so this old woman once again took over the position of G-Man. But at that time, the soul-falling lamp had already been bestowed to Zi Ming by Elder Wu, although Lu had the qualifications to be Elder Wu, these qualifications fell behind Zi Ming and Zi Yi. At that time, Lu was extremely sensible, under this old woman's persuasion, he did not put the position of Elder Wu in his eyes. But what about Zi Ming? She took G-Man's position as her own, she saw Lu as her enemy, even when Zi Yi returned to the arms of Huda great God, she did not report this matter, she still let Zi Yan be ranked after Zi Yi who no longer exists. This old woman already knew about this matter, but this old woman did not point it out, this old woman even tried to cover it up for her. This old woman knew what she was thinking. She wanted to take back the position of G-Man that belonged to her mother. In fact, although this old woman coveted G-Man's position, it was also for the sake of my Huda village. That year, if it was not for Ziming being too young and unable to take over G-Man's position, this old woman would definitely have rejected Elder Wu. This old woman's tolerance time and time again. I did not expect that Ziming would repay kindness with enmity. Xiao Hua, if you were in her place, and you heard that your family was killed, and this ending was what you had been worried about all this time, how would you react? Facing G-Man's questioning and confession, Xiao Hua was silent. That day, G-Man was truly crazy, almost taking the lives of Xiao Hua and the others. But today, after hearing G-Man's words, Xiao Hua also understood the hardships of being a mother, as the village's G-Man. That's right, this old woman did scold Ziming's mother, but Ziming's mother scolded this old woman 100 times more vicious than that day. Seeing that Xiao Hua did not answer, G-Man continued, and this old woman wanted to kill all of you. But that was because this old woman did not know the specific reason. She thought that you were the culprits who killed my Lu. Xiao Hua, think about it, even at that time, Ziming did not take out the soul bead. She actually suspected this old woman to that extent. This old woman's heart is still in pain. Chapter 29-37. Hutu village is the descendant of Hutu great god. Ziming, Ziyi, Ziyan, and a few other juniors have inherited the bloodline of Hutu great god, and their bloodline is very pure. It is not as complicated as the bloodline of Shibai village, and it is not as chaotic as the other shaman villages. In my opinion, since Hutu village is in the hands of me and Grand Shaman, we should focus on unity and harmony. We must stick to our familial ties and overcome the most difficult obstacle in Meng Mountains. As for whether Ziming becomes G-Man, or Ziyi becomes Grand Shaman, it doesn't matter. After all, they are the descendant of Hutu great god. Besides, Grand Shaman and G-Man don't have much conflict. When G-Man reached this point, she paused for a moment and continued, Ziming is wary of me because he wants power. Oh. The bloodline of Shibai village is thin. The conflict of shaman villages. Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He understood what G-Man was trying to say, but he didn't want to get involved too deeply. He frowned and asked curiously. Humph. G-Man said coldly, if not for the thin bloodline of Hutu great god, how could Xiao Mao gain the respect of the people of Bailu village when he came to Meng Mountains? How could he gain the loyalty of Bailu village's Grand Shaman and G-Man? Xiao Mao's arrival is really timely. It is like a drop of cold water falling into boiling oil. The chaos of Shibai village is getting more and more disorderly. To be honest with young Master Xiao, when I saw Xiao Mao, I already had the intention to kill him. With his existence, Shibai village will most likely be divided. Is this the reason why you and Grand Shaman didn't want to do anything? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he said calmly, actually, you and Grand Shaman know about Xiao Mao's background? No. G-Man shook her head and said, what I said to Grand Shaman is the truth. We really don't know about Xiao Mao's background. Besides, that killing intent was something I used to maintain the stability of Meng Mountains. Now that I know you are Taoist Xiao Mao. I'm afraid he was sent here by Great God Shibai. Since this is the will of Great God Shibai, why should I care about him? Then. Xiao Hua glanced at G-Man. He understood that this G-Man was an old woman who placed the safety of Hutu's stronghold and even Meng Mountains as her #1 priority. Perhaps she had some complaints about Ziming, but she would never act as Ziming thought and kill him ruthlessly. In fact, after knowing the truth behind Ziyan's death, she didn't resent Ziming and Xiao Mao too much. Perhaps, because of Ziming's words, Xiao Hua had misunderstood her. Of course, Xiao Hua also knew that his understanding was only his understanding. The real truth was probably only known to the Hutu god. Following which, Xiaohua asked respectfully, with Ji-man's thoughts, what will Xiao Mao do? Oh. Do you really want to listen to this old woman's opinion? Ji-man asked curiously. Yes, please explain, senior. Xiaohua replied sincerely. It's simple. Ji-man said, if you're strong, you'll have the shaman village in your heart. If you're weak, you'll have to be independent. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua finally understood. Of course, since Venerable Wu has promised young Master Xiao, I believe he will have some discussions with Venerable Wu of Shibai Stronghold. Young Master Xiao, what can you do if you wait for Venerable Wu's news? Ji-man said again. Thank you, senior. Xiaohua bowed. Then, can you be honest with this old woman now? Which family of Confucian cultivators are you? Ji-man finally asked again. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and told her about his encounter with the descendants of Zhu clan in Jinghua City. After listening to Xiaohua's explanation, Ji-man's face was filled with desolation. She sighed and said, according to the records in the inscription on the armor, when Confucian cultivators were flourishing, the Zhu clan was a clan that could stand up to the emperor. But now, they have been reduced to such a miserable state because of that talisman. How pitiful. Ji-man, you said that this talisman was originally a method of your Meng Mountains. How could it be, used to curse the descendants of Confucian cultivators? Xiaohua couldn't understand. The green seal script is the essence of heaven and earth. If it was one of the 12 great gods. Ji-man shook her head slightly and said, originally, it could only be used by the descendants of the 12 great gods through the power of their bloodline. However, the heavenly Tao has changed. Soul cultivators are not the only powerful ones. Taoist sects, Buddhist sects, Confucian cultivators, and so on are all rising. Even young Master Xiao is able to use the green seal script, right? If young Master Xiao is the one who uses this talisman, as long as young Master Xiao is not afraid of exhausting his life essence, he can also use it as a curse. Then tell me, how would this old woman know who cursed the descendants of Zhu clan? This junior understands. Xiaohua bowed and said. Actually, with young Master Zhao's benevolence, it suits the righteousness of Confucian cultivators. You should be an excellent successor of Confucian cultivators. Ji-man said regretfully, unfortunately, young Master has already joined Taoist sects. Confucian cultivators are not accepted by Taoist sects. If this old woman passes the legacy of Confucian cultivators to young Master, it will be harming young Master. Moreover, young Master already has the cultivation base of Taoist sects. If young Master continues to cultivate Confucian cultivators, he will definitely be distracted. Not only will his cultivation base not improve, it will even cause conflicts and delay young Master's growth. It's fine. Xiaohua said with a smile, it's all fate. It's good that young Master understands. Ji-man raised her eyes and looked outside the hall, it's already late. Young Master, you don't have to leave early, but this old woman has to leave. Today's matter will be remembered in young Master's heart. You don't have to tell Ziming a single word. The more you say, the more she feels that this is this old woman's trick. Hee, Ji-man, you're too naive. Seeing this, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. He knew that this was an extremely good opportunity. He would rather bet on the kindness of the human heart, so he said with a smile. Oh. What do you mean? Ji-man was obviously stunned. Ji-man, please take a look. Xiaohua said as he clapped his hands and took out the rejuvenation pill. He said with a smile, Ziming asked this junior to pass this to Ji-man. Ah, rejuvenation pill. Ji-man was obviously shocked. Joy appeared on her face, but she immediately smiled bitterly, young Master Xiao must be joking. This originally belonged to young Master. You're helping Ziming to cover up his lie, right? Xiaohua naturally thought that Ji-man was not so easily deceived. His mind quickly turned and he said, "Senior, you're wrong. This rejuvenation pill is Junior's, but Junior doesn't have it anymore. This rejuvenation pill was given to Zimming by Junior. Even if you gave it to Zimming, it was because you used the green seal text. Zimming returned this rejuvenation pill to you to replenish your life essence." G-Man was indeed perceptive and did not hide it. "Senior, you're too confident. You were still talking about Zimming earlier. How could you make such a mistake?" Xiaohua still said calmly, "This rejuvenation pill was given to Junior by Zimming when he entered the Netherworld Eye with Junior." "Oh." G-Man's eyes lit up. When Zimming gave the rejuvenation pill to Xiaohua, G-Man was not in the ancestral hall. Elder Wu naturally would not tell this to G-Man. That day, Zimming said clearly that after tonight, there would be no more Zai in this world. What's the use of this rejuvenation pill? Thinking about G-Man's love for me, I might as well use this rejuvenation pill to exchange for her favor. Xiaohua said word by word. However, this rejuvenation pill, Zimming did not give Junior the Netherworld Eye to Senior. When would that be? G-Man asked. If Zimming returned to Hooded God's embrace because of Zimming's matter, it would be the time for this rejuvenation pill to be given to G-Man. If Zimming lit up the soul-falling lamp because of Elder Wu, it would also be the time for this rejuvenation pill to be given to G-Man. Xiaohua cleverly changed Zimming's words and said with a smile, "Since today is the time for Zimming to light up the soul-falling lamp, Junior will give this rejuvenation pill to G-Man according to Zimming's words. This child is just like her mother." G-Man sighed slightly. Even if she wants to curry favor with others, but she doesn't let others know of her own suffering. And her mouth is also unforgiving. It's good that G-Man knows. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Sometimes, it's because we're familiar with each other that we neglect the most precious thing. At the same time, when we think that we're familiar with each other, we always feel that we know each other, so we don't communicate. But in reality, we might have misunderstood each other." Thinking about this, if G-Man and Zimming were honest with each other, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. Even if there were Devil Cultivator's possession, there wouldn't even be a chance for Devil Cultivator to take advantage of it. Young Master Xiao is right. G-Man nodded. This old one is older and thought that blindly enduring would be able to make Zimming understand. It seems like it's all this old one's fault. If there's a mistake, then change it, as long as there's a chance. Xiaohua said again, "Don't wait until there's no chance. Even if you want to change it, you won't be able to." Good. This old one understands. This old one also thanks young Master Xiao for reminding me. G-Man nodded and looked at the rejuvenation pill in Xiaohua's hand. As for this pill, if G-Man doesn't take it, how can Zimming get rid of the knot in his heart? Xiaohua flicked his hand and the rejuvenation pill landed in front of G-Man. Forget it. This is that girl's filial piety. How can this old one not know how to return the favor? G-Man was a little puzzled in her heart, but the temptation of this rejuvenation pill was too great. She didn't think too much about it and took the rejuvenation pill and said with a smile, "Zimming's lantern ceremony is about to begin, this old one will leave first." G-Man, please. Xiaohua stepped to the side and let G-Man go first. G-Man walked past Xiaohua and nodded with an elegant smile. When she walked out of the hall, she turned around and said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao, you have to hurry over too. Zimming has been waiting for this moment for a long time." "Yes, this junior understands. I will definitely not let G-Man and Zimming wait for too long." Xiaohua also nodded with a smile. The guards who were waiting outside the palace were a little nervous. They had been thinking about how to report to the old witch if something happened to Xiaohua. But when they saw Xiaohua come out safely, and even G-Man who was walking in front of him was so amiable, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. As for the servant girl, her eyeballs were about to fall out. She understood in her heart that although G-Man could be considered amiable and approachable, but to treat people like this, it seemed to be the first time she saw it. Although the two of them didn't understand, one of them hurriedly followed Ji-man, while the other still led Xiaohua forward with suspicion. These two people, N, plus Ji-man, seemed to not know that Xiaohua was worried about his gains and losses. Chapter 29:38. Yes, after all, Xiaohua had given this rejuvenation pill to Ji-man on his own initiative. This was an absolute gamble. Xiaohua was well aware of the effect this pill had on a woman, and the effect it would have on Ziming. The reason why Ziming didn't want to give this pill to Ji-man was because he was afraid that Ji-man would be filled with vitality and regain her youth, allowing her to sit in the position of Ji-man for a longer period of time. In this way, even if Ziming lit up the soul-setting lamp, she would never be able to get the position of Ji-man. Since he couldn't get Ji-man, wouldn't Ziming's soul-setting lamp be lit in vain? Wouldn't Ziming's years of hard work be wasted in vain? However, the conflict between Ji-man and Ziming had been brewing for many years, and now it had reached its peak, and the conflict had officially broken out. In Xiaohua's opinion, if nothing unexpected happened, there would be many more conflicts like this in the future. Not to mention that Ziming, who was determined to get the position of Ji-man, would be on guard against and alienate Ji-man. Even Ji-man, an elder, would also set up a dam in her heart, pushing Ziming away from her concern. And the best time to ease this conflict, to resolve this conflict, was now. The time when everything was not completely clear yet. And the only way to resolve this conflict was for one of them to take a step back. Actually, it might not be just one step, but half a step was enough. Although it was only half a step, Ji-man's dignity in her injuries had determined that she would not take a step back, and the young and vigorous Ziming would also find it hard to take a step back. Therefore, Xiaohua had no choice but to take a step back for Ziming. Coincidentally, Ziming's last rejuvenation pill was in Xiaohua's hand, and Xiaohua took it out in a flash of inspiration. Sigh, there are many precious things in this world: power, youth, life, kinship, any of them are hard to give up. But giving them up doesn't mean losing them. By giving up power, you will get kinship and the stability of Huda's stronghold. If Ziming knew about my painstaking efforts, perhaps he might not blame me, right? Although Xiaohua was clear about this, and he also hoped that the kinship in Ji-man's heart could continue, he was after all not Ziming. Walking in the dark corridor, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Looking at the silhouette of the palace, which looked like a huge monster in the night, he sighed in his heart. Although Huda's stronghold had a large number of people, and was one of the strongest powers in Meng Mountains, it was facing many internal and external troubles as well. While Xiaohua was pondering, he followed the guard to the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain was filled with guards. There were spirit beasts flying in the air, and each of the guards was holding a strange lantern. The flame in the lantern emitted a green light that illuminated the entire mountain. Xiaohua understood that the Dipankara pawn would be held in the ancestral hall of the Huda stockade. Sure enough, as the guards led Xiaohua through the mountain path, the guards holding lanterns on the mountain path all stared at Xiaohua with unusual vigilance. Even when Xiaohua arrived at the entrance of the ancestral shrine, he still felt countless piercing gazes following him. "Young Master Xiao, please wait a moment." That guard very politely asked Xiaohua to wait, while he himself took out a thumb-sized transparent skull and walked in front of the ancestral shrine's gate. There were already several dozen guards wearing pitch-black armor standing in several rows on both sides of the gate. This was the first time Xiaohua saw this armor. It looked very cumbersome, and it covered the guard's head, face, body, and other parts. Moreover, outside the thick armor, there were tendons as thick as a thumb. The surface of the armor looked like the soul runes that were drawn on the skin of the spirit warriors. Occasionally, a dark green beast head would appear where the tendons were. The guard handed over the skull and whispered a few words to the guard who came to greet him. Then, he led the guard to Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao, I can only escort you up to here." Please follow this palace guard into the ancestral shrine. Venerable Wu should be waiting inside. Okay, thank you. Xiao Hua nodded lightly and expressed his thanks. The palace guard looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at the skull in his hand. He waved his hand, indicating Xiao Hua to follow him, then he turned around and walked away. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and walked up a few steps. Just as he followed the palace guard up the stairs, there was a burst of noise behind him. A slightly louder voice shouted, "Venerable Wu of Shibai village has arrived." The steps that were originally filled with people walking up and down suddenly quieted down. Then, everyone hurriedly moved to the sides of the steps. The palace guard who led Xiao Hua also stopped and moved to the side. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then followed the crowd and moved away. After standing firm, Xiao Hua turned his head to look. He heard the sound of the mountain path. Among the dozen or so burly guards wearing the same pitch-black armor as the palace guard, a thin and tall old man quickly walked over. This old man's skin was yellow, and he was dressed very solemnly. On his white bearded face, there was a pair of thin and long eyes that were slightly narrowed. The old man's face was also thin and long. His thin lips were tightly shut, and the wrinkles that seemed to have been carved by a knife covered his cheeks and forehead. A kind of coldness, calmness, and pressure was emitted from this old man's body. No one dared to look at him, let alone approach him. Following the old man's silent footsteps and the palace guard's heavy footsteps, everyone who passed by bowed and saluted, their faces filled with extreme respect. The old man acted as if he didn't hear this, and his eyelids didn't even move. Until he walked up the steps of the Ho-Tu village's ancestral temple. At this time, there were more than 10 people standing respectfully on the steps. All of the people of Ho-Tu village bowed and saluted. Even the palace guard wearing pitch-black armor raised his right arm as if he was saluting. Only Xiao Hua stood there with his arms folded, indifferently looking at the Venerable Wu. Xiao Hua was originally thin and tall, and when he stood next to the palace guard, he was half a head taller than the palace guard. Now that everyone was saluting, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Even if the Venerable Wu of Shibai village didn't want to see it, he had no choice but to see it clearly. Oh, much to Xiao Hua's surprise, the Venerable Wu of Shibai village made a strange sound from his throat. His narrowed eyes slightly raised, and 2 balls of ghostly green light flashed out from the Venerable Wu's eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Hua felt his entire body was covered by a kind of ice. An incomparably heavy and extreme coldness came from his skin, and from the bottom of his heart at the same time. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. The protective golden light around his body immediately flourished, wanting to disperse the coldness. However, after the protective golden light appeared, the coldness on the surface of Xiao Hua's body seemed to be covered, and there was some faint warmth. However, the coldness in his heart became even more intense, as if it was about to freeze his blood vessels. Damn it, the Venerable Wu of Shibai village, indeed lives up to his reputation. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled, "Xiao Mao, this guy is a bit troublesome." After bitterly smiling, Xiao Hua simply didn't resist, and just stood there quietly. The Venerable Wu of Shibai village also seemed to be startled. He didn't expect that Xiao Hua would give up resisting when he tried just now. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have let go. After all, Xiao Hua was a junior, and this was the ancestral shrine of the Huda village. Unfortunately, the Venerable Wu of Shibai village was only startled for a moment, and then a trace of a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. An indescribable heartbeat sound came from Xiao Hua's ears. Thump, thump, thump. This heartbeat sound was extremely slow, as if there was a strange suction force. Xiao Hua felt this sound become increasingly louder, surrounding his entire body, and his own heartbeat also slowed along with this sound. The power of blood vessels. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization, this old bastard. The instant Xiao Hua came to a realization, thump, 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 the sound in his heart suddenly sped up, and Xiao Hua suddenly felt his entire body throbbing. Moreover, at the end of his blood vessels, his entire heart seemed to be about to burst. This is bad. Xiao Hua hurriedly circulated his magic power, and just as he was about to do his best to resist, he heard a faint voice say, "Jimin, this is just a junior cultivator of the Tao sect, why are you willing to give up your face and make things difficult for him?" Immediately, a faint dark green brilliance flashed around Xiao Hua's body, and all the coldness and sound disappeared, returning to the previous silence. Humph, this old man naturally doesn't want to make things difficult for a junior, but there are some juniors who overestimate themselves and want to make things difficult for this old man. Jianji, don't you think this old man should let them know that the people of Meng Mountain aren't easy to bully and fool? The Venerable Wu of Shibai village raised his eyes, looked at the Venerable Wu of Huda village who appeared on the stairs, and coldly snorted and said, "The matters of the juniors will naturally be settled by the juniors, I'm already old, so why should I care so much?" The Venerable Wu of Huda village answered indifferently, and then glanced at Xiao Hua, and changed the topic, saying in an extremely serious tone, "Furthermore, this young friend Xiao is a distinguished guest of our Huda village, not to mention our Huda village, even if it's within the borders of Meng Mountain, if anyone dares to make things difficult for young friend Xiao, it's the same as going against our Huda village." Oh. The Venerable Wu of Shibai village frowned, and coldly said, "Jianji, are you going against our Shibai village? You know very well the matters of your Shibai village, this old man is too lazy to ask." The Venerable Wu of Huda village waved his hand and said, "This young friend Xiao has nothing to do with your Shibai village. If anyone dares to touch him, even the Shaman King won't allow it." Ah! The Venerable Wu of Shibai village was startled, and opened his eyes. His cold gaze swept over Xiao Hua's body, and he looked very shocked. "Jimin, why aren't you coming in? Other than Tanja and you, everyone else has already arrived. This is the grand meeting of the Huda village, and you're the closest one, yet you're the last one to arrive." While they were talking, a tall old man appeared next to the Venerable Wu of Huda village, and shouted loudly. The Venerable Wu of Shibai village glanced at him, then coldly looked at Xiao Hua, and quickly walked up the stairs. Caw! A beast's roar resounded through the sky from afar, and then, the back mountain of Huda village, which was already cold, was suddenly filled with a fierce wind. A dark shadow, like a shooting star, rushed over from afar, and in just a blink of an eye, it flew above everyone's head. Chapter 2939. How can its flying speed be so fast? Seeing that the black shadow's speed had far surpassed his own, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he was shocked. When the black shadow landed on the steps of the ancestral temple, Xiao Hua could clearly see that the black shadow was a bird beast with 4 wings on its back. Not only did this bird beast have 4 wings, but it also had 3 claws under its abdomen and chest. On top of its head, there was a phoenix coronet. Damn it, I'm late again. Without waiting for this strange bird beast to stop, an old man who was as thin as a bamboo pole jumped down from the back of the bird beast. His body swayed slightly, and in the fierce wind, he flashed to the side of Huda village's elder Wu. "You're Dijiang village's elder Wu, so you're naturally good at speed. Even if you're late, can't you just fly a little faster?" The tall old man mocked, "So, you're always late. Ming Hua. I have something to do this time." Dijiang village's elder Wu argued, "My Meng Mountain is in such a dangerous situation today, of course I have to rack my brains to think of a way." Ming Hua. Although these few elders were speaking in the language of Meng Mountain, Xiao Hua could not understand them. However, when this elder Wu uttered the words Ming Hua, it sounded very similar to the name Chia Xiu when Xiao Hua heard it. Xiao Hua could not help but shudder in his heart. Could it be, this old man is the Ming Hua that the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress is looking for? Xiao Hua looked at the tall elder Wu on the steps in the distance, and the white-haired elder Wu's appearance. No matter how hard he tried, he could not put him together with the Empress's peerless appearance. It was like the feeling of cow dung and fresh flowers. Then, several people said a few more words and entered the ancestral temple. When the figures of several people disappeared, everyone on the steps let out a long breath and slowly moved. When Xiaohua followed the palace guard into the ancestral temple, he saw Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and the others standing in a corner not far from the door. Xiaohua did not need the palace guard to lead him and walked over. But just as Xiaohua took 2 steps, the palace guard behind him anxiously said, "Young Master Xiao, your position is not here." "Oh. Where is it?" Xiaohua turned around and asked curiously. The palace guard glanced at the skeleton with his sole consciousness and pointed to the top of the ancestral hall. He smiled apologetically and said, "Young Master Zhao's position is just above the 11 Grand Shaman Elders. No need, I'll just stay here." Xiaohua looked at the Taoist robe on his body and shook his head. At this moment, he finally understood why so many soul warriors had been staring at him. This lowly one does not dare to disobey Elder Wu's orders. "Young Master Xiao, please proceed." How could the palace guard let him do as he pleased? "Go and tell Elder Wu." Xiaohua said indifferently, "Since I have the qualifications to stand there, I can naturally stand here as well." Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't going, the palace guard could only leave and report to Elder Wu. Xiaohua ignored him and walked towards Fairy Hongxia and the others. "Big brother." Without waiting for Xiaohua to approach, Xiaomao waved his hand with a smile. "What took you so long?" Fairy Hongxia grumbled, "We've been waiting for so long and thought that something had happened to you." "Sigh, from what the guard said, we've only just arrived." Xiaohua sighed, "However, I just met Ji-Man outside the palace." "Oh. What for?" Fairy Hongxia's face tightened as she hurriedly asked. "Nothing, nothing." Xiaohua knew that everyone was like him and had some preconceived ideas about Ji-Man. He waved his hand and said, "She only asked about Ziyan and Ziming, she didn't make things difficult for me. Furthermore, this Ji-Man is really pitiful." Unfortunately, before he could finish, Fairy Hongxia said coldly, "A pitiful person must have a hateful side." This. Xiaohua was speechless. What? Am I wrong? If not for her indulgence towards Ziyan, if not for her rejection of Ziming, would Empress Earth's stronghold have fallen to such a state? Fairy Hongxia retorted, "Don't look at how she cares for Ziming on the surface and gives in to him in everything. She's actually retreating in order to advance. Once she catches hold of Ziming's weakness like before, she'll definitely kill Ziming." "All right. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Xiaohua was speechless. After all, everyone had their own judgment. He only hoped that his judgment wasn't too outrageous. Ignoring Fairy Hongxia's reproach, Xiaohua looked at the entire ancestral hall. Today was different from the last time. There weren't many people in the ancestral hall today, but they were all rather old. Most of them were Wu Lao. Furthermore, these Wu Lao were divided into 3 groups, clearly separated. The first group was the Wu Lao from the 12 main strongholds. They stood in front of the statue of Empress Earth Great God, occupying a large area. Behind them was the second group, close to 200 people. These 200 people were divided into 2 groups, standing on the left and right sides of the statue. They should be the Wu Lao from the 99 upper strongholds of Empress Earth Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold. Lastly was the third group. They were also divided into 2 groups, following behind the 99 upper strongholds. Each group had about 300 people. They should be the Wu Lao from the 360 lower strongholds. Xiaohua looked around. There were many Wu Lao here, and they all looked similar. He really couldn't differentiate the Wu Lao from the Bai and stronghold that he first met. Ziming doesn't seem to be in the ancestral hall. Xiaohua looked around for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Sure enough, the surroundings of the statue were empty, and there wasn't any trace of people. No, Ji-Man isn't here either. She should have come a long time ago. Zi Ming is the main character of tonight's lantern burning ceremony, and Ji Man is second only to the Wu Lao in Empress Earth Village. How could she not be here? As he thought about this, Xiaohua focused his gaze on the left side of the statue, trying to find some clues. However, what he saw was still empty. Now, above the ancestral hall, the Wu Lao from the 12 main strongholds of Meng Mountain were gathered. Any one of them was an existence that Xiaohua looked up to. How could Xiaohua dare to release his Buddha's consciousness? After looking around, Xiaohua gave up and turned his gaze to the 12 Wu Lao who were whispering to each other. Among the 12 Wu Lao, other than the Wu Lao from Empress Earth Village who looked young, there were 3 others who were also abnormally young. However, these 3 people were facing Xiaohua from the side, so Xiaohua couldn't see their faces. In particular, the Wu Lao from Xianming village that Xiaohua saw outside the ancestral hall seemed to have the name Minghua. His body was really big, and he was standing at the outermost area, blocking the other Wu Lao. Even if Xiaohua wanted to see the faces of these Wu Lao, he couldn't. However, occasionally, from the side of Wu Lao's body, Xiaohua could still see the back or side of those Wu Lao. They all seemed to look a little strange. There was even a Wu Lao who had a third arm growing out from his right arm. TSK. It's really a strange phenomenon. Xiaohua blinked. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, Wu Lao, Minghua, raised his arm and moved away from the Wu Lao who had 3 arms. Coincidentally, the cloth that the Wu Lao was wearing on his head was suddenly lifted up. Under the cloth, a ferocious ghost face was revealed. His eyes, which looked like bloody holes, met Xiaohua's gaze. Hiss. Xiaohua was shocked, and all the hair on his body stood up. If he saw the ghost face on a normal day, he might not be afraid. However, the sudden appearance of the ghost face behind the Wu Lao's head and under the cloth was completely out of his expectations. Fortunately, the cloth seemed to have been brought up by the mysterious Nether Fort's Elder Wu when he swayed. As the mysterious Nether Fort's Elder Wu lowered his arm, the cloth fell again and covered the ghost face behind the Elder Wu's head. Furthermore, the mysterious Nether Fort's Elder Wu's figure completely covered the Elder Wu. Damn it, who are these Wu Lao of Meng Mountains? Xiaohua thought to himself with lingering fear, what do these so-called 12 great gods look like? Could they all be? Thinking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. I understand now. These 12 great gods, could they be related to the ancient spirit beasts? These people in Meng Mountains are the descendants of those spirit beasts, just like how there are many cultivators with spirit beasts' bloodlines in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Furthermore, doesn't Fairy Hongxia have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix? Isn't the ancestral shrine of the Kai clan also in Meng Mountains? However, these 12 spirit beasts are too powerful. Oh. Not necessarily. They are probably similar to Fairy Hongxia's ancestor, the Ice Phoenix. Otherwise, the ancestral shrine of the Kai clan wouldn't be in Meng Mountains. Perhaps the Kai clan couldn't establish themselves in Meng Mountains, so they moved from Meng Mountains to my Dao sect's country of Shi. Hee, what a pity. If the Kai clan was also in Meng Mountains, would also be able to become a Fu man. Thinking of Fu man, Xiaohua's heart was moved. Where did Yi Yu go? Doesn't he want to kill Xiao Mao? Now that Xiao Mao's identity is still unknown, it's the best opportunity for him to strike. Once Xiao Mao's identity is recognized by the shaman of Shibai village, what chance would he have? That's not right. I'm afraid Yi Yu has already said something to the shaman of Shibai village. Xiaohua frowned again. Otherwise, why would the shaman have a problem with me before entering the ancestral shrine? Why would he block so many people in front of the ancestral shrine of Ho-Tu village and attack me? Was he going to attack yours truly? Or will he attack Xiao Mao? The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Looking at Xiao Mao's face, which was filled with excitement and expectation, he couldn't help but feel worried. While Xiaohua's thoughts were running wild, another hour of waiting had passed. The entire ancestral shrine was noisy. Not only were the 12 great shaman talking, but many other shaman were also whispering to each other. This Dipankara ceremony was indeed rare. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from outside the ancestral hall. The hall, which was originally quiet and noisy, immediately quieted down. Even the 12 great shaman who had gathered together to discuss hurriedly dispersed, and stood in their respective positions. Chapter 2940. Elder Wu of Huda village turned around and floated up into the sky. He gave the crowd a glance and said, "Elders of Huda village, welcome to Huda village. Welcome to the rare Dipankara ceremony of Huda village. As you all know, Huda village hasn't held a Dipankara ceremony for several tens of thousands of years. If we follow the teachings of our ancestors, none of the G-man of Huda village can be called G-man. Meng Mountains is the sacred mountain of the 12 great gods, and also the place where the descendants of our great gods live and reproduce. For thousands of years, countless storms have washed over Meng Mountains, but we have always stood on the peak of Meng Mountains, and never backed down. In order to continue the bloodline of the 12 great gods, it is unavoidable for us to be at death's door, unavoidable for us to panic, and unavoidable for us to lose our confidence. However, we are after all the descendants of the great gods, and we are not the same as mortals. The great gods have always entrusted us with their hands. Although there is no Dipankara ceremony, the Dipankara ceremony has always existed in our hearts. Although G-man of Huda village is not the rightful G-man, in the hands of the great gods, she is still the rightful G-man. And now, under the order of the great god Hudu, the soul-falling lamp of Huda village has been repaired. From now on, when the G-man is confirmed, we can hold the Dipankara ceremony again. G-man of Huda village can now carry out the order of the great god Hudu. As Elder Wu's voice echoed out, the entire ancestral hall was boiling with excitement. Not only were the elders of Huda village chanting in some unknown language, even the elders of Huda village had gone crazy, as each of them was chanting the grace of the 12 great gods. Looking at the boiling scene, the young elder Wu of Huda village descended from the sky and began chanting in some unknown language, while his body began dancing slowly. The 11 elders of Huda village standing behind Elder Wu dared not to be negligent. Their faces were filled with solemnity and longing, while they were chanting the same language, and their bodies were dancing together with the movements of Elder Wu of Huda village. When the 12 elders of Huda village moved, the other elders of Huda village dared not to wait any longer. Their cheering stopped immediately, they began chanting in the same language. The entire ancestral hall was filled with an extremely solemn and pious voice. Strands of dark green light mixed with strands of golden light began to gather around the statue of the deity. There were even some dark green lights coming from the outside of the ancestral hall. Clearly, all of the soul warriors and natives of the back earth palace were worshipping the deity statue at the same time. Not only that, but there were also some dark green lights coming from outside the ancestral hall. Clearly, all of the soul warriors and natives of the back earth palace were worshipping the deity statue. At first, the light was like a small stream, but after the meal, it was like a tidal wave, filling the entire ancestral hall and covering the statue of the god. His power of faith. Xiaohua saw the green brilliance and the faint golden threads, and couldn't help but guess. Xiaohua and the others couldn't hear what the old shaman of the Huda village said earlier in the shaman language. Xiaohua wanted Xiao Mao to explain, but when he saw that Xiao Mao had the same longing expression as the other old shamans, Xiaohua swallowed his words. However, even though Xiaohua didn't understand what the old shaman of the Huda village was saying, he could roughly guess from the old shaman's expression and the reactions of the surrounding elders of Huda village. As time passed, the brilliance became even more numerous, as if it was real. However, the golden threads in the brilliance became fewer and fewer, almost invisible. Gugujiji. Suddenly, the old shaman of the Huda village let out a hysterical roar and jumped up from the ground. Then, the sound from his mouth changed greatly, becoming extremely loud and resounding. His body danced crazily in the air. However, the shaman language of praise in the entire hall still maintained the same rhythm as before, neither fast nor slow. As the old shaman of the Huda village danced, a layer of blood-red light appeared around his body. This blood-red light floated from the surface of his body, just like the true blood dharma body of a disciple of a cultivation family. It gradually condensed into the image of the Huda god in the air. This dharma body was so clear that it was as if the hair on the great god's body could be seen. Moreover, a majestic and supreme aura gradually emerged from the dharma body. Aoo, the dharma body suddenly swung its snake tail and let out a roar that caused the hearts of others to tremble. At the place where this roar fell, a deep sound was immediately produced. In front of the statue of the Huda god, more than 10 jade skeletons appeared. In the middle of these skeletons, Ziming and Ji-Man, who were dressed in splendid attire, also appeared. At this time, Ziming was kneeling on the ground with his hands held in front of his eyes in an extremely sincere manner. His hands were like blooming lilies as he held the soulfall lamp. Ji-Man from the Huda village didn't kneel. Instead, she stood to the side with her waist slightly bent. However, her hands were also holding a small bone staff in her right hand. Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Red Dawn Fairy stood at the back with a trace of surprise on their faces as they looked at everything in front of them. In the ancestral shrine, everyone was dancing. Many of these elders had dark skin and their clothes were also strange. If they were to be described as a group of demons dancing, it wouldn't be more appropriate. Looking at Xiao Mao, he seemed to be dancing on his own without anyone teaching him. Moreover, there was also a faint green light coming out from between his eyebrows and converging into the current in the ancestral shrine. Caw 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 caw, the Huda village's elder Wu suddenly stopped flying, and the sound from his mouth grew louder. The Dharmakaya slowly flew toward the statue along with the seemingly solid green stream. Seeing the two extremely similar figures approaching, the Huda village's elder Wu's body fell to the ground like a meteor, and he prostrated himself deeply in front of the statue. At the same time, all the other elders stopped dancing and prostrated themselves on the ground at the same time. Boom! A faint roar sounded and the Huda village elder rushed into the statue of the Huda great god. The statue of the deity instantly emitted an extremely resplendent green light. Moreover, the 7 hands behind the statue emitted a faint black aura. As soon as the green light and black gas appeared, the green light in the ancestral shrine mixed with faint golden threads rushed into the statue like a swarm of bees. The entire statue let out a strange sound. This sound was almost exactly the same as the Huda village elders chanting of the Huda village elder. Woo woo woo, when the green light in the ancestral shrine completely disappeared, a shrill ghost-like wail was clearly emitted from the god statue. A feeling comparable to a huge boulder pressing down on one's head instantly spread out from the god statue. Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia, who had been standing quietly and watching everything in the ancestral shrine, had no strength to resist at all in the face of this heavy pressure. They were immediately overturned and pressed down on the ground. This. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. The golden light around his body flashed chaotically. Unfortunately, whether it was his magic power or strength, it couldn't be compared to this seemingly unparalleled heavy pressure. Looking at the statue again, the Huda village elder's dharma body was also squeezed out and returned to the elder's body in an extremely sorry state. Furthermore, as Elder Wu's celestial body appeared, a cold, barbaric, and merciless aura appeared from the deity statue. The moment this aura was released, it immediately filled the entire ancestral hall. Moreover, it was as vast as the sea of smoke as it enveloped the entire Huda stockade. Aoo, the strange thing was that Ziming and Ji-Man were pressed down by the heavy pressure. The soul-falling lamp in Ziming's hand flew up and a terrifying aura rushed out from the soul-falling lamp. The 3-headed black hound in the spirit treasure immediately appeared and even opened its mouth to roar. G-A, G-A, G. Just as Xiao Hua raised his head with difficulty, the statue that was originally an inanimate object suddenly let out a cryptic, hard to understand and rare syllable. It seemed to be green seal script but also seemed to not be green seal script. Following this syllable, the three-headed black hound's body immediately emitted an intense green light. A kind of heart-trembling fluctuation came from the soul-falling lamp. Pooh! It was also at this time that Zi Ming, who was lying on the ground, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It really landed in mid-air. The blood essence instantly turned into a phantom image of the hooded great god. When the three-headed black hound saw this phantom image, it roared again. One of the beast heads opened slightly and the phantom image entered it like a stream of light. Swoosh! Following the entrance of the phantom image, countless ghost wails and wolf howls came out from the void all around. Furthermore, countless of light and shadow rushed into the ancestral shrine from all directions. All of the flames in the entire Huda stronghold disappeared at this moment. Suddenly, a jade-colored flame was born from the three-headed black hound's head. Once the flame was born, it immediately lit up the entire ancestral shrine. Xiao Hua could not help but close his eyes. Even so, the jade-green flames still penetrated Xiao Hua's mind, and even his soul. Waves of shock pulsed along with the flickering of the flames. It was as if the flames could see through the entire world, illuminating everyone's soul. See, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. This spirit treasure, isn't it too powerful? Just as this thought appeared in Xiao Hua's mind, the flame immediately retracted. Furthermore, the phantom image of the three-headed black hound also entered the fallen soul lamp. The entire ancestral shrine sunk into an indescribable darkness. Only the brilliance of the fallen soul lamp was reflected in everyone's eyes. Huff! Another sound like an old man gasping for breath came out from the darkness. Xiao Hua suddenly felt his body become lighter. Furthermore, that frightening aura also disappeared like a torrent. Wah wah wah. Yiyu. Just as Xiao Hua was about to stand up, countless shaman language once again emerged from within the ancestral temple. Streaks of green light once again appeared within the ancestral temple. In front of Xiao Hua, the hundreds and thousands of shaman elders once again began to dance with tears streaming down their faces. The atmosphere was even crazier than before. Xiao Hua slowly stood up amidst this jubilation. His heart was extremely puzzled. His eyes also flashed with fear as he looked at the god statue in the middle of the green light. Chapter 2941. That aura. Does it belong to Huda great god? Why is it so vast? What is that pressure? Is it pressure? Is human strength like an ant in front of this pressure? If all of this belongs to Huda great god, then where is he? How did he come into this statue? In front of this aura, let alone a nascent soul cultivator, even a divinity separation cultivator or a body fusion cultivator. I'm afraid they are no match for it. If I want to fight against this aura, I have to cultivate more. Poor Xiao Hua. He could only imagine a divinity separation cultivator. He didn't even know what a body fusion cultivator was. How could he compare the aura of this statue to a body fusion cultivator? Perhaps he would only know such a superficial thing after he cultivated to the body fusion level. In the ancestral shrine, whether it was the descendants of Huda great god or the other 11 great gods, all of them were dancing with tears streaming down their faces. They had always been proud of the bloodline of the great gods. Although the Taoist cultivators looked down on them and thought that they were uncivilized barbarians, they knew very well that in terms of inheritance, they were not much worse than the Taoist cultivators. However, they had never thought about where the bloodline they were so proud of came from. Or perhaps, they had thought about it before, but they had always relied on and revered this kind of power, and it was impossible for them to have a rebellious heart. It was also impossible for them to be as curious as Xiao Hua and think so much, even thinking about how to resist this aura. It had to be said that sometimes, success or failure didn't lie in cultivation or talent, but in the starting point, in the vision, in dreams. As a human, whether it was a mortal, a cultivator, or a swordsman, as long as they had dreams, their lives would be romantic and they would never be lonely. After a full hour, the entire ancestral shrine calmed down again. The noisy and crazy aura still lingered in the ancestral shrine. Elders. The elder Wu of Huda village stood in front of the crowd. His ruddy face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was extremely weak. However, what didn't match his weakness was the ecstasy and excitement in his eyes. The elder Wu waved his hand and said loudly, "Huda great God didn't forget his people. After tens of thousands of years, he still came to Meng Mountains under our devotion. He is like this, and so are the other 11 great gods. Therefore, we should firmly believe that no matter what happens in Meng Mountains, no matter what difficulties we encounter, we will be able to face them and overcome them with ease." Then, old Wu waved his hand, and the lost soul lamp that was floating in the air slowly fell into his hand. At this time, the lost soul lamp had returned to normal. It was almost exactly the same as when Xiaohua first saw it. The only difference was that the bean-like flame on the lost soul lamp was like an emerald gem, sparkling and translucent, and did not move at all. Hutu villages which elder, Jianji, under the oracle of Hutu God, I bestow this soul-falling lamp to the god's descendant. Ming, let her take charge of our Hutu village's soul treasure in preparation for the position of Ji-Man. Although Xiao Hua couldn't understand what he was saying, Xiao Mao tactfully explained to Xiao Hua and the others at the side. Boy obeys old Wu's order. Ming drifted to Grandmaster Wu's side, knelt down on the ground, raised his hands high above his head and said respectfully, "With the soul-fall lamp as my life, I will accompany it at all times, and I will comprehend the oracle of the great god Hutu. I will keep the stability of Hutu village and the safety of Meng Mountains in my heart." Old Wu's face revealed a kind smile, and he gently placed the lost soul lamp in Ming's hand. Ming slowly rose to his feet, his face filled with pride and pride. Good. As Ming held the lost soul lamp in his hand and walked to the side, old Wu of Huta village said in a loud voice, "Fellow old Wu, today is the burning lamp ceremony of our Huta village, and in this grand occasion, I have an important announcement to make, Elder Wu." Just as everyone was slightly stunned and waiting for Elder Wu to reveal the truth, Ji-Man from the Huta stronghold took a step forward and said with a smile, "I also have a small piece of news that I would like to announce. I hope Elder Wu can forgive me for being rash." "Oh. What do you want?" Elder Wu furrowed his brows, clearly unhappy. However, Ji-Man didn't care. She glanced at Ming and smiled. Ming, who was holding the lost soul lamp in his hand, felt his heart tighten, and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. He didn't know what Ji-Man was going to do. "Fellow old Wu," Ji-Man of Huta village said in a clear voice, "Today is the ceremony of our Huta village, and also Ming's day. As Ji-Man of Huta village, I am happy for her from the bottom of my heart. Everyone knows that when the previous Ji-Man returned to the great god's embrace, Ming was a baby boy and couldn't take over the position of Ji-Man. It was me who took over the position for her. Now, Ming finally lit the lost soul lamp and completed the test of the Huta great god. She is the real Ji-Man. Just now, when Huta God descended, I suddenly understood that I was just sent by Huta God to lead the way for Ming." Not only was Elder Wu surprised, even Ming turned pale with fright. They had never imagined that Ji-Man would actually say something like that. Especially Xiao Hua, after Xiao Mao's explanation, he was also stunned. How is this possible? But, it's just a rejuvenation pill. This Ji-Man, how could she give the position of Ji-Man to Ming? Even if the rejuvenation pill is important, but, if it doesn't exist today or tomorrow, who knows if it will exist in the future? As Ji-Man, to obtain the rejuvenation pill, wouldn't it be harder than ascending to the heavens? This This was truly a little strange. Could it be that the missing rejuvenation pill? G-Man. Old Wu whispered, this matter, G-Man. Ming was also used to modestly declining, boy is still young, not enough to intimidate everyone, not enough to sit on the position of G-Man. Old Wu, when hooded great god descended just now, I was already enlightened. Forgive me for being a little willful, but I have already decided, 10 years later, I will give the position of G-Man to Ming. G-Man said seriously, I will tell all the old Wu about this at Ming's lantern ceremony. Please be my witness. 10 years. Old Wu pondered for a moment. Looking at G-Man's expression, she didn't seem to be faking it, so he nodded slightly and said to the 11 old Wu of the shaman villages, everyone, although this is an internal matter of my Huda village, since everyone is here, how about you be my witness? Good. The tall old Wu of Xianming village clapped his hands and praised, although our 12 shaman villages have always valued bloodline above all, we are all descendants of great gods. It's inevitable that there will be some conflicts and grudges when fighting for the position of old Wu and G-Man. G-Man's actions make me feel gratified. I will be your witness. Immediately, several people clapped their hands and cheered. Ming would still hesitate if he were to hand over G-Man's position to him now. After all, he wasn't able to convince the masses, and it would be difficult for him to take over the position. Who knew, G-Man might even do something to him. But when he heard that G-Man would give the position of G-Man 10 years later, it was giving him time to grow his wings. Only now did Ming know that G-Man truly wanted to return the position of G-Man to him. G-Man. Ming called out softly. That feeling was like when she brought Xiaohua to Huai Xian Pavilion that day. That voice was like Ming's childish voice calling out, boy, as he spoke. Ming choked a little and didn't know how to continue. G-Man also smiled and nodded lightly. A ball of warmth appeared in her heart. This was a feeling she hadn't felt since Ziyan's death. Perhaps, it's true. Xiaohua couldn't be sure if G-Man's abdication was related to the rejuvenation pill. When old Wu saw G-Man give the position of G-Man to Ming in front of so many people, he was also overjoyed. He understood the conflict between Ming and G-Man better than Xiaohua. As the saying goes, if the family is harmonious, everything will prosper. With the conflict between Ming and G-Man, how could the Huda village be stable? Even if Ming couldn't directly go against G-Man, he couldn't resist the temptation of some small fries. Or, even if Ming and G-Man weren't enemies, it was obvious that many people wanted to choose their own direction. Would they follow Ming? Or would they follow G-Man? This could easily form many undercurrents in the Huda village. It could be said that Ziyan's death. The invasion of the demon dwellers was also related to this conflict. Although the two of them hadn't completely reconciled, G-Man's concession had made this conflict gradually fade and disappear. It was believed that the Huda village 10 years later would be completely different from the Huda village today. Good. Old Wu raised his eyebrows and said, this old man thought that today was my Huda village's double happiness. But I didn't expect it to be 3. I really have to thank Huda great God. Old man Genji, what's your third happiness? Hurry up and tell me. A vulgar voice shouted, could it be that you have another little old Wu? Hee hee. Old Wu of Huda village wasn't angry. He laughed and said, this is the third happiness. It's the biggest happiness today. Not only is it a happiness for my Huda village, but it's also a happiness for my Meng mountain. Oh. Old Wu of Xianming village suddenly realized something and said anxiously, Genji. Are you talking about the Shaman King? Ha ha ha, that's right, that's right. Old Wu of Huda village laughed and said, the Shaman King summoned us and dismissed us without waiting for the result of the discussion. If it weren't for this great happiness for my Huda village, wouldn't his God-connecting technique be useless? Hurry, hurry. Old Wu of Xianming village was anxious, Genji, hurry up and tell us the reason. I've invited great god Xianming for this matter, but I didn't expect that the root of this problem is with great god Hudu. Everyone, please wait. Old Wu nodded with a smile and said to Ziming, tell the seniors about the millet seed. Chapter 2942. Yes, this boy knows. Ziming gracefully rose to his feet and put away the lamp of lost soul. Then, he reached his hand into his bosom and took out a storage bag. After opening it, he took out a handful of millet seeds and said, Dear Magi, please know that these are the millet seeds sent by the great deity Hudu from the QC. They are completely different from the millet seeds we have in Meng Mountains. Not only are they not afraid of drought, they also grow very fast and can be harvested many times a year. How is that possible? The elder of Xianming village waved his hand and a few millet seeds fell into his hand. After taking a closer look, he still couldn't believe it and said, These are just ordinary millet seeds. I can recognize them clearly. I've even studied them carefully for the sake of millet seeds. Please wait a moment, Elder Wu. Ziming said with a smile, the effect of these millet seeds has been tested by Kueha village, a subordinate of Shibai village. I'd like to ask Elder Wu to explain it to you. As he was speaking, the Elder Wu of Kueha village walked out from the crowd in a panic. He was only one of the 360 senior magi in the Shibai village, and had an extremely low social status. Normally, he didn't even have the chance to meet the senior magi of the Shibai village, not to mention meeting the senior magi of the 12 main villages. Greetings, Grand Elder Wu. I'm Kiji. The Elder Wu of Shibai village, who didn't even mention his name when he met Xiao Mao, finally announced his name and bowed to the 12 Grand Elder Wu. You little kid, why are you so polite? Tell me, are these millet seeds as Ziming said? The Elder Wu of Xianming village waved his hand impatiently. Yes, Grand Elder Wu. The Elder Wu of Baiyan village said hastily, I've planted them twice, and each time, I've harvested a lot of millet seeds. Not only is the harvest 30% more than the previous one, the harvested millet seeds can also withstand drought and ripen early. Ha ha ha. Seeing that someone had already tried it, the other 10 Grand Elder Wu's faces were filled with wild joy. Only the Elder Wu of Shibai village had a gloomy expression. Ziming, is this a storage bag? The Elder Wu, who had 3 arms and a face hidden behind a square cloth, was stunned when he saw the storage bag in Ziming's hand. That's right, Grand Magus Elder. Ziming said with a smile, how can the people of Meng Mountains travel to QC so easily? It was sent here by the Dao sect cultivators under the guidance of the Huda Great God. A Dao sect cultivator. Everyone in the ancestral shrine focused their gazes on Xiao Hua's group. At this moment, they also understood why there were several Dao sect cultivators in the ancestral shrine of the Empress Earth Stockade. Young Master Xiao, please come over. Ziming's clear voice rang out. Following Xiao Mao's analysis, Xiao Hua saw that everyone was looking at him, and Ziming had called out to him. Xiao Hua knew that it was time for him and the others to go on stage. Therefore, Xiao Hua nodded at Xiao Mao, and under Xiao Mao's lead, they walked out of the crowd of shamans and came to the front of the statue of Huda God. Taiyan village's Elder Wu was also in front. When he saw Xiao Mao walk past him, his face flushed red. He wanted to open his mouth to call out, but he didn't dare. How could Xiao Mao not know what he was thinking? He only nodded slightly at him with a smile on his lips. This smile immediately put Taiyan village's Elder Wu at ease. Junior Xiao Hua of the country of Shi's Imperial Thunder sect greets all the seniors. Xiao Hua was the first to bow, and Xiao Mao and the others followed suit. Many of the shamans nodded slightly and didn't pay much attention to him. However, Xianming village's Elder Wu asked in the language of the Dao sect in disbelief, you found this grain? This one and this one's junior brother, Xiao Mao, found it together. Xiao Hua corrected. Where did you find it? QC, of course. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's just that it's a barren island. Junior brother and I encountered a storm. If we were to find it again now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Why did you come to Meng Mountains? Junior is here to gain experience. Xiao Hua was still neither haughty nor humble, but I didn't expect, under the arrangement of hooded great god, I'm here to deliver the grain seed to the people of Meng Mountains. Jianji, you're here to deliver the grain seed on behalf of hooded great god, so you're hooded great god's messenger. Shebi Village's elder Wu said coldly, but when will this Dao sect cultivator become the messenger of Meng Mountain's great god? Jamin, Huda Village's elder Wu's expression changed, which was rare for him, and he said faintly, I only said that Xiao Hua is here to deliver the grain seed, but I never said he's the messenger of Huda great god. The grain seed is far away in the QC, and the people of Meng Mountains rarely go there. That's why Huda great god sent a Dao sect cultivator here. What's wrong with that? Besides, even if Huda great god sent Xiao Hua as her messenger, I won't doubt it. Oh. Before Shebi Village's elder Wu could speak, another young shaman asked curiously, what do you mean? You must know about the sacred beast that descended from the sky a few dozen years ago, right? Huda Village's elder Wu said faintly. Oh, that's right, where's the sacred beast of your Huda village? Only now did many shaman elders remember, and they all looked at the table in front of Huda great god's statue. That sacred beast is Xiao Hua's soul beast. Huda Village's elder Wu said, Xiao Hua came here to train himself in order to find his soul beast. Tell me, if Huda great god didn't send him here, why did his soul beast come to Meng Mountain's Huda village before him? Hearing elder Wu's words, Xiao Hua also took out Blackie. Blackie was obediently lying in his hand, and its eyes were hazy with sleep. Many grand shaman elders of shaman villages gasped. They had seen Blackie before, and they knew that it was not an ordinary soul beast. But this strange creature was actually in Xiao Hua's hand, and it was so intimate with him. Even if Xiao Hua was the messenger of Huda great god, who could refute that? A thoughtful look appeared in the eyes of several shaman elders. Of course, Xiao Hua is a cultivator of Daoist sect, and he has never said that he is the messenger of Huda great god. He came here only to take away his soul beast and leave behind the seed that Huda great god entrusted to him, to help the people of Meng Mountains get through this crisis. That is all. Huda Village's elder Wu looked at the crowd and added. Do we not need to pay any price? Huda Village's elder Wu asked. Xiao Hua smiled. Without waiting for Huda Village's elder Wu to answer, he said, there is no need to pay any price. This seed is given to the people of Meng Mountains by Huda great god, and it is not ours. Why should we pay any price? All right. Huda Village's elder Wu nodded, then turned to Huda Village's elder Wu and said, Jianji, since Xiao Hua has said so, this old man will not be polite. But there are so few seeds, I'm afraid it will not be easy to distribute them. You don't need to worry about that. Huda Village's elder Wu said with a smile, since he is sent by Huda great god, how could he not consider it thoroughly? He. Zi Ming also laughed. He extended his hand and took out 5 more storage bags from his bosom. So many. Huda Village's elder Wu's eyes flashed with joy. I have more here. Huda Village's G-man also walked over and took out 6 more storage bags. Huda Village's elder Wu said with a smile, Huda great god sent us 12 storage bags, and each of our 12 main villages will get 1. Although there are other shaman villages in Wu Meng that do not have 1, our 12 main villages will distribute these seeds first. After a year and a half, we will distribute them in Wu Meng. All right. All the shamans were overjoyed, and their gazes fell on the storage bags. The shamans of Huda village and Shebi village are all here. After a while, we will distribute them carefully. The other shamans can take a storage bag and distribute them yourselves. G-man said with a smile on the side. Hearing this, the shamans did not stand on ceremony. They each took a storage bag and opened it to take a look. Their eyes were filled with satisfaction. After all, Xiaohua had left a lot of seeds in these storage bags. Although they could not solve all the disasters in Meng Mountains in one go, it would not be a problem for 5 to 6 years. In the eyes of these great shaman elders, 5 to 6 years was just a blink of an eye. Jianji, thank you so much. A shaman elder with a blue face said, the people of Russia village will remember the kindness of Huta village. Don't be so polite. Huta village's elder Wu said with a smile, we are all descendants of the 12 great gods. We should support each other. If you really want to thank, you can thank these 2 little friends from Dao sect. They came from Meng Mountains and suffered a lot in sword domain. Xiaohua wanted to put on a smile and humbly decline. Unfortunately, after the shaman elder glanced at him and Xiao Mao, he only nodded slightly. Although there was no arrogance on his face and no disdain in his eyes, it was obvious that they were nothing in the eyes of these great shaman elders. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. The shaman elder with a blue face moved his gaze away from Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, nodded at the Huta village's elder Wu and said lightly. A hint of helplessness appeared in the eyes of Huta village's elder Wu. He valued Xiaohua very much, but he couldn't ask the other shaman elders from the other 11 shaman villages to have the same opinion as him. Xiaohua's status might not be any worse than his, so he couldn't force him. All right. Huta village's elder Wu nodded and said with a smile, Meng Mountains are now full of mourning. The earlier we leave, the earlier we can make plans. Wait. Right at this moment, Shebi village's elder Wu opened his mouth and said with a strange expression, Jianji, some things are better said in front of all the shaman elders. Since they are all here, why don't you tell them about him? After saying that, Shebi village's elder Wu looked at Xiao Mao and even pointed at him with his finger. Jamin, this is the business of your Shebi village and Huta village. It has nothing to do with us. The tall and burly Xianming village's elder Wu smiled and said, you should solve it yourselves. In fact, when Zi Ming pointed out Hebi village's elder Wu, all the great shaman elders had realized something. If Huta village wanted to test these millet seeds, they would definitely choose the shaman villages under Huta village's command. It was impossible for them to look for the shaman villages under Shebi village. Besides, Shebi village's elder Wu had attacked Xiaohua before he even entered the ancestral temple of Huta village. There must be something fishy about this. These shaman elders didn't want to get involved in a conflict between the 2 villages. Chapter 2943. Jamin, it's better for me to talk to you in private. Elder Wu from Huta village didn't want to reveal Xiao Mao's incident to the public. After all, he wasn't sure what had happened in Shibai village. We, the 12 shaman villages, have always shared weal and woe, and there's nothing that we can't talk about. Elder Wu from Shibai village said indifferently, but you, Huta village, are using a Dao sect cultivator to threaten me with this seed? I'd like to ask, Jianji, why is Huta village so interested in the internal affairs of Shibai village when even the shaman king can't interfere with our internal affairs? Hee, Jamin, so that's what you're thinking. Elder Wu from Huta village sneered, I wanted to help you, but since you've misunderstood me, I have no choice but to be frank with you. Huta village's elder Wu was depressed. Unlike Huta village, Shibai village didn't have as many descendants as Huta village. The bloodline in the village was getting thinner day by day, and many factions had formed in the village. Although Elder Wu didn't care too much about it, he was still scratching his head. Especially this time, the drought in Meng Mountains was very serious, and because of it, various factions had taken action. Not only were the conflicts increasing, but the methods they used were also more severe. When Elder Wu from Shibai village returned from the Shaman King's place, he immediately heard that something was wrong with Baili village. To his surprise, someone with the purest bloodline of great god Shibai had appeared in Shibai village, and this person was a Dao sect cultivator. When he heard that this person was with Zimming from Huda village, Elder Wu was infuriated for no reason, thinking that Huda village was trying to encroach on his Shibai village. But today, he saw Elder Wu from Huda village take out the seed that could save lives, and this seed. Elder Wu from Baili village didn't report it to him in time. Obviously, he had been instructed by Elder Wu from Huda village to launch an attack and threaten him with this seed. That was why he couldn't help but jump up in anger. Jianji, let these kids go first. Elder Wu from Baili village glanced at them and said indifferently. His face had turned blue. All right. Elder Wu from Huda village nodded, then he turned and said, Ji man, Zimming, bring Huda village and Huda village to Huda village's Huda village and distribute the seed. In addition, let Chang Ji tell them about the things they should pay attention to and how to sow the seeds. The grains of our Meng mountains have always been nurtured by nature. They might not even know how to sow them. I know. Ji-man nodded, then slowly walked out of the ancestral hall with the hundreds of senior magi. Where are these cultivators? A young magus asked. This is a matter of Meng Mountain. Although they don't understand magus language, they shouldn't stay here. Senior Marshal Brotherly and Senior Marshal Sister Hong Xia can leave, but, my big brother can't leave. Facing the 11 elders, Xiao Mao felt weak in his heart and hurriedly argued. Oh. When the Xianming village's Elder Wu heard Xiao Mao's sorcerer language, his eyes lit up. He looked at the Shebi village's Elder Wu strangely, and the others also understood. Shibai village's Elder Wu's face was terrifyingly dark. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Huda village's Elder Wu. It was clear that he had placed all the blame on Huda village's Elder Wu. After Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao left, the entire ancestral hall fell into silence. No one said a word. Jianji, don't you want to explain something to me? Finally, Shebi village's Elder Wu spoke. I don't want to explain anything. Huda village's Elder Wu said calmly, look at this young man's face and see if you have any impression of him. I've never seen him before. Shebi village's Elder Wu answered firmly. What about someone who looks like him? Or his ancestor? Huda village's Elder Wu frowned. What are you trying to say? Jianji. Shebi village's Elder Wu said coldly, do you think he's a descendant of some senior magus of our Shebi village? Shebi village's Elder Wu emphasized the word think. Poor Xiao Hua, he couldn't understand a single word. Xiao Mao's face was filled with fear, and he didn't dare to say anything else. Isn't he a descendant of your Shebi village? Huda village's Elder Wu was getting anxious, didn't you hear his magus language? If he's not the descendant of great god Shebi, how could he speak so fluently? What I heard. Speaking up to hear, Elder Wu glanced at Xiao Mao and transmitted his voice to Shebi village's Elder Wu. Although the 10 great magus elders were standing there, their gazes were either looking at the storage pouch or the statue of great god Hutu. It was as if their minds weren't here. Hearing Elder Wu's transmission, Shebi village's Elder Wu's face turned red, and he retorted. Huda village's Elder Wu laughed, looks like I've made a mistake. I thought I was that person. However, if he's not that person, he must be related to your Shebi village. Humph, there are many people related to my Shebi village. Shebi village's Elder Wu snorted coldly. But someone with such a pure bloodline. I'm afraid he's the only one, right? Huda village's Elder Wu advised, now your Shebi village is really in a mess. Sword cultivators and cultivators are all acting like your own sword domain. What about the message I sent you last time? How is it? Is it true? Shebi village's Elder Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, it's true, and it's even spreading. I've killed over 20,000 people. I have to thank you for this. Over 20,000 people. Huda village's Elder Wu was dumbfounded, I didn't get that much information, did I? Humph, they are all my people. I can kill as many as I want. Shebi village's Elder Wu snorted coldly, didn't you kill 5,000 people too? It's the pot calling the kettle black. Hee hee. Huda Village's elder Wu laughed. If it didn't involve the foundation of my Huda village, how could I be so ruthless? Also, my fellow elders, their target is the people of Meng Mountains. I've told you this in my previous message. Don't be careless. Got it. The few senior magi's eyes brightened up, and they agreed without pause. That's enough, Jianji. This little kid from Dao's sect has nothing to do with me. Shebi Village's elder Wu seemed to hate Xiao Mao. He waved his hand and said, if there's nothing else, I'll return to Shebi Village now. Don't be hasty. How could Huda Village's elder Wu let him go so easily? He raised his head and said, Xiao Mao, show him the portrait in the jade slip. Perhaps he can find something. Yes. Xiao Mao bit his lips, then took out the jade slip he had hidden in his pocket and handed it over to Shebi Village's elder Wu respectfully. Shebi Village's elder Wu glanced at the jade slip on the ground indifferently. He grabbed it with his hand, but didn't take it. Xiao Mao looked at this unfriendly elder Wu, but he didn't take a step back. This jade slip was very important to him, and he had to take it back. Shebi Village's elder Wu glanced at the jade slip, then casually returned it to Xiao Mao and said, I'm sorry, Jianji. I've disappointed you. I don't know this woman. That's strange. Huda Village's elder Wu was really puzzled. If Shebi Village's elder Wu didn't know her, how could she be from Shebi Village? He turned to look at Xiao Mao and said, do you have any other keepsakes? This. Xiao Mao naturally had the jade pendant his mother had left for him. But seeing Shebi Village's elder Wu's attitude and Huda Village's elder Wu's helpless expression, he didn't dare to take it out. This was the only thing his mother had left for him. He would rather not find out his identity than lose this jade pendant. He didn't want to make the same mistake as Jinghua City. No. Xiao Mao refused decisively. Sigh, then there's no other way. Huda Village's elder Wu sighed. It seems, oh, wait a moment, just as the Huda Stockade's elder Wu and Xiao Mao gave up, the Shibai Stockade's elder Wu seemed to have thought of something. He stretched out his hand and said, show me the jade slip again, yes. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He quickly took out the jade slip again and handed it over. This time, Shebi Village's elder Wu looked at it for a long time. He frowned slightly. When he returned the jade slip to Xiao Mao, he said, I have some impression of this girl. She. Xiao Mao felt his mouth go dry. He opened his mouth and looked at Shebi Village's elder Wu. Can I tell you who she is? Shebi Village's elder Wu rolled his eyes and said coldly, but before that, you have to tell me, who asked you to come to Meng Mountains? What's your purpose in coming to Meng Mountains? No one asked me to come to Meng Mountains. Xiao Mao understood what Shebi Village's elder Wu meant. He smiled and said, besides, I came to Meng Mountains to accompany Big Brother and the others to train. In fact, before I came to Meng Mountains and met Hebi Village's elder Wu, I didn't even know I had the bloodline of Meng Mountains. Humph. Shebi Village's elder Wu harumphed coldly. How could he believe it? Elder. Xiao Mao had no choice but to tell him about his impression of his parents, and how he came to Meng Mountains with Xiao Hua and the others. In the end, he said, if it wasn't because Yi Yu wanted to kill me, I still wouldn't know I have an enemy in Shebi Village. Of course, I think. Hebi Village's elder Wu might have mistaken me for someone else. Yi Yu. Shebi Village's elder Wu frowned even more. He is a sword cultivator, and he is our Shebi Village's servant. What grudge does he have with you? I don't know. Xiao Mao answered honestly. Until now, I'm still confused. Hee hee. Jamin, can't you see through such a simple thing? A young elder Wu with a red face sneered. If I'm not mistaken, this kid's mother must be an unknown girl in your Shebi village. Even you didn't pay attention to her. And this kid's father should also be a swordsman. Although this kid doesn't know Yi Yu, he looks exactly like his father. That's why Yi Yu was able to recognize this kid's origin with just a glance. But, why did Yi Yu want to kill this kid? I'm afraid that this kid's father has some secret with Yi Yu. Chapter 2944. Pan Zhu, why do you have to be so vague? A similarly young shaman with long cheeks said straightforwardly, from what this old man sees, this child's father must have the same goal as this night rain. He must have wanted to go to Shibai village to win the favor of Ji-man and obtain the position of Fu-man. Unfortunately, this child's father was a sentimental person. When he met this child's mother, for the sake of an unknown woman from Shibai village, he didn't even want the position of Fu-man and directly eloped with this woman. The women of Meng Mountains are sentimental. Shibai village is close to the border of Meng Mountains, so it has a lot of contact with the swordsmen of Sword region. This kind of thing is not unusual, right? Jimin, tell me, am I right? Jimin, am I right? The elder Wu of Ho-Tu village had a smile on his face. Obviously, he had also guessed it, so he asked. Yes, I can't remember the name of this girl. She seems to be a servant girl who served Ji-man of Shibai village. The elder Wu of Shibai village didn't have a bad expression on his face. He said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, what Feng Min said should be correct. I can't believe it. Feng Min said with a smile, a lowly servant girl and the son of a swordsman from Sword region actually have such a pure bloodline of a great god. The strangeness of this is really hard to understand. Jimin, this servant girl, and this swordsman. And that Yi Yu, you have to investigate carefully. There might be some interesting stories behind this. A tall and thin old man who had been silent all this while said with a smile, I remember that there was a case of bloodline loss in your Shibai village, but before this old man could finish, the elder Wu of Shibai village sneered, Jianfeng, you don't have the right to talk about me, do you? You're acting like it's easy to get the position of elder Wu of Shibai village. Jimin, just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, it's the internal affairs of your Shibai village. I won't interfere. Even if the Shaman King is here, he won't interfere. The elder Wu of Shibai village shrunk his head and smiled wretchedly. Fine. Let's end this matter here. The three-armed venerable Wu said with an indifferent tone. This is the moment of life and death for Meng Mountains. Let's wait until these millet seeds have spread all over Meng Mountains, and the trillions of people of Meng Mountains have overcome this crisis. You are a citizen of Shibai village. No matter how big the matter is, it can't be bigger than this. Yes, Swan and I is absolutely right. Nothing is as important as this. Elder Wu of Huda village nodded and said, I wanted to mention it to Jimin because Xiao Mao sent the millet seed here and the bloodline of Shibai village has become weak. Since Jimin doesn't want to care about it, please just laugh it off. Shibai village's elder Wu snorted coldly to show his dissatisfaction. After that, 10 elders of Shibai village nodded their heads at Huda village's elder Wu, then turned into black winds and left the ancestral hall. At this moment, Shibai village's elder Wu's expression was much better than before. After all, he didn't have any intention of meddling in the affairs of Shibai village, and Xiao Mao's background was only related to a little maidservant of Shibai village. Even if it was spread out, it wouldn't be a big deal. Especially, Xiao Mao's bloodline of a great god was indeed very pure, which made him very interested. However, his interest was only limited to asking Xiao Mao a few questions, then he also turned into a black wind and left. Jimin, all the shaman villages of your Shibai village are distributing the millet seeds in Huda temple. Don't you want to go and have a look? Huda village's elder Wu stopped him. No need. You have made the preparations, so I'll leave it to you. Shibai village's elder Wu didn't stop. His figure gradually disappeared, but his words were still lingering in the air. Ask Swan Nig to give me my share. Sigh. Looking at the disappearing black smoke, Huda village's elder Wu sighed. In the entire ancestral shrine, only Huda village's elder Wu, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao were left. Elder Wu frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Xiao Mao, on the other hand, had a joyful look on his face. In fact, he had never thought about the position of Elder Wu. All he wanted was to find out where he came from. However, when he arrived in Meng Mountains, he was raised to the position of emperor by Bailu village's elder Wu and Ji Man. The desire in his heart was ignited involuntarily. However, now that he had witnessed the incident at the Huda stronghold and the abilities of the 12 shamans, he knew that he was nothing more than a little bug in their eyes. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua could not put up any resistance, let alone him. Therefore, he had achieved his goal of coming to Meng Mountains, and he didn't have any regrets. In this ancestral shrine, the only one who was confused, depressed, and bored, was naturally Xiao Hua. Although he stayed in the ancestral shrine, from the beginning to the end, all the shamans were speaking in Meng Mountains shaman language. He couldn't understand it at all. Xiao Mao didn't dare to say anything. He was just like a log standing there. He might as well follow Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao and leave the ancestral shrine. He, big brother. Xiao Mao finally noticed Xiao Hua and said with a smile, I'm sorry, big brother. Little brother's matter has been settled. It's fine. Since you know where you come from, everything is easy. Xiao Hua said with a smile, looking at that elder Wu from Shebi village, it seems like, you don't have much relationship with him. Yes. Xiao Mao said with a smile, little brother's mother is just a servant girl of Ji Man from Shebi village. In his eyes, I'm just a nobody. Oh. Then why is Yi Yu so hostile towards you? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xiao Mao explained the whole story with a smile, Yi Yu is just gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Little brother is just here to find out where he came from. How could he possibly threaten his position? On the contrary, because of him jumping up and down, he revealed the plan of the swordsman to Shebi village's elder Wu. I'm sure elder Wu will do something about it, right? That's strange. If it's like what you said, even if your mother knows the language of shamans, it's impossible. Xiao Hua was sharp enough to think of this. Xiao Mao shook his head slightly, big brother, it's already like this. Little brother is already very satisfied. How could the elder Wu not know about what big brother knows? Since they don't want to tell me, why should I ask? Sigh, Xiao Mao is right. The Hutu stronghold's elder Wu said, the development of this matter has exceeded my expectations. The secrets of this matter are too deeply hidden. The identity of Xiao Mao's mother is a problem. The identity of Xiao Mao's father is also a problem. If we continue to investigate, that would be the matter of Shebi village. Judging from Jimin's reaction, he might not pay attention to it. After all, the disaster in Meng Mountains is the most serious. He can only think about other things after overcoming this crisis, right? Senior, little brother thanks you. Recalling what he saw just now, Xiao Mao knew that if it wasn't for Elder Wu from Huda village's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to meet the Elder Wu from 11 Shaman village, and it would be even more impossible for him to learn about his background from Elder Wu from Shebi village. Especially, according to what Patriarch Wu of Shebi Stronghold said, this might be a shameful incident of Shebi Stronghold. If he went to Shebi Stronghold recklessly, he would offend this Patriarch Wu and G-Man of Shebi Stronghold. Perhaps, before he could even get close to Shebi Stronghold, he would be killed in Meng Mountains. Therefore, Xiao Mao bowed and thanked Elder Wu sincerely. It's all right. Elder Wu from Shebi village waved his hand and said, not to mention that little brother Xiao is your big brother, just the fact that you have the bloodline of Meng Mountains in your veins is enough for me to lend you a hand. Senior, that Elder Wu from Baipan village will be fine, right? Xiao Mao had a good impression of Baipan village's Elder Wu, so he asked. He, nothing will happen. Elder Wu said with a smile, Changji pledged his loyalty to you because of your bloodline, not because of you. In Meng Mountains, pledging loyalty to a descendant of a great god is very normal, so Jimin won't punish Changji too much. Besides, Changji is very experienced in planting millet seeds. I think Jimin wants Changji to teach him how to plant them, right? After saying that, Elder Wu looked at Xiao Hua and asked, Little brother Xiao, aren't you going to Wu Meng? Xiao Hua knew that this was Elder Wu's concern. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, let's wait a little longer. Not to mention that I haven't passed the obstacle of Meng Mountains, it's not appropriate for me to go there now. Even senior brother Li of the younger generation was eager to return home. I still have to escort them through Huan country and return to Shi country. Alright. Seeing that Xiao Hua had made up his mind, Elder Wu nodded, if you are going there, you will have to pass by my Huda village. Other elders don't care about this, but I still recognize your kindness. Just come. I understand. Xiao Hua recalled the coldness of the 10 great elders and said with a smile, if I didn't come to Huda village to find you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know where Wu Meng is. Isn't there? Elder Wu was stunned, thinking that Xiao Hua didn't know there was a route in the Witch King token. Big brother has always been bad at directions. Xiao Mao laughed, if you let him find it himself, he will never find it. So that's how it is. Elder Wu also laughed and waved his hand, let's go and see how the millet seeds are distributed. Once I'm done with the matters in the village, I'll personally send you off from Meng Mountains. That won't do. I'm really scared. Xiao Hua knew that Elder Wu had a noble status and wouldn't leave the witch village easily. How could he let him personally send him off? Little brother Xiao, don't be so polite. While walking, Venerable Wu said, you've done a lot for Meng Mountains. If I don't even send you off, wouldn't that make the cultivators of Dao's sect laugh at the people of Meng Mountains for not being civilized? Alright. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Yi Yu. Who knew what kind of tricks this guy would play on his way back? Of course, he wasn't afraid of leaving Meng Mountains, but within Meng Mountains, it was better to have Elder Wu accompany him. When the three of them came out, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were already waiting outside. They didn't ask anything and followed the three of them to Huda Palace. Chapter 2945. In the Huda Palace, Ji Man and Zi Ming were busy instructing the guards and maids to distribute the seeds. The Huda village's shaman village was easy to deal with, as Zi Ming had already distributed the seeds beforehand. They only needed to send the seeds into the soul nest. Many shaman elders who had already distributed the seeds were now surrounding the shaman elder of Bai village. Obviously, they were asking how to plant the seeds. As for the shaman elders of Shibai village, they were lining up, waiting for Ji Man's order. Ji Man was distributing the seeds while asking Zi Ming something. Looking at Zi Ming's expression, he didn't have the embarrassment and dissatisfaction he had in the ancestral temple. Instead, he had a smile on his face. Therefore, it was easy to take a step forward or a step back, but the result was totally different. Obviously, Xiao Hua was happy to see this result. Seeing the elder of Huda village come in, many elders stopped what they were doing and bowed to him. The elder waved his hand, signaling them to continue. He walked to the top of the Huda palace, looked at the 2 seats, and said in a low voice, "Sigh, everyone is envious of these 2 seats. But in fact, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. I've suffered enough in these years. I've been worrying about the Huda village almost all the time. How can I be free?" Ji Man was wise to withdraw in time. I still want to find a suitable elder to replace me. But, where can I find one? The rich have their worries, the poor have their sorrows. And the poor will never understand the worries of the rich. Xiao Hua stood next to the elder and said with a smile, but if you put the people of Meng Mountains in your heart, watching them laugh, watch them cry, watch them live a happy life, Elder Wu, I'll never be able to enjoy this kind of enjoyment. Ha ha ha, little friend Xiao, you're right, you're right. The elder laughed, if you have such thoughts, sooner or later, you'll have such enjoyment too. As he spoke, Elder Wu's figure flew up to descend onto the seat at the very top. As soon as Elder Wu sat down, the dignified aura he exuded from before was instantly born. Xiao Hua and the others didn't dare look at him in the eye, and a feeling of respect arose spontaneously. Master. Master. A timid voice came from the side. Xiao Mao looked over and found that it was the elder of Bailu village. Xiao Mao hurriedly smiled and said, Elder Wu, please don't say such things again. Shibai village's Elder Wu has already told me about it. My background. I'm afraid it's not what you think. Besides, I'm also preparing to leave Meng Mountains immediately. My lord. Taiyan Stronghold's Elder Wu's voice grew softer, since I've already said it, I won't change it for the rest of my life. This lowly one is loyal to the bloodline of great god Shibai, and the people of Hongdi village are even more so. Even if you don't have any status, I and your people know better than anyone what you've brought to our Baipan stronghold. Shoo. Xiao Mao carefully looked at Grandmaster Wu, who was high up. Naturally, he knew that Grandmaster Wu could hear their conversation. He signaled to Grandmaster Wu and said, even if you think that some words are true, you have to keep them in your heart. There's no need to say them out loud. Furthermore, I understand Venerable Wu's intentions. But I am a cultivator of Dao sect. After I leave, I will return to the kingdom of Shi and continue my cultivation. This trip to Meng Mountains is just a trial for me. The road ahead of me and Meng Mountains is very long. Who knows what will happen? Don't you think so, Grandmaster Wu? Yes, yes, very much so. Taiyan Stronghold's Elder Wu lowered his head and answered. Xiao Ji. Hutu Stronghold's Elder Wu spoke. Great Elder Wu. Xiao Ji Elder Wu said with great respect, what orders do you have? Jamin wants you to bring the millet seed from Shibai and Stronghold to him. You have to be careful. You have to know what you can and can't say. Hutu Stronghold's Elder Wu ordered. I understand. Taiyan Stronghold's Elder Wu bowed and said, I'll go get the millet seed right now and rush to Shibai and Stronghold. Oh, right. Xiao Mao suddenly thought of something and whispered, Big brother, where are the 3 treasures from Bai and Stronghold? You should return them to them. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and rolled his eyes. When have you ever seen Big Brother take back something that has fallen into his hands? Don't even think about it. Then, all right. What else could Xiao Mao say? Thinking of the benefits that Xiao Hua brought to Bai and Stronghold, these spirit treasures could be considered as a price. Big Brother has no use for this thing. If you want to return it to him, then return it to him. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and stuffed the bone case of the bone snake into Xiao Mao's hands. Xiao Mao took it and smiled bitterly, they gave us 3, and now I'm giving them 1. What's the meaning of this? I might as well not return it. If you don't want to return it, then keep it for yourself. This is a bone snake spirit treasure. It seems to be related to the snake on God Shibai's ear. It might be useful when you have the power of blood meridians. Xiao Hua smiled and whispered. It was not convenient for Xiao Mao to open it now, so he kept it in his storage bag. Looking at the noisy Huda Hall, Xiao Hua said to Huda Hall's Elder Wu, Senior, it seems that the matter here will not be settled in a short time. Junior and the others will return first. Wait until Senior has nothing to worry about, then we'll bid farewell. All right. Elder Wu nodded and ordered the guards in the hall to send the 4 of them back to the quiet room. Once they arrived at the quiet room, Fairy Hong Xia said anxiously, Darling Xiao, the millet seed has been delivered, and Ziming has lit up the soul-falling lamp. The matter of Million Meng Mountains should have nothing to do with us, right? Let's hurry back, shall we? Let's not talk about the result of the Tao Sword War, it's about elder sister's life and death. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. As she spoke, Fairy Hongxia turned to look at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao had not spoken for a long time. Ever since he found out that Kaizhuxia might still be alive, he seemed to have lost his soul. Every day, he followed Xiao Mao and the rest in a daze, not saying a word, not doing anything. Xiao Hua understood Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao's anxiety. He told them about his worries and said, "It's easy for us to enter Million Meng Mountains. No one knows about it. But turning back here will be troublesome. Almost all the elders have seen us before. They might not have any thoughts, but what about their subordinates? What about those swordsmen with ulterior motives? Huan country is a big place, and there are thousands of ways for us to return to Shi country. Once we get to the sword catacomb, we can still make plans. But from Million Meng Mountains, we can only go through Drifting Cloud Lake. If the elder Wu or Ziming of Huda's stronghold sent us off, wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? It's just a matter of 10 days, or dozens of days. If Shuxia is still alive, she wouldn't mind waiting a few days, right?" Fairy Hongxia knew what Xiao Hua said made sense, so she sat down with her legs crossed. She wanted to meditate, but the worry in her heart was still the same as before. She couldn't calm her mind. Fairy Hongxia opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was sitting there quietly, as if he had already started meditating. Sigh. Fairy Hongxia sighed, feeling a little disappointed. She really didn't like being in Huda's stronghold. Everything was out of her control, especially when she was facing the 12 elders of Huda's stronghold. That feeling of disgust and fear came from the bottom of her heart. Although Xiao Hua looked like he was meditating with his eyes closed, his mind had already entered the mysterious Heaven Ring of Aura. The Heaven Ring of Aura had undergone a huge change. It was no longer empty and boundless like before. The 49 green seal characters were flashing with a brilliant green light, flying everywhere. As the light of these green seal characters changed, not only did 49 voices come out from the Heaven Ring of Aura, but all kinds of illusions also appeared in the light. These illusions were either mountains, rivers, flowers, or the starry sky. In short, there were so many of them. Everything in the Heaven Ring of Aura looked very pleasing. But Xiao Hua was extremely distressed. Yes, Xiao Hua already had the foundation of comprehending these 49 green seal characters. He was able to pronounce them in a short period of time. But, the last green seal character had been there for a long time. No matter what, Xiao Hua couldn't pronounce it correctly. The primordial spirit had already written the green seal character for the 9th time in front of Xiao Hua's mind. But the green light only flickered slightly before disappearing. The green seal character didn't even make a single sound. That's strange. Everything is correct. Xiao Hua was bewildered. Why is it that the other 49 green seal characters are so easily produced, but the last one is so easy to pronounce? Damn it, this young master doesn't believe. Xiao Hua didn't have anything else to do at this time, so he used all his strength. He waved his soul strands again and again, trying to pronounce the words. Xiao Hua of the Back Earth Stockade was currently meditating. This meditation lasted for 9 days. In these 9 days, Xiao Hua was completely engrossed in the Heaven Ring of Aura's final green seal character. But he didn't make any progress. On this day, Xiao Hua exited the Heaven Ring of Aura with extreme helplessness. His heart was somewhat depressed because Zi Ming had come. The moment she saw Xiao Hua, the originally reserved and dignified Zi Ming quickened her pace and approached him. With a trace of reluctance in her voice, she said, "Young Master Xiao." Fairy Hongxia naturally came out of her meditation as well. Seeing Zi Ming's expression, she was unhappy and hurriedly said, "Miss Zi Ming, how should we address you now? Can we address you as Ji Man?" Hearing Fairy Hongxia's reminder, Ming's face dimmed, and his cheerful steps became heavy. When he was a few feet away from Xiao Hua, he stopped and turned to look at Fairy Hongxia, saying, "Little sister Hongxia, this concubine has only lit up the soul-falling lamp, and has the qualifications to inherit G-Man. Even if G-Man personally agreed to give up G-Man's position 10 years later, that is still a matter for the future. This concubine is the same as before. You can call me whatever you want." "Hee, that's good," Fairy Hongxia said with a smile, "this way, I and the rest don't have to pay respects to Miss Ming." Hearing Fairy Hongxia use the word "I" to remind her of the difference between her and Xiao Hua, Ming felt even more sad. But this expression lingered on her face for a moment, and disappeared when it was seen by Xiao Hua. "Young Master Xiao, young Master Li." Ming bit her lips and said, "Elder Wu has already finished dealing with the matters in the stockade. He has just ordered that the 4 of you will be sent out of Meng Mountains in 3 days. Chapter 2946. Very good. Fairy Hongxia raised her eyebrows. The anxiety that she had suppressed for the past 9 days was awakened once again. "I and the rest have left Xi for a long time, it is time for us to return." Li Zongbao's eyes flashed with anxiety, but he did not say anything. But Xiao Mao's expression was a little lonely. For him, the journey to Meng Mountains was like a dream. Although he had told Xiao Hua that he was very satisfied with everything he had done, Xiao Hua was still not satisfied. But it was impossible for him to not have any other thoughts. Sure enough, looking at Xiao Mao's expression, Ming said, "Regarding Xiao Mao's background, Elder Wu said that he will help you investigate it in detail." "Thank you, Elder Wu." Xiao Mao was overjoyed. It's not just that." Ming looked outside the hall and lowered her voice, "Now that the bloodline of Shebi stronghold is thin, and the swordsmen are causing trouble, the entire Shebi stronghold is showing signs of falling apart. Moreover, the 99 upper strongholds and 360 lower strongholds of Shebi stronghold are even more chaotic. Otherwise, Elder Wu and G-Man of Shebi stronghold would not be so bold to treat you. Therefore, Elder Wu said that you still have a chance. Although the chance is not great, but it's better than nothing. You should focus on your cultivation. If there is any witchcraft passed down by your ancestors, you must pay more attention to it. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared." Ming naturally could not say too much, but her words represented Elder Wu. Since Elder Wu thought so highly of Xiao Mao's chances were naturally much greater than the others. Xiao Mao's face lit up with joy, he bowed and said, "I won't say any unnecessary words. My elder brother is Master Xiao. Even if I can't be Master Xiao, I will be a Xiao who loves his people." At this point, he really could not say what he wanted to be a Xiao. "Hee, young Master Xiao, don't think too much. Elder Wu can't interfere with the internal affairs of Shebi stronghold, everything depends on you." Ming smiled again, and the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. "Yes, this Xiao naturally understands." Xiao Mao smiled and said, "Doing my best is exactly what this Xiao thinks." "Good." Ming clapped her hands, "I will pass your words to Elder Wu." Ming then looked at Xiao Hua, "In 3 days, you will be leaving." Ming said in a low voice, "I will ask Grandmaster Wu for permission and try my best to send you off." However, G-Man and Venerable Wu couldn't leave the shaman stronghold at the same time. Since Venerable Wu was sending G-Man off, G-Man had to stay. And as the next G-Man, I will most likely have to accompany G-Man. Miss Ming, if you can send him off for 1,000 miles, you'll have to do it eventually. Instead of sending him away for a long time, why don't you make a decision now?" Seeing Ming's affectionate gaze, Fairy Hongxia was displeased. She said with a double meaning, "It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain." This concubine naturally knows. "That's why I've come to send everyone off today." Ming bit her lip and forced a smile. She was a bit conflicted. Because her feelings toward Xiaohua were very complicated. To say that she treated Xiaohua as her lover like Fairy Hongxia, this was clearly not possible. After all, the two of them had only known each other for a short period of time. It was impossible for their feelings to reach that stage. However, if one were to say that he was really as pure as Ziyi and Xiaohua, that was obviously not too realistic. After all, in the Netherworld path, in that dark and special environment, Ziming, who had always been strong, rarely revealed a trace of his heart to Xiaohua. With their fingers intertwined, how could Ziming treat Xiaohua as an ordinary person? Unfortunately, the two of them had different identities and experiences. Xiaohua still had a long way to go and the responsibility on her shoulders was also very heavy. As the saying goes, fate makes fools of people. Perhaps Ziming could only find a position between lover and acquaintance. With such thoughts in mind, Ziming was filled with mixed feelings towards Fairy Hongxia's sensitive senses. Then many thanks Miss Ziming. Fairy Hongxia dragged her voice and did not wait for Xiaohua to speak. Rubbish, this was the future G-man of Ho-Tu stronghold. Other than beauty, Fairy Hongxia could not compare to her in any other aspect. That sense of danger filled Fairy Hongxia's heart. Also, facing Fairy Hongxia's pressure, Ziming retreated slightly. Looking at Xiaohua who had not spoken, she said softly, "Young Master Xiao, G-man asked me to give you something." However, before Ziming could take out G-man's gift, Fairy Hongxia, who was at the side, said in a sharp tone, "Why is there only darling Xiaos? There's nothing for us." Fairy Hongxia's emphasis on Xiaohua was very heavy. If sister can take out a spring return pill, you will naturally receive G-man's generous gift. Ziming said indifferently, as though she was starting to retaliate. You gave the spring return pill, to G-man. Fairy Hongxia was curious. Looking at the silent Xiaohua, and then at the grateful Ziming, then if G-man stays young forever, wouldn't Ziming, but, at this point, Fairy Hongxia stopped. Obviously, she had understood the cause and effect of this matter. This concubine, sometimes my precautions are too much. This is this concubine's fault, and also, the fault of coveting power. Ziming bit her lips and said softly, during the Dipankara ceremony, G-man made an unimaginable concession. This concubine then understood. After many days of reflection, this concubine finally understood young Master Zhao's painstaking efforts. What young Master Zhao said that day was right. Family is more important than anything else. Even if you have the power to rule the world, you are still alone. Then, who can share your happiness? Moreover, you have to worry about the disappearance of your power at every moment. How can there be any happiness? This concubine and G-man's confrontation is not only disadvantageous to the situation of my Ho-Tu stronghold, it is also a wear and tear on the family ties of my Ho-Tu stronghold. Rather than being so nervous, it is better to take a step back. The entire Ho-Tu stronghold will be clear, and this concubine and G-man will be able to break free from the hatred. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart was shocked. As the saying goes, the speaker does not mean it, but the listener does. Xiaohua had been thinking about the matter of cultivating the green seal text. Although he had heard Ziming's words and Fairy Hongxia's words, he did not care about them. Now, Ziming's seemingly insignificant words immediately woke Xiaohua up. Take a step back, that's right, take a step back. Ziming and G-man's confrontation, if we don't take a step back, we will lose both. If we take a step back, we will both live. This step back is the best. As the saying goes, the number of the Dian is 50, but 49 are used. When it is divided into 2, it is divided into 2, and it is divided into 3. When it is divided into 4, it is divided into 4, and it is divided into 4. Heaven 1, Earth 2, Heaven 3, Earth 4, Heaven 5, Earth 6, Heaven 7, Earth 8, Heaven 9, earth 10. Heaven 5, earth 5, 5, each have their own combination. Heaven has 25, earth has 30, earth has 50, earth has 50. This is why it becomes a ghost god. It is said that outside of this world, 49 can be completely formed. Isn't this the illusion of my heaven ring? And the number of the Dayan is not 49, but 50. Then, what about the one that disappeared? Isn't that the one that retreated? 49 is full, 50 is overflowing. Therefore, this one cannot be born, this one can only take a step back. And, it is not that it cannot be born, but it cannot speak. This one is the one that Tao begets, and it is also the one that does not need to be used. This one is the origin of the 49 green seal text, and it can be used together with the 49 green seal text. It can also be said that speaking is yang, and not speaking is yin. This unique green seal text is that yin. Although the green seal script can't be pronounced, it can't be missing or missing. Perhaps the art of moving clouds and summoning rain doesn't need this silent green seal script, but it can definitely be used in talismans that can connect with the gods. After thinking through this, Xiaohua's spirit was greatly shaken. He let the primordial spirit in the heaven ring begin a new attempt, and said with a smile, "How can this be the reason for Miss Ziming's hatred? It is also not because Miss Ziming is too cautious. It is because Ziming is in the situation. Although Ziming can see clearly, when Ziming really wants to do it, she does not dare." This Xiao dares to say that when Miss Ziming asked this Xiao for the 4 rejuvenation pills, you must have thought of Ji-Man, right? Seeing the joy on Xiaohua's face, although she did not know the reason, Ziming's heart immediately brightened. She said with a smile, not to hide it from young Master Xiao, this concubine really did think of Ji-Man that day. But what is this rejuvenation pill? This concubine being able to ask for 4 was already unexpected, how could I dare to ask for half more? Moreover, this concubine also hesitated on whether to give this rejuvenation pill to Ji-Man or not. This Xiao knew that you would have such thoughts, so I did it for you. Xiaohua said again, this Xiao was also somewhat hesitant that day, afraid that you would blame this Xiao, afraid that I would do something wrong. Moreover, now that I think about it, perhaps Ji-Man thought that this rejuvenation pill was given by Ziming at that time, but after that, she might have understood. Since she still made the decision at the Dipankara ceremony. Then, she must have the same thoughts as Miss Ziming, and did not want to disregard the safety of Empress Tu village. This concubine does not dare. Ziming pursed her lips and said with a smile, this rejuvenation pill was originally young Master Zhao's, how to deal with it naturally depends on young Master Xiao. In fact, just as young Master Xiao said, Ji-Man has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators, and also admires the freedom of reading 10,000 books and traveling 1,000 miles. Now this concubine has a heavy responsibility. 10 years later, she may go to the depths of Wu Meng, or perhaps go beyond Meng Mountains to find the truth of the destruction of Confucian cultivators. Cough, cough, Fairy Hong Xia could not help but cough. In that case, Miss Ziming and Ji-Man's wishes have been fulfilled. I really have to congratulate you. Oh, that's right, Miss Ziming's 5th rejuvenation pill, when this Xiao has the opportunity to refine it, I will definitely refine it. Xiaohua glanced at Fairy Hong Xia and said, of course, if this Xiao has no time, I will ask Xiao Mao to send it over. Chapter 2947. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Ziming's eyes flashed with gloom as she said, there's no need to rush the 5th rejuvenation pill. This concubine may not be able to use it in this lifetime. Xiaohua comforted her, now that young Miss Ziming has ignited the soul lamp, you can carefully comprehend the mysteries within it. With young Miss Ziming's painstaking efforts, you will surely be able to move heaven and earth. You will surely be able to attract the pity of the great deity Hutu. Zai's resurrection may not be impossible. Ziming smiled and said, thank you, young Master Xiao, for your auspicious words. If Zai is alive, he will surely understand young Master's sincerity. At this moment, Li Zongbao, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke, Junior brother Xiao, you gave Ji-man the rejuvenation pill for some other reason, right? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at Zi Ming and the others who were puzzled. He revealed a bitter smile and said, Senior brother Li is right. However, this little brother is the same as Zi Ming. Only after giving the rejuvenation pill did I realize that since Ji-man was so happy to see the rejuvenation pill and even accepted Zi Ming's sincerity, that means Ji-man didn't get the rejuvenation pill from Zi Yen. So where did Master Ni Qin's rejuvenation pill go? Sure enough, Zi Ming frowned and said, you are right, young Master Xiao. I have the same question. My previous methods were too. I killed many of Zi Yan's subordinates. Not many soul warriors have returned. I have asked around and they did not go to the soul refining cave. Of course, it is normal that they did not go. Zi Yan is very careful in his actions. Even if he wanted to kill me or Master Ni Qin, he would not let his subordinates know. He could do it with just a few divine guards. Although the rejuvenation pill is not in Ji-man's hands, it does not mean that Zi Yan did not kill Master Ni Qin. Perhaps the rejuvenation pill was lost in the process of being sent to Huda's stronghold. But obviously, there was only one possibility. Not to mention that Zi Ming's subordinates would give the rejuvenation pill to Zi Ming, Zi Yan's subordinates would not dare to keep it for themselves. Or perhaps the demonic person used the rejuvenation pill for some other purpose. Li Zongbao whispered. Didn't Elder Wu search Zi Yan's soul after he was possessed by the demonic person? Fairy Hongxia asked curiously, Miss Zi Ming didn't ask Elder Wu about it. Soul searching isn't omnipotent. Zi Ming shook her head, I've asked Elder Wu, but Elder Wu didn't get this information from the devil cultivator's soul. Xiao Hua's heart moved as he said, or perhaps Zi Yan really didn't go to kill Master Hua Qin. Was it done by someone else? But this 6. What does it mean? Zi Ming obviously couldn't figure it out. Forget it. There are no absolute secrets in this world. Sooner or later, there will be clues. When Xiao Hua thought about Master Qin's arrangements and Master Qin's so-called last words, he felt that this matter was even more strange. Just saying that it was confusing was not enough to describe how strange it was. He could only support his forehead with his hand. He, young Master Xiao, I'm afraid, you're thinking about Ji-man's things, aren't you? Zi Ming blinked his eyes slyly when he heard this. But just as she finished blinking, she felt a little regretful in her heart. Fairy Hongxia was obviously here, why would she do such a thing for no reason? Speaking of which, Zi Ming's thoughts were quite normal. She was the next Ji-man of Huda's stronghold. She was second only to the two of them, and her status was incomparably noble. Usually, other than the twin Midnight, who else had seen her smile before? It was also this Xiao Hua who gave Zi Ming a sense of security and magnanimity. In front of him, Zi Ming could do things without any pressure, without any burden. That's true. Xiao Hua smiled and touched his nose. His answer didn't deviate from Zi Ming's thoughts, this Xiao has always been thinking about Ji-man's Confucian inheritance. A rejuvenation pill can be exchanged for a cultivation method. This Xiao's painstaking efforts are not in vain. You wish. Zi Ming couldn't help but say, although the rejuvenation pill is precious, it's insignificant compared to the Confucian inheritance. How could Ji-man do such a stupid thing? When he spoke up to hear, Zi Ming wrinkled his nose and said helplessly, alas, this rejuvenation pill was clearly something I asked young Master Xiao to give to Ji-man. Why didn't Ji-man give these things to me? It's not the Confucian inheritance. Seeing Zi Ming's expression and hearing Zi Ming's explanation, Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. His face also made an exaggerated expression of astonishment. Of course, Xiaohua was also somewhat puzzled and curious. He didn't know what other good things Ji-Man could give him other than the Confucian inheritance. "Darling Xiao, you're too imaginative." Fairy Hongxia's mouth revealed disdain. "You don't understand the meaning of inheritance. How could others give you the Confucian inheritance?" This bystander bit the bullet very hard again. "Young Master Xiao. Take a look at what this is," Zi Ming said as he reached out and took out two things from the soul nest. "Oh. Tortoise shell." Xiaohua's gaze fell on the old tortoise shell in Zi Ming's right hand. He was astonished. However, when Zi Ming raised his left hand, there was a jade slip in his hand that Xiaohua was familiar with. Zi Ming said with a smile, "According to Ji-Man, the Confucian inheritance can't be easily given to others. As a Tao sect cultivator, young Master Xiao can't give the Confucian cultivation method to you. However, there are many Confucian inheritances. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that there are hundreds of schools of thought contending. Many cultivators also admire Confucian cultivators. When they have the opportunity to obtain the Confucian inheritance, they will change to learn it." This jade slip contained a secret technique. It can be said to be the bridge between Confucian cultivators and Tao sect cultivators. However, Ji-Man said that young Master Xiao probably won't be able to use it. Of course, if young Master Xiao has a great opportunity, this technique may be useful. Hearing Zi Ming speak so mysteriously and ambiguously, Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. Since it was a jade slip, it must be something of a cultivator. It couldn't be considered a pure Confucian cultivation method. It might not even be comparable to Huang Yi's Confucian cultivation method. Thus, Xiaohua pointed at the tortoise shell and asked curiously, "Then, what about this thing?" Ji-Man didn't say anything about it. "I'm afraid it's recorded in the jade slip." Zi Ming looked at the inconspicuous tortoise shell and handed the jade slip to Xiaohua and said, "Moreover, I didn't look into the contents of the jade slip. Young Master Xiao, please take a look and you will know." "Oh." Xiaohua took the tortoise shell and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, it was similar to the tortoise shell in his space. It was also close to 20% but less than 20%. It was abnormally simple. Then, Xiaohua used his divine sense to look into the jade slip carefully. In just a moment, a trace of disappointment appeared on Xiaohua's face. There was naturally a lot of information recorded within the jade slip. What Xiaohua could see at this moment was naturally the introduction at the front. This introduction was very simple. It meant that what was recorded within this jade slip was a secret technique used by a Tao sect. It was called transplant flowers to wood. The function of this transplant flowers to wood was to change the cultivation of a Tao sect cultivator to a Confucian cultivator. The meaning of transplant flowers to wood was not only because Tao sect's flower was replaced with Confucian cultivator's wood. More importantly, the meaning was that the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator from a Tao sect cultivator was not a true Confucian cultivator in essence, but a kind of cultivation that was not the same. As for what Ji-Man said about Xiaohua not being able to use it, it was because this technique could only be used when a cultivator was still in the qi refining stage. Once a cultivator reached the foundation establishment stage, this secret technique would have no use at all. Seeing this, Xiaohua sighed slightly. Now, he already knew the secret of Confucian cultivation from Huang Yi's Confucian cultivation technique. Confucian cultivators cultivated different from Tao sect cultivators, they cultivated the middle dantian. Moreover, they cultivated the so-called xiantian true qi, which emphasized on refining the qi in the chest. In contrast, Tao sect cultivators cultivated the lower dantian. Moreover, above the qi refining stage, there were still foundation establishment, gold core, and other stages. This transplant flowers to wood technique was the Confucian cultivator's way of refining xiantian true qi. Using it on Dao sect cultivators, it could be considered a wonderful technique. But to Xiao Hua, this wondrous technique was simply trash. Not to mention that Xiao Hua had already condensed his gold core, it was very unlikely for him to use this technique. Even if he was an ordinary qi refining cultivator, without the inheritance of a Confucian cultivator, how could he possibly cultivate as a Confucian cultivator? What does Ji Man mean by this? There is no sincerity in his gift at all. Xiao Hua slightly curled his lips, but his heart was slightly moved. Io. Could it be that Venerable Wu told Ji Man about my seal? Once this thought appeared, Xiao Hua shook his head. With Venerable Wu's status and his solemn warning, Venerable Wu would definitely not tell a second person about the seal on his body. Perhaps only the word perfunctory could describe Ji Man's intention in giving this jade slip. However, when Xiao Hua looked at it a few more times, a trace of pleasant surprise actually appeared on his face. Because the last few sentences were written by Ji Man, it explained the origin of this tortoise shell. Although it was only a few sentences, it truly moved the greedy Xiao Hua. As it turned out, this damaged tortoise shell was called Ji Ding, and it was a legendary item in the Confucian cultivator inheritance. There were a total of 9 such damaged tortoise shells, namely Ji Ding, Yen Ding, Qing Ding, Su Ding, Ong Ding, Jing Ding, Liang Ding, Yong Ding, and Yu Ding. After gathering all 9 of these damaged tortoise shells, one could piece them together into a complete tortoise shell, and this complete tortoise shell had an even more resounding name, Heavenly Book and River Diagram. As for the use of this Heavenly Book and River Diagram, Ji Man only used one word to describe it: flesh sanctification. After reading to the end, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with joy, but his heart suddenly turned cold. This so-called sanctification of the flesh was simply too massive. Xiao Hua, who had experienced many life and death situations, did not believe that a Heavenly Book and River Diagram could allow one to reach the heavens in a single step. Moreover, if the Confucian cultivators had such a miraculous treasure, how could they have been completely annihilated by the Dao sect? The most important thing was that if Xiao Hua had such an arrogant treasure, how could he give it to someone else? Even if he could not find the other 8 tortoise shells, he would definitely keep this Ji Ding in his space and be secretly happy, right? Chapter 2948. Ji Man. Ah, Ji Man. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. What are you thinking? Do you want to give me something? If you don't want to, then don't give me anything. Why do you want to use these boring things to trick me? But at this time, Xiao Hua saw the somewhat nervous Zi Ming in front of him. His mind lit up and he suddenly saw the light. Sigh, I finally understand. It doesn't matter what Ji Man gives me. She just wants me to know that she already knew that the rejuvenation pill was given by me and not Zi Ming. Furthermore, she also used this opportunity to explain the matter between Zi Ming and herself. She eliminated the last of her grudges with Zi Ming. She even warned me not to have any ideas about the Huda Stockade's Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua smiled in his heart. Of course, Ji Man is Ji Man. The things she gives can't be too degrading. Such a flashy but impractical treasure of legends was exactly in line with her identity. As for the so-called Heavenly Book and River Diagram, Ji Man herself doesn't believe it. Xiao Hua immediately kept the 2 items and said to Zi Ming with a smile, "Does Ji Man have anything else to say to this Xiao?" "Nothing." Zi Ming shook his head slightly. But after thinking for a while, he said, Ji Man seems to have muttered, "The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment, right? It's similar to what I said to Xiao Mao earlier." Then I ask Miss Zi Ming to thank Ji Man on my behalf. I understand her intentions. Many thanks for her generous gift. As Xiao Hua spoke, he bowed towards Zi Ming in greeting. Zi Ming knew that this gift was given to Ji Man by Xiao Hua, so he accepted it. At the same time, he said seriously, "I will pass on young master's thanks to Ji Man. Then, Zi Ming looked at Fairy Hongxia, who still had some hostility, and sighed in his heart. He bowed and bade farewell to the four people. When he walked out of the quiet room, he couldn't help but look back at Xiao Hua. That look was enough to erase all the sceneries of the mortal world. That look of resentment was also enough to express all the thoughts in Zi Ming's heart. That heavy gaze, the expression imprinted in Xiao Hua's eyes was enough to freeze the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, all the enough was only for an instant. Zi Ming had no choice but to shift his gaze away from that person's eyes. Her figure remained the same, her steps remained the same, and everything in the world remained the same. Seeing Zi Ming's figure turn around and gradually disappear through the hall door, Fairy Hongxia looked at Xiao Hua, who was still looking up. She originally wanted to say a few words of ridicule, but after today, who knew what their fates would be like? Who knew when they would meet again? She also sighed in her heart and didn't say anything else. She found a corner to sit down and closed her eyes to meditate. Sure enough, 3 days later, a soul warrior came to pass on Venerable Wu's orders. When the four of them arrived at the Huda stronghold with the soul warrior, other than Venerable Wu who was standing in the air with his hands behind his back, Ji Man and Zi Ming were nowhere to be seen. Seeing such a cold farewell, Xiao Hua didn't feel any dissatisfaction in his heart. He didn't like to show his face in front of others. The complicated etiquette would only make him feel tired and impatient. Coming quietly and leaving quietly was exactly what he wanted. However, Zi Ming didn't appear, which was beyond his expectation. Although Zi Ming had already bid farewell to Xiao Hua and the others 3 days ago. Young Master Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua coming over, Venerable Wu's figure didn't change, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. He said, "Now, our Huda stronghold has finally seen the light of hope after the disaster. Everyone is now focused on the distribution and sowing of the millet seeds. You also know that, the millet seeds of our Meng Mountains have always been left to their own devices. Even the natives have never planted them. It is indeed troublesome to let them plant the seeds. Besides, young master also knows that there aren't many millet seeds to begin with. Although every shaman stronghold can get some, the amount is different after all. It is inevitable that there will be some conflicts." Zi Ming had already gone to inspect every shaman stronghold yesterday. With her prestige, it was enough to intimidate all the shaman strongholds under Huda's stronghold. Besides, this is also her training before she takes over as G-Man's leader. Therefore, this old man can only come to see young master off. "I don't dare." Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and said, "Since Huda's stronghold is so busy, Venerable Wu doesn't need to see us off. It is better for us to stay in the stronghold. Junior and the others can return to the country of Shi by ourselves." He, Venerable Wu laughed, "If it was before our Huda stronghold distributed the millet seeds, young Master Xiao can leave or stay as you wish. But now, if this old man doesn't see you off, I'm afraid young master won't be able to take half a step out of Meng Mountains." Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. His eyes quickly turned, sizing up his left side, which was no different from usual. The expression on his face changed slightly. That's right. Ever since the Venerable Wu of the other 12 shaman strongholds received Xiao Hua's millet seeds in the ancestral temple of Huda's stronghold, Xiao Hua was already a little vigilant in his heart. It was as if in the eyes of these Venerable Wu, he was just a little soul beast, and his life and death were all under their control. These millet seeds, although they were placed in Xiao Hua's dimensional storage, it was no different from being placed in the hands of these Venerable Wu. When the Venerable Wu received the millet seeds from Xiao Hua, it was no different from taking something out from his own pocket. And now, even the Huda stronghold didn't have enough millet seeds, so what about the other shaman strongholds? Just like what Venerable Wu said, Xiao Hua was known as the messenger sent by the great god Hudu. Who knew if Xiao Hua still had more millet seeds? Besides, even if the great Magus elders of these colossal clans didn't have any ideas, would the Venerable Wu and Ji-man of the other shaman strongholds not have any ideas? In addition, there were many swordsmen and cultivators in Meng Mountains, and those who had evil intentions and had their own plans were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Perhaps, these were not people that Xiao Hua and the other three could deal with. When Xiao Hua brought the people of Meng Mountains out of their predicament, he had also placed himself in a dangerous situation. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, bowed again and said, "Junior has troubled Senior again." "Haha, what trouble are you talking about? If not for young Master Xiao, I'm afraid all the people of Meng Mountains would have starved to death. Young Master Xiao was sent by the great god Hudu. How could I not know about the favor you have done for Meng Mountains? Being able to safely send young Master out of Meng Mountains is what I should do. Even if young Master didn't mention it, I would still say it." Venerable Wu raised his hand and helped Xiao Hua up from the ground. "If that's the case, Junior will take out the flying boat now. Senior, please board it." Xiao Hua signaled Xiao Mao with his eyes, then asked Venerable Wu, "Or perhaps, Senior has pointed out some secret exit." However, before Xiao Hua could finish his words, and before Xiao Mao could take out the flying boat, Venerable Wu burst out laughing. His laughter was long and harsh, and it lasted for about half the time it took to finish a pot of tea. Xiao Hua was confused by his laughter. On the other hand, Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao had a faint smile on their faces, as they understood the meaning behind Venerable Wu's laughter. "Young friend Xiao. Not to mention Huda's stronghold, even in Meng Mountains, if I want to send someone out, no one will be able to stop me. What secret exit? I don't know anything about it." Venerable Wu raised his voice and said proudly, "Furthermore, using your Dao Sect's flying boat in my Huda's stronghold, isn't that a slap to the face of the people of Meng Mountains? Today, I will use my own mount to send young friend out of Meng Mountains." Yes, it's all Junior's fault." Xiao Hua answered in fear. Of course, he was cursing in his heart. Nonsense, if he had Venerable Wu's strength, he wouldn't be afraid of those people's schemes. Yes, even if he was alone, he might not be so shameless. Everything was because he had Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia with him. Along the way, the four of them had suffered a lot. Now that his tracks were exposed, he naturally had to protect the three of them. Flying out of Meng Mountains in a grand manner was indeed honorable, but in reality, perhaps only he knew the pain. As a matter of fact, Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, and the others had already told Xiao Hua about these things before they entered Million Meng Mountains. As a grandmaster, bearing and face were of utmost importance. Xiao Hua understood this as well. But when he had to face it, with his petty personality, he was really worried. Caw, a loud bird cry came from a distant mountain peak. Then, a fist-sized black shadow appeared from the mountain peak and flew towards the group. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. As a cultivator of the Dao sect, he had heard the cries of many spiritual birds. However, those cries were not without sonorous or clear sounds. There was even a hint of arrogance within those cries. But the bird cry just now was obviously different from all the ones he had heard before. His voice was low, hoarse, and sharp, which made people's hearts tremble. Unknowingly, Xiao Hua was extremely curious about Venerable Wu's mount. However, when that black shadow got closer and closer and appeared in the field of vision of Xiao Hua and the others, Xiao Hua and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. They looked with some disbelief at this approximately 300-meter-long mount. How could this be a mount? This was not an ordinary spirit beast, nor was it an ordinary body of flesh and blood. It was a gigantic skeletal phoenix. A white bone that was several feet wide and several hundred feet long pierced through the body of the skeletal phoenix. At the front of the white bone was the skeleton of the skeletal phoenix that was several feet long. Although there were no feathers or phoenix crown, the skeleton was still proudly raised. From where the eyes of the skeletal phoenix were located, the darkness could even suck in one's gaze. At the back of the white bone was the skeletal phoenix's tail. Now that it was swaying slightly, traces of black gas were emitted in the air, and gusts of bone-piercing cold wind were also slowly produced. The two ends of the white bone were where the skeletal phoenix's wings were located. Now, they were also white bones. These white bones had some scarlet brilliance within them, and traces of black gas were also entwining these white bones. As the skeletal phoenix approached, the skeletal phoenix's wings slowly retracted, and the white bones danced rhythmically. An indescribable sense of beauty and a strange feeling of fear unconsciously arose in everyone's heart. Chapter 29:49. Actually, just by looking at the bones, it was impossible to tell if it was a bone phoenix or not. However, when Xiaohua first saw the bones, his first thought was that it was a bone phoenix. The bone phoenix landed, and it was only a few dozen meters away from the group. Just as it was about to retract its wings, the bone phoenix suddenly raised its head again. The place where it no longer had a beak spewed out black gas and red flames. With a screech, it pounced towards Xiaohua and the others. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked and immediately thought of Fairy Hongxia, who obtained the inheritance of the phoenix. She had the phoenix bloodline. Could it be that she would clash with this bone phoenix? Evil creature, how could old Wu let the bone phoenix get close to him? With a cold snort, he spat out a beam of green light from his mouth and rushed in front of the bone phoenix. The green light was like an arrow and hit the bone phoenix's skull. Rumble, with a loud sound, the bone phoenix's huge body couldn't withstand the green light. Its entire body collapsed in midair with a loud sound. GGA. The bone phoenix's entire body trembled violently. It slowly flapped its bone wings and countless black gas and red flames shot out. When it got up in midair, its cry was clearly filled with fear. This old Wu. How powerful is he? Xiaohua couldn't help but think. When the bone phoenix pounced over, that indescribable coldness and the sound of it breaking through the air showed how sharp its attack was. Xiaohua was confident that he wouldn't be able to withstand it easily. At this moment, Xiaohua's body suddenly trembled. An indescribable feeling came from the primordial spirit in his body. Moreover, as luck would have it, when Xiaohua's gaze swept over, it happened to be facing the bone phoenix's skeleton. A kind of provocation, a kind of unyieldingness, was born from that pitch-black area, falling right into Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua was shocked and thought, could it be that the bone phoenix isn't attacking Fairy Hongxia? But, me? Could it be that I also have the phoenix bloodline? Indeed, Xiaohua had always been puzzled by his phoenix dharma body. It was obvious that his dharma body was different from Fairy Hongxia and the others. It was transformed from the mighty Vajra dharma body. But since it was already in the form of the mighty Vajra, how could it turn into the form of a phoenix for no reason? Moreover, the primordial spirit that he sent into his corporeal body didn't have any other techniques other than practicing the celestial infusion technique. Xiaohua had never paid attention to it, but he didn't know why there was such a change when he met the bone phoenix today. Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder, could it be that after this strand of primordial spirit passes through the lightning tribulation, there's something different about it? At this moment, Elder Wu raised his hand and said with a smile, "Little friend Xiao, please." Xiaohua hurriedly put away his thoughts and praised, "Senior, this mount of yours is also a little domineering." This junior really couldn't imagine it. When Elder Wu heard this, he was very pleased. He smiled and said, "It's not that you can't think of it, it's that you don't know. I am Huda Village's Elder Wu. It is normal for me to ride on this undead underworld beast." Undead underworld beast. Xiaohua nodded lightly and seemed to be lost in thought. The two nether beasts he encountered in the netherworld ocean that day were probably like this as well. But it was very obvious that those two nether beasts were far less arrogant than this bone phoenix. However, if they were to compete in strength, Xiaohua didn't know who was more powerful. As expected, when Elder Wu got on the bone phoenix and Xiao Hua stepped onto the white bone phoenix, the huge body of the bone phoenix trembled slightly. Even Elder Wu, who was standing steadily in front of the bone phoenix, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that he had never encountered such a situation before. However, Elder Wu didn't ask much. When Fairy Hongxia and the rest also got on the bone phoenix, Elder Wu ordered indifferently, "Let's go." Then, a caw sound like beans being fried rang out. The bone phoenix's wings gradually spread out. Amidst the black gas and red flames, its huge body slowly flew up. Around the bone phoenix, there were about 100 spirit warriors riding on strange spirit beasts. They escorted the bone phoenix out of the Hotian village. Standing on the bone phoenix, it was very stable. Although it didn't have the same protection as the flying boat, there were gusts of wind blowing against their faces. Furthermore, the black gas and red flames around the bone phoenix seemed to have no heat. There was even a kind of indescribable coldness that pierced through the skin and soul. But this was nothing to Xiao Hua and the rest. The brilliance of the body protection flickered and blocked everything outside of their body. This was out of Xiao Mao and the rest's expectations. If it was any other time, Xiao Hua would definitely ask Elder Wu about the bone phoenix. At this time, Xiao Hua was indeed standing quietly behind Elder Wu. His gaze was level and his face was indifferent. It was as if the curiosity from before had disappeared. Xiao Hua naturally didn't have the time to ask about the origin of the bone phoenix. This was because he had already sent the primordial spirit into the space. When he saw the second primordial spirit clearly, he could no longer hide the raging waves in his heart. That's right. Within the space, the second primordial spirit was no longer the same as before. In other words, it was different from the primordial spirit in the mysterious dark clouds and the primordial spirit in the hand of karma. This was because this primordial spirit had the appearance of a phoenix. A phoenix that spread its wings and flew high. It stretched its neck and let out a long cry. It looked disdainfully at the world. Not only that, this primordial spirit was five-colored. It was about a few feet in size. The five-colored light around its body was emitted from the primordial spirit. It was as if every tiny spot was a five-colored spot. Xiao Hua didn't even need to think to know that there were a total of 13200 spots. He didn't know if Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was split into 13200 spots again, or if it was the 13200 spots that formed Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Xiao Hua's mind looked at the phoenix primordial spirit that spread its wings and wanted to fly. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really couldn't understand how this primordial spirit became like this. It was no wonder that the bone phoenix was on guard against him. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua really felt powerless and was about to send this primordial spirit back to his body. However, in an instant, he had another idea. When he obtained the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique from Zhang Qingxiao, he wanted to cultivate another embodiment technique in addition to the Phoenix embodiment technique. Now that the primordial spirit of this body had succeeded in cultivating the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique, shouldn't it cultivate the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique? Xiao Hua took out the jade slip from the space and sent it into the primordial spirit before sending it back to his body. Shortly after, Xiao Hua's heart itched again. He really wanted to know the situation of the other primordial spirits. Although these primordial spirits would constantly send him information, he still didn't know the specific situation of the primordial spirits. The primordial spirit that cultivates the dragonization technique. This was the first primordial spirit that Xiao Hua had split out. Similarly, he hadn't paid attention to it for a long time. I wonder what this guy has become. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to call out the primordial spirit in his meridians, an incomparable palpitating feeling arose from his body. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly withdrew his consciousness from the space. He felt several rather unscrupulous soul senses sweeping over from afar. They swept past Xiaohua, Senior Wu, and landed on the bone phoenix, as if Senior Wu didn't exist. Humph, Senior Wu snorted coldly, but didn't do anything. However, when those soul senses landed on the bone phoenix, they immediately withdrew in panic, as if they were bitten by a poisonous snake, and didn't dare to probe any further. Xiaohua naturally didn't know whether these soul cultivators' soul senses were injured by the bone phoenix, but it was very obvious that this bone phoenix was the symbol of Senior Wu of Huda Stockade. When the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain saw this bone phoenix, they immediately knew that Senior Wu had come personally. Who would dare to be bold? Knowing that there would be more harassment later, Xiaohua simply stopped his consciousness from entering the space. Looking at the huge bone phoenix under his feet, he asked curiously, "Senior, this mount of yours, where did you get it?" Where, of course, it's the Netherworld Sea." Senior Wu turned his face and said with a smile, "I heard from Zimming that you went to the Netherworld Sea with her, and that's the only place where undead underworld beasts can be found." "Oh my." Xiaohua stuck out his tongue and shook his head, "That place is really dangerous." If it weren't for Zimming's repeated assurance that nothing would happen that day, Junior wouldn't have dared to go there. But who knew? Misfortunes and blessings are unpredictable. In the end, something still happened. Yes, misfortunes and blessings are unpredictable. This saying is really true. Senior Wu looked at Xiaohua with interest. "If it weren't for little friend following me that day, I'm afraid that Zimming wouldn't have been able to return to Huda Stockade." This is Zimming's blessing, the great god Huda's protection. Junior was just lucky. Xiaohua said smoothly when talking about the great god Hudu, but Junior really didn't expect that the Netherworld Sea was actually under the Huda Stockade. "Little friend, you're wrong." Senior Wu shook his head. "The Netherworld Sea is not under the Huda Stockade, and it's not even in Meng Mountain. My Huda Stockade is only slightly related to the Netherworld Sea because of the great god Hudu. Moreover, this Netherworld Sea. To be honest, even I don't dare to go deep. If it weren't for the great god Hudu's senses, I wouldn't be sure that this is the legendary Netherworld Sea. As for the Netherworld." At this point, Senior Wu shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything else. Obviously, he also knew that Xiaohua had asked Zimming this question. Xiaohua didn't intend to ask so much. He just wanted to know the origin of the bone phoenix so that he could know why the bone phoenix was hostile to him. Seeing that Senior Wu didn't want to say more, he naturally knew that this was probably the secret of the Huda Stockade. His curiosity couldn't be satisfied. In the next few days, there were many people who coveted the bone phoenix. In addition to some soul senses, there were even many powerful divine senses that swept over, but they were all intimidated by Senior Wu's bone phoenix and fled far away. Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense, so he couldn't see clearly whether the person was a cultivator or a swordsman. Seeing that the situation was as serious as Senior Wu said, Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Chapter 2950. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Even if Grandmaster Wu wanted to send them off personally, he would have sent them all the way to Drifting Cloud Lake. What would happen after they left Drifting Cloud Lake? Would those soul cultivators or swordsmen stop chasing them? They couldn't possibly stay under the protection of Grandmaster Wu of Huda Village forever. What should we do? Xiaohua looked at the vast Meng Mountains under the bone phoenix and frowned. When Xiaohua glanced at the withered cliffs, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Senior, Junior has been staying in Huda Village for many days. I'm very grateful for Senior's kindness and Ji Man and Zi Ming's hospitality. Now that Junior has to leave Huda Village and Meng Mountains, I'm a little reluctant. I want to make a small deal with Grandmaster Wu. I want to give a small gift to Huda Village. I wonder if Senior is interested." "Oh." Grandmaster Wu turned his head slightly and said with a smile, "Tell me about it." If I'm interested, of course, I can make a deal with you. Hee hee. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Junior once obtained a jade slip in Shi country. It recorded a soul cultivation technique that could allow one to cultivate to pure God heaven. Of course, Junior knows that this mortal tier cultivation technique is the lowest tier among all the cultivation techniques in Meng Mountains. Even the so-called mortal, earth, heaven, and saint tiers were all created by the seniors of Dao's sect by referring to the cultivation techniques of Dao's sect and forcefully separating the inherent realms of soul warrior and shaman. Oh. You used that jade slip to cultivate to pure God heaven? Grandmaster Wu wasn't surprised at all. He said indifferently, could it be that you want to get the so-called earth class and heaven class technique from me? Oh, no, it should be saint class technique. That's right. Xiao Hua didn't deny his thoughts and straightforwardly admitted it. He also knew that Zi Ming would report Master Qin Qin's matter, and it wasn't strange for Master Qin Qin's inheritance to have earth rank and heaven rank cultivation methods. Strange, why didn't you ask for it that day in the ancestral temple? Grandmaster Wu felt strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, millet seed is a necessity for the people of Meng Mountains. Junior felt that it wasn't good to threaten Senior with it. What's more, millet seeds are incomparably precious. It's not something that soul cultivation techniques can compare to. Hee hee, then what are you going to use to exchange for these cultivation techniques? Elder Wu chuckled. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately became spirited and asked curiously, Senior, didn't you say that these cultivation methods are, of course I can't teach you the soul cultivation techniques of my Huda stronghold. And you definitely won't be able to cultivate it. Elder Wu stretched out his hand and took out a few jade slips. He then said, but I have these so-called earth rank and heaven rank cultivation methods too, don't I? In fact, there were even some records of saint-level cultivation techniques. It's just that this old man doesn't know what you can take out to exchange for it. Your grandmother, Xiao Hua almost wanted to slap his forehead, how could I forget about this? Since the soul cultivation technique passed down by Daoist sect could be found in Meng Mountains, it is only natural that Elder Wu of Huda Stockade would keep it as well. Since Senior has these jade slips, then that's easy. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Junior will take them out now. If Senior is satisfied with them, then I'll let Senior set the price. After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua's figure floated up high into the air. As he waved his hands, the dark clouds in the sky rapidly covered the sky. Rumbling sounds of thunder were produced from the dark clouds. Oh! When Elder Wu saw this, he was slightly stunned, but he couldn't help but reveal a smile on the corner of his mouth. However, Xiao Hua's figure was like a dragon, lightning was lingering around his body. Every time he waved his hands, there would be lightning that was as thick as a thumb falling down. Under the gloomy sky, the lightning flashed. How similar was it to the time when Xue Xue took the Ling Lei pill to build her foundation in the Kuehe Sea that day. After the thunder rumbled, Xiao Hua's body suddenly trembled. Wisps of green light rushed out from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. As soon as these green lights appeared, they immediately formed into strange patterns. These strange patterns turned into green lights and wrapped around Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, waves of energy were also emitted, echoing Xiao Hua's trembling body and rushing into the sky. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with strange sounds, woo 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 woo. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Moreover, the green lights lingered around Xiao Hua's body for a moment, then rushed into the sky and turned into hundreds of thousands of tiny green seal scripts. These tiny green seal scripts seemed to have intelligence as they surged and danced in the sky nearby. In the end, these green seal scripts formed into a green seal script that was dozens of feet in size. It emitted a dark green brilliance in the sky and slowly circled around. As this green seal script circled around, it emitted an even louder sound. This sound was very ear-piercing and extremely strange, as if it had existed since the beginning of this world, but also as if it had never existed in this world. The source of the sound was the most mysterious place in this world. Everyone was flabbergasted. However, before they could think about it any further, the enormous green seal text suddenly vanished. Along with its disappearance, a strange sound resounded in an area of several hundred meters around Xiaohua. The sound was like thunder, oppressive to the extreme, and dense to the point that it was like rain. Moreover, as this sound was emitted, waves of energy that ordinary people couldn't detect once again emitted from Xiaohua's body and rushed into the sky with incomparable speed. High up in the sky, amidst the thunder and dark clouds, a little bit of light gradually appeared, the cloud summoning rain technique. Although Elder Wu was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. After all, it had only been a few months since Xiaohua first used the incomplete cloud summoning rain technique. Moreover, Elder Wu thought that as a Dao sect cultivator, Xiaohua wouldn't be able to grasp the pronunciation of the green seal script for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was impossible for him to easily use the cloud summoning rain shaman incantation. Plop, plop, plop. Drops of raindrops fell like pearls, and they were very scattered. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Not long after, the raindrops formed a string and hung in the sky, shining brilliantly and extremely beautiful. Another half a meal's worth of time later, rumble, amidst the thunder and lightning, the rain poured down like a torrential downpour. Hua hua hua. The sound of the rain falling endlessly could be heard. The entire sky was pierced by the seemingly endless rain. Big brother. Xiao Mao stood on the bone phoenix. The yellow talisman protecting his body flickered, blocking the raindrops outside of the brilliance. He opened his mouth and exclaimed a few times. He really couldn't hide the disbelief and confusion in his heart. This was cloud summoning rain technique. This was the legendary ability of immortals, and this mysterious big brother of his was actually able to use it effortlessly. He had used the cloud summoning rain talisman with Xiaohua before. The power of the yellow seal was completely incomparable to the power of this cloud summoning rain technique. Not to mention Xiao Mao's astonishment, even Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao looked on in extreme disbelief, stunned on the spot. Sigh, old Wu, who was slightly absent-minded, sighed softly. With a wave of his hand, he kept the jade strip in his pocket. He looked regretfully at Xiaohua, who was like a deity in the dark, like rain falling from the heavens. Xiaohua did not stop at one spot. Instead, he slowly flew forward with the bone phoenix. Following his figure, the dark clouds also moved, and the torrential rain also spread forward amidst the thunder and lightning. The strangest thing was that the dark clouds did not move at a visible speed. Instead, they appeared as they moved, as if there was no end to them at all. After flying like this for a meal's worth of time, Xiaohua slowly descended. The lightning around his dragon-like body was still faintly lingering, and the green light was also spread all over the surroundings. As he approached, bursts of explosions could be heard coming from the green light. How do you feel? Elder Wu asked worriedly as he looked at Xiaohua's descending figure. Very good. Xiaohua's face was not pale, but rather a little green. He nodded slightly and said, "This is the first time this junior has used the cloud summoning rain technique. My soul sense is somewhat exhausted." Elder Wu turned his head to look at Xiao Mao and the others. He did not speak too openly and said, "Soul sense is nothing. If it wasn't for the consumption of life essence, little friend Xiao, you would be." However, he did not say the rest of his words out loud. Instead, he chose to send a voice transmission. "I wouldn't dare." Xiaohua hurriedly shook his head. Then he raised his head and said, "Senior, are you satisfied with this junior's gift? Let this old man see how much your cloud summoning rain technique can bring about." Elder Wu laughed. With a tap of his foot, the bone phoenix's wings flapped rapidly, and its speed suddenly increased. Ignoring the stunned spirit warriors around it, it rushed forward. The bone phoenix flew for several li before it escaped from the torrential rain. When the bone phoenix stopped in midair, everyone turned their heads to look at the rainwater that was pouring down like a heavenly river not far away. It really felt like two different worlds. This torrential rain continued for the time it took to eat a meal before it slowly stopped. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky also slowly dispersed. However, this time was different from last time. Most of the dark clouds created by the lightning summoning technique had disappeared, but a small portion of the dark clouds created by the cloud summoning rain technique remained in midair. It was similar to the situation of a normal dark rain. There was not a trace of a technique at all. The green seal runes steal the essence of heaven and earth and do the things of heaven and earth. It really is a technique that surpasses all other techniques in the world. Even Xiao Hua himself was endlessly praising the miraculous effects of the cloud summoning rain technique. "Senior, how is it?" Xiao Hua asked for the second time. Elder Wu looked at the flowing water that covered the mountains and heard the sound of flowing water again. His face revealed a smile as he nodded and said, "Very good." Then, Xiao Hua's thumb and forefinger slightly rubbed together as if he was hinting at Elder Wu. "Hee, this rain is not bad, but it's still too little." Elder Wu laughed. "Right now, we're still very far away from the flowing cloud lake. Most of the Wu villages under my back earth stronghold cannot be blessed by the rain. This old man still wants to see the effects." Chapter 29:51. Sigh, fine. Xiao Hua sighed, but he wasn't disheartened. The reason he used the thunder summoning technique and the cloud summoning technique was to intimidate the weak, and at the same time, he could give the millions of natives of Meng Mountains rain and dew in exchange for a soul cultivator's cultivation technique. Killing two birds with one stone, why wouldn't he do it? For the next few months, Xiao Hua used the cloud summoning technique every day. Moreover, the green seal script didn't seem to cause any harm to Xiao Hua's life essence. His face was still the same as before, and time didn't leave any trace on it. Moreover, in these few months, Xiao Hua's nascent divinity soared 90,000 miles in the mysterious dark clouds, directly reaching the peak of clear God heaven. He was only one step away from reaching bright Ruo heaven. Of course, the effect of the cloud summoning technique on the nascent divinity was the same as the effect of spirit pills on a cultivator's cultivation. It was always extremely effective in the beginning, but the further one used it, the weaker the effect would be. As for those soul scholars, swordsmen, and even cultivators who coveted Xiao Hua and the others, in the beginning, the number of people who noticed Xiao Hua's divine ability didn't decrease. But as the rain increased, more and more people noticed Xiao Hua's divine ability. Everyone knew that Xiao Hua was important in Hutu's stronghold, and even in the entire Meng Mountains. Everyone understood that, a person like this wasn't someone that a single power could control. Therefore, in the end, the number of soul senses and divine wills that swept over actually decreased by a lot, gradually disappearing. Of course, the most important thing was that since Xiao Hua knew the cloud summoning technique, who could guarantee that he didn't know other killing techniques? Within Meng Mountains, all soul warriors and shamans knew that using green seal script incantations would consume their life essence. No one dared to use it carelessly. Even if it was an incantation used to kill, they would still be extremely cautious when using it. Now that they saw Xiao Hua casually using the green seal script, who would dare to come and look for trouble? Huff. Although Xiao Hua couldn't distinguish north from south, east from west, and couldn't tell if he was near Drifting Cloud Lake, he estimated that it was about time. Only then did he let out a long breath. His killing the chicken to scare the monkey, or as it was called, joining forces finally had some effect. "Little friend, you've worked hard." Old Wu looked at Xiao Hua descending, the green light on his face was extremely bright. He said indifferently, "Your empty fort strategy is almost used up, you should rest more. If you have any rejuvenation pills, you can take some. Although you can use the green seal script incantations, it isn't as simple as you think. In the future, if there's no special reason, I advise you to use it less. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Hua knew that he had reaped what he had sown and made Elder Wu somewhat dissatisfied, but he had no other choice. Once they left Meng Mountains, they would have to rely on themselves. If they did not make any plans for themselves, why would they need others to worry about them? His SSSS his teat. Just as old Wu said, at this moment, the green light in Xiao Hua's clear spirit heaven was dim. Other than the little white dragon's soul that was not affected, whether it was Xiao Hua's primordial spirit or those soul strands, they all felt weak. There were even specks of green light. Those 50 green seal characters were also weakly floating in the sky. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed. He took out some twilight moon from his space and sent it into Qingshan heaven. Immediately, an indescribable nourishment was transmitted into Xiao Hua's soul along with the green light of Qingshan heaven. It was just like when he tasted the spirit tea brewed by midnight in the tea house in Sky Patrol City. Wonderful. Xiao Hua sighed and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then he thought to himself, damn it, even the Huda's stronghold has such a good thing like the twilight moon. Then among the things the Shaman King sent, are there even more useful things for soul cultivators? Thinking of the Shaman King, Xiao Hua frowned again. This Shaman King seems to know too much. How did he know that I like to collect these things? Could it be that his divine connection technique can predict this space? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's back was suddenly covered in cold sweat. Impossible. Impossible. In a hurry, Xiao Hua thought of Jiu Xia. Even someone as strong as Jiu Xia couldn't know, how could the Shaman King know? But I might have to make some preparations first. Xiao Hua was worried again. A man without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. If I get too many spirit seeds, who knows what kind of trouble that cultivator or swordsman will come up with. Xiao Hua's meditation lasted for several days. As the bone phoenix flew past the foothills, the drifting cloud lake that Xiao Hua and the rest had first arrived at appeared in the distance. Fairy Hongxia stood on the bone phoenix's back, biting her lips. Her eyes looked at the foothills, which had already turned green, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She really couldn't imagine. She had only come to the ancestral shrine of Million Meng Mountains once. From the time she encountered the night rain when passing by Drifting Cloud Lake, to the time when she was sent out of Million Meng Mountains by Elder Wu of Huda Stockade using the Bone Phoenix, to the time when she came to Drifting Cloud Lake again, in just 2 years, so many things had happened. She then looked at the man who was sitting cross-legged in front of her. The green light around his body was gradually disappearing. His back was still thin, but it was still so stalwart. She felt a sense of softness and warmth in her heart. During this period of time, everything that happened was shouldered by this man. She felt incomparably safe in this man's chest. If it weren't for this man's protection, let alone her, even Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao would have perished in the Meng Mountains. Not to mention, each of them had their own fortuitous encounters now. What I said earlier. My attitude towards Jiu Xia, towards Ziming, was it too much? Fairy Hongxia hesitated. After all, my dear Xiao, didn't do anything with them. At this moment, the skeletal phoenix let out a long cry that sounded like a deep thunderclap, waking Fairy Hongxia up from her deep thoughts. When Fairy Hongxia focused her gaze, she saw that they had arrived at the border of Mount Meng. Clouds and mist were slowly seeping out from the drifting cloud lake in the distance, and the skeletal phoenix had stopped in midair, flapping its wings that were flickering with a red glow and black mist. It's time to go back. Fairy Hongxia sighed. She couldn't help but turn around and look. Although the vast and boundless Million Meng Mountains were still mysterious, it was obvious that a corner of this mystery had been lifted. Under this mystery, the 4 of them had left behind countless feelings. Xiao Hua was also awakened by the bone phoenix's cry. A green light flashed across his body, and he stood up from the bone phoenix. He also looked down, and then turned around to look at the depths of Million Meng Mountains. Flying out from the bone phoenix, he took a deep breath and said, "Senior, there's no such thing as an eternal banquet in this world. Although the Hutu stronghold is located in the depths of Million Meng Mountains, but in the blink of an eye, we've arrived at the edge of Million Meng Mountains. I believe that with Venerable Wu's prestige, you can't easily step into the sword domain, right?" Hee hee. Venerable Wu chuckled, looking at the distant clouds, since when did Meng Mountains have so many rules? However, if I step into the sword domain, those sword cultivators in the sword domain would be unhappy. It's better for me not to go. Then, we'll bid farewell. We're grateful for Senior's kindness in sending us off. Xiaohua bowed deeply, and then looked at Venerable Wu. Of course, he had the intention of intimidating them by summoning clouds and rain for such a long time. Xiaohua also coveted the so-called earth, heaven, and saint-class cultivation techniques. However, Venerable Wu didn't seem to know. Looking at Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia flying out from the bone phoenix and bowing to Venerable Wu, he waved his hand and said, "It's still far from here to the three kingdoms of cultivators. I can't send you off. It's better for you all to be careful." After saying that, Venerable Wu put his hand behind his back, and the bone phoenix circled around, spreading its wings and flying away. The group of spirit warriors that were guarding the stronghold also urged their spirit beasts to follow. That. Xiaohua couldn't help but reach out his hand and open his mouth, as if he wanted to call out to Venerable Wu. But he was too embarrassed to call out to him. "Damn it, it's broken, it's broken." Looking at the back of the bone phoenix that was getting smaller and smaller, and the black aura and red light that were fading, Xiaohua couldn't help but shout out. He was thinking of summoning clouds and rain, and wanted to leave a good impression on Venerable Wu so that he could obtain the soul cultivation technique from him. Who knew that Venerable Wu would see through his intentions in an instant? Or maybe he was angry in his heart, and actually left with a flick of his sleeves. Everything he did before was in vain. Let's go." Xiaohua was a little dejected, and like a rooster that had lost a fight, he weakly waved his hand and said. Hee. Fairy Hongxia covered her mouth and laughed. She understood her lover's thoughts very well. Flying to Xiaohua's side, she pulled on Xiaohua's Taoist robe and said, "Xiaohua, don't forget. You said that day that you would let Venerable Wu bargain based on the situation. Furthermore, Venerable Wu didn't really promise you that he would give you the cultivation technique. It's normal that he doesn't want to give it to you now. How would I know that Venerable Wu would be so untrustworthy?" Xiaohua was a little flustered and exasperated. He shouted, "If he doesn't like it, then so be it. Why didn't he say a word? I was just afraid that others would hunt us down, that's why I showed a little bit of my strength. Is there a need for him to be so jealous?" Hee. Xiao Mao also laughed, "Big brother, you have to be careful with your words. Don't let Venerable Wu hear you. We haven't left Million Meng Mountains yet." Hearing that, Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Looking at the disappearing distance, he said resentfully, "That's exactly what I want Venerable Wu to hear. Being trustworthy, that's the basic principle of being a person. Let's go." Li Zongbao waved his hand indifferently, "If we stay here any longer, someone might really come after us." "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of them?" Xiaohua sneered, but he still flew up. Xiao Mao also took out the flowing cloud airship and invited everyone to board. "Oh, right, Xiao Mao, why is there no news about Yi Yu?" After the flowing cloud airship flew past the flowing cloud lake, Xiaohua still didn't give up looking at Million Meng Mountains. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked. Chapter 2952. Xiao Mao was taken aback. He immediately realized that Xiaohua had nowhere to vent his anger and wanted to vent it on Yi Yu. He thought for a moment and said, "This guy is the Fu man of the Shibai village. Right now he must be worried about the seeds of the Wu village under the Shibai village. Besides, he must know about the relationship between Big Brother and Huda village. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to find trouble with you. Humph, Yi Yu deserves to die. Even if he doesn't find trouble with us, we can't let him go. Xiao Hua said with hatred. Yi Yu will die, but not now. Fairy Hongxia also hated Yi Yu. Now that we have left Million Meng Mountains, and Xiao Hua's reputation in Million Meng Mountains is a bit embarrassing, why don't we talk about it in the future? Yes, with Xiao Mao here, Yi Yu will definitely come. Li Zongbao said calmly. Alright, I'll let him go for now. Xiao Hua said helplessly. Then he looked at Li Zongbao and said, Senior Brotherly, from now on, don't use your kill immortal whip. Wait until this little brother has practiced the refining technique of soul cultivation and healed your injuries. No problem, Li Zongbao said impatiently, with you by my side, do I still need to do anything? Don't be so wishy-washy. Let's go back to Luyang first. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua knew that Li Zongbao was extremely anxious. He looked at Fairy Hongxia and felt the same. The flying boat was like a flowing cloud. In just a few moments, it had flown for over 10 miles. But suddenly, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said, Xiao Mao, stop the flying boat for now. Big Brother forgot something again. Oh, what is it? Xiao Mao quickly stopped the airship and asked curiously. Sigh, it's all because of this guy. Xiao Hua took out the storage bag. He shook his hand and a fire ape fell out of the bag. The fire ape landed in the air and was slightly startled. When it saw the situation around it, it immediately bared its teeth and revealed a ferocious expression. The flames around its body rose and it pounced toward Xiao Hua. Evil creature, Xiao Hua sneered. He chanted an incantation and pointed his finger. The sun-moon corona on the fire ape's forehead let out a rumbling sound. The fire ape no longer cared about attacking Xiao Hua. It held its head and rolled in the air while howling. Darling Xiao. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. She was as confused as Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. She pointed at the fire ape and asked curiously, What? What is this? This is a fire ape. Xiao Hua knew that this fire ape was related to Xue Xue, so he didn't dare to be careless. He wanted to know why the fire ape came to Million Meng Mountains, and why it found Hanba. He then told Xiao Hua about his encounter with the fire ape, but he didn't tell him about the fire ape and Xue Xue. Oh, Big Brother, you're asking me to summon Hanba, right? Xiao Mao understood. That's right. We've left millions of Meng Mountains. I'm afraid Hanba won't be able to follow us. If we don't ask now, when will we know? Xiao Hua nodded. Big Brother, please wait a moment. Xiao Mao nodded. He closed his eyes and meditated for a moment, then opened his mouth again. Hanba is currently at a critical juncture in its cultivation, so it won't be able to follow me to the country of Shi. Once it's successful in its cultivation, it will definitely go to Xuanyan's sect to look for me. Actually, it won't be too late for Big Brother to ask then. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes again. Nonsense, who knew when Xue Xue would need this fire ape? If he didn't ask now, when would he? Sure enough, in less than 2 hours, an indescribable heat was born in everyone's heart. Their blood was also surging and unstoppable. Hanba had appeared. When Hanba saw the fire ape rolling in pain in mid-air, it seemed to be angered. Its sharp gaze swept across Xiao Hua, so much so that Xiao Hua could feel an indescribable heat wave around him. Humph, naturally, Xiao Mao could sense Hanba's hostility. He snorted coldly and opened his mouth to scold Hanba. Hanba helplessly shrunk his neck, which was almost gone, and blinked his eyes. On his face, which had already lost its red hair, there was obviously a resentful expression. It was almost the same expression that Xiao Hua had when he faced Elder Wu. Damn it, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and said, Xiao Mao, ask this fire ape what's its relationship with it. How did it come to millions of Meng mountains from the country of Xi? Why are you looking for it? If this fire ape is Hanba's man, Big Brother will treat this fire ape well. Once it's finished, I'll set it free. Man. This time, it was Xiao Mao's turn to not know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head slightly and began to ask Hanba. Hanba's voice was very hoarse. It was impossible to make out any syllables. However, Xiao Mao seemed to be able to understand it, nodding his head from time to time. Big Brother. In the end, Xiao Mao smiled and said to Xiao Hua, Little brother has already asked clearly. This fire ape and Hanba don't have any special relationship. They're just demon beasts that have taken shape. They've met a few times in the past. This fire ape didn't come to millions of Meng mountains to look for Hanba. It came to look for one of its close relatives. As for what Hanba is, I'm not sure. It just received a message from the fire ape and came to meet it. Ah. Before the fire ape was sealed, they knew each other. They can even send messages. Xiao Hua was a little stunned. Furthermore, there's a close relative of the fire ape in millions of Meng mountains. Damn it, are these demon beasts going to become demons? Big Brother, according to what Hanba said, there are indeed demon beasts that have become demons in this world. Xiao Mao smiled and said, it said that there are many of them in millions of Meng mountains. Even Hanba himself said that he's nothing. Some demon beasts can even cultivate into humans. They're no different from ordinary soul scholars. Isn't that so? Suddenly, Xiao Hua thought of that elder Wu he saw in the ancestral shrine of Huda Stockade. He actually had two faces. How could an ordinary person look like that? Maybe he was some kind of demon beast. Forget it. Xiao Hua nodded. With a wave of his hand, he used the universe in the sleeve technique and once again put the fire ape into his spirit storage pouch. Big Brother, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll let Hanba go back. Xiao Mao probed. That. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. He was a little worried about bringing Hanba along. At least with Hanba, this trip to Sword Domain would be a little easier. Xiao Mao seemed to have seen through Xiao Hua's thoughts and hurriedly said, Big Brother, Hanba is now at a critical juncture. If you don't have to use it, then don't use it, right? When it comes to find me, that's the best time to use it. All right. Xiao Hua naturally only thought of it as draining the pond to catch fish and nodded. After that, Xiao Mao gave Hitorigami a few instructions. Hitorigami actually lowered its head and leaned its head against Xiao Mao's hand, looking extremely strange. Xiao Mao obviously didn't feel good either. He patted Hanba's shoulder, turned his head, and jumped onto the flying boat. Under the urging of his magic power, the flowing cloud flying boat suddenly rose and rushed into the sky. Roar, behind the flying boat, Hanba's hoarse roar could be heard. Sigh, when Xiao Hua heard it, his heart was slightly sour. He understood the misery in Xiao Mao's heart. Although he found his roots in the millions of Meng mountains, they didn't recognize him at all. The shaman of Shibai village didn't have the slightest intention of letting him recognize his ancestors. In the end, Xiao Mao didn't even know who his father was. Fortunately, in this world, besides Xiao Mao, there was also Hanba. Although Hanba was a demon beast, it also had the bloodline of the Shibai great god. It could be considered a closer relative than Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao didn't dare to look back. He controlled the flowing cloud flying boat and rushed forward like an arrow, afraid that he would turn back if he hesitated. After flying for nearly 2 hours, the flowing cloud flying boat finally slowed down. Looking at Xiao Mao, whose expression had somewhat calmed down, Li Zongbao said indifferently, "You're a cultivator of the Dao sect. Since you entered the Dao sect at a young age, naturally you're fated with the Dao sect." Although soul cultivators are powerful, they've declined. Look at those uncivilized natives. Even if you're their shaman now, how heavy of a burden can you bear? Why don't you focus on cultivating? It won't be too late for you to return to the millions of Meng Mountains after you've achieved great success. Not to mention the current shaman, even the shaman king might bow down to you. Thank you for your encouragement, senior brother Li. Xiao Mao nodded and sighed. I originally came here to accompany senior brother, but I didn't expect that there would be so many troubles. Seeing that my background has already surfaced, I can't do anything even if I don't cultivate diligently. Night Rain already knows my whereabouts, then, that nascent soul cultivator will definitely know soon. I can only rely on the merit of the great battle of Dao and sword, and my Xuanyan school to protect myself. That's right. Xiao Hua was also greatly shocked. He quickly said, Xiao Mao, if possible, why don't you stay in the millions of Meng Mountains? Stay in the millions of Meng Mountains? Xiao Mao shook his head calmly. Night Rain's influence in the millions of Meng Mountains is definitely no less than Ziming, and I can't possibly stay in the Huda Stockade forever, right? Even if I stay in the Huda Stockade forever, who can guarantee that I won't be schemed against by Night Rain? After all, I'm not Daoist Xiao. What Xiao Mao said makes sense. Fairy Hongxia nodded and said, in the millions of Meng Mountains, Huan country, and Shi country, Xuanyan school is still safer. Xiao Mao has the merit of the great battle of Dao and sword, and the sect master's special pardon. If Xuanyan school can't even protect him, how can it still be called Xuanyan school? Even if Xiao Mao's enemy is a nascent soul cultivator, he still has to think about his own reputation, and the consequences of revealing this matter. Now that the great battle of Dao and sword is happening, a nascent soul cultivator having a connection with a sword cultivator, that's a big deal. In my opinion, within the next 10 years, that nascent soul cultivator won't do anything to Xiao Mao. Li Zongbao also nodded. We can only wait for the great battle of Dao and sword to calm down, then there's a possibility of making a move. And after 10 years, Hanbo will have succeeded, and I'm afraid he'll already be guarding by my side. Xiao Mao laughed. Therefore, Big Brother, you don't have to be too worried. Of course Big Brother doesn't have to be worried about you. Xiao Hua sneered, you're my brother, a nascent soul cultivator is nothing. There's no need for Hanba to come, I alone can beat him to the ground. Xiao Hua's words with his gold core cultivation was extremely arrogant, but whether it was Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia or Xiao Mao, none of them felt that there was anything wrong with Xiao Hua's words. They were truly convinced by Xiao Hua's methods. Even if Xiao Hua said that he could kill an avatar, they would probably nod their heads blankly. Caw caw. Suddenly, an owl-like voice sounded in the air. Who dares to talk so big? Who dares to kill a nascent soul cultivator? He's just a small gold core cultivator, aren't you afraid of blowing the sky open? Who? When Xiao Hua heard this, his complexion changed greatly. This voice came too suddenly, and Xiao Hua absolutely did not expect that under the escort of the Huda Stockade's Wu Lao, a spirit warrior would immediately chase after the Wu Lao as soon as he left. His plan to move clouds and rain along the way could be considered a waste. Between shame and anger, Xiao Hua coldly said, a thief who doesn't dare to show himself, I'm afraid you've been chasing after me for a long time, right? Immediately, the Buddha's sense swept behind him, but before Xiao Hua's Buddha's sense could find any trace of the person, several sharp flying sword-like divine senses swept from all sides of the flying boat, firmly locking onto the four people. Only then did Xiao Hua and the others come to their senses, unconsciously turning as white as paper. Half a li away from the flowing cloud flying boat, four swordsmen appeared in the air. In front of these four swordsmen was a beautiful woman, but her face was as cold as frost. Her face was full of ridicule and astonishment. Who else could it be but Lu Ruochang of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect? In addition to Lu Ruochang, there were 3 other swordsmen, firmly surrounding the flowing cloud flying boat in a triangular formation. In front of the flowing cloud flying ship, there was a young swordsman with a robust figure. His 5 strands of beard looked very spirited. However, his pair of sword-like eyes carried a kind of incomparable hatred. He was staring fixedly at Xiao Hua's face as he slowly flew over. Chapter 2953. On the left rear of the flowing cloud-flying ship, there was a female swordsman with a graceful figure. She wore very little clothing, only covering her vital parts. Her exposed bluish-white skin emitted a lustrous sword light. When one's gaze fell on her, a feeling of dizziness involuntarily arose in one's heart. It was as if one didn't even need to look at the female swordsman's appearance to be mesmerized by her sword light. To the right of the flowing cloud-flying ship was an old man. This old man wasn't tall and was a bit fat. His sword clothes were also bulging. However, this old man's bean-sized eyes were flashing with a sharp brilliance. Every time he raised his hand, a fiery red sword light flashed with a thin flame sword intent, as if it could split the void apart. Swordsman transformation. Xiao Hua sensed these sharp sword intents and immediately identified the cultivation of these 3 swordsmen. Moreover, these 3 swordsmen had restrained their sword intent and successfully concealed their whereabouts. They didn't arouse the sword origin in Xiao Hua's body. Needless to say, they were at least second-grade transformation swords, surpassing the Void Heaven Sword School's Xue Mingcha. Xiao Hua saw the appearance of several swordsman transformation swordsmen and immediately understood that he was their target. He didn't hesitate and left Fairy Hongxia and the others behind. His body was surrounded by lightning, and with a rumbling sound, he rushed towards the sky. It was only when he had flown a few dozen feet away that Fairy Hongxia's terrified voice called out, "Darling Xiao, run." Xiao Hua felt a trace of guilt in his heart, but he understood that Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia were only at the Foundation establishment realm. Not to mention 3 swordsman transformation swords, they were nothing in LV Ruochang's eyes. As long as he used some method to escape, these 3 people might not be in any trouble. However, Xiao Hua's thoughts were just thoughts. Could he escape? "Kaka, you were so arrogant just a moment ago. How come you've become a coward now?" The gloomy voice came from the young swordsman. A huge sword light suddenly shot out from the swordsman's mouth, producing a loud rumbling sound, and rapidly pierced towards Xiao Hua's body. This sword light was extremely fast, as if it had instantly streaked across the sky and appeared between Xiao Hua's chest and abdomen. Within the snow-white sword light, streaks of ice python-like sword intent slashed towards Xiao Hua with their soul-devouring fangs. Xiao Hua didn't panic in the slightest. He also slashed with his right hand, and a sword light also appeared. With a boom, it smashed onto the ice-cold sword light. Woo! With a sharp whistling sound, Xiao Hua's figure borrowed the sword light to rush into the sky. His speed increased by more than 20%. The young swordsman's complexion turned somewhat unsightly. His mouth issued a sound of astonishment. The sword light around his body suddenly flashed, and a huge sword suddenly appeared. Then, he chased after Xiao Hua. The strange thing was that after the huge sword flew out for a few dozen meters, it slowly disappeared without any trace of fluctuation or sword chi. How could Xiao Hua care about this young swordsman? His figure had just used the lightning escape to rush up another few dozen meters when a sword intent like the falling of the Milky Way sprinkled down on his head. Admittedly, the strands of rain were like those of an orphan girl, but the desolation within was enough to split the soul. Damn it! Xiao Hua couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was already struggling to deal with 1 sword transformation, but the Huan state actually sent out 3 sword transformations. The 3rd sword transformation hadn't even made a move yet. Just 2 sword transformations, he probably couldn't deal with them, right? Go to hell. Xiao Hua's heart was filled with hatred. He understood that the matter of his sword transformation cultivation was no longer a secret. The sword light around his body surged, and the sword origin shot out. A huge sword was also slowly born. Inside, 9 flying swords of different sizes were arranged in different shapes. This shape was constantly changing. Even the flying swords within the sword formation turned into shooting stars. Countless tiny hurricanes madly gathered, and slashed towards the ice river sword intent. It was like 9 stars transiting the sun. Boom! A loud sound rang out. That unparalleled sword intent was actually torn apart by Xiao Hua's huge sword. Below that sword intent, the graceful swordswoman's figure was revealed. However, this swordswoman's face didn't have any astonishment. Instead, it showed a kind of pleasant surprise. Even, those big curved eyes contained traces of charm. Looking at Xiao Hua's heart sword and the 9 stars within the heart sword, a smile appeared on her dark red lips. She even muttered in a low voice, 9 stars transiting the sun, this guy actually knows 9 stars transiting the sun. It wasn't rough. Except for the execution dream and mountain splitter, Xiao Hua's other 7 sword orbs were completely repaired in the sword catacomb. However, they had always been nurtured in the sword scars of his primordial spirit, and hadn't been successful. During the trip to Meng Mountains, Xiao Hua once again placed his attention on soul cultivation. That is, when he just activated the execution dream and mountain splitter, he realized that the 9 flying swords were all successful. Xiao Hua was overjoyed, but he didn't care too much. He immediately used the 9 stars transiting the sun that he had comprehended countless times in the sword intent. Sure enough, 9 stars transiting the sun was extraordinary. In just one sword strike, it defeated a second-grade sword transformation flying sword. Of course, Xiao Hua still didn't have the time to appreciate this graceful swordswoman's charm, nor did he have the time to savor the joy of defeating a second-grade sword transformation flying sword. He didn't even have the time to look at the swordswoman's figure. Before he could escape from the huge sword, he once again activated the lightning evasion and rushed away. Swoosh! Xiao Hua flew out another 10 zhang. Seeing that there was a glimmer of hope to escape the encirclement, countless scarlet flames appeared in the space of nearly 100 zhang. Not only were these flames extremely hot, they were also abnormally sharp. The entire sky had become a place of mountains of blades and seas of fire. Humph! Xiao Hua was not afraid of fire. He coldly snorted in his heart, opened his mouth, and a wisp of spirit fire immediately flew out. Normally, this was his last resort. But now, in order to escape, he couldn't care about anything else. When the spirit fire appeared, under Xiao Hua's divine flame art, it immediately turned into a net and rushed in front of the huge sword. Although the sword will of the flame was powerful and seemed to be able to burn the surrounding space, when it came into contact with the spiritual fire, it was like a snowflake coming into contact with boiling water, instantly melting into the spiritual fire. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua urged the spiritual fire to rush out of a gap in the fire lake, and was about to break out of the encirclement of the 3 swordsmen. This, what Xue Mingcha said was true. Under the lake of fire, the old swordsman hadn't transformed into a sword, but his body was surrounded by a fiery sword light. His fiery red eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. This nameless actually has a supreme spirit fire in his hands. While the old swordsman was pondering, the huge sword transformed by Xiao Hua had already flown out of the lake of fire. The lightning was shining brightly, and it was flying towards the direction of millions of Meng mountains. But at this moment, above the seemingly clear blue sky, many whirlpools suddenly appeared. These thumb-sized whirlpools didn't even wait for Xiao Hua to see clearly, and they immediately emitted a powerful sword energy. Clang! Not allowing Xiao Hua to do anything, the sword energy around his body emitted a strong sword cry, as if it was going to come out of his body. Moreover, the huge sword transformed by Xiao Hua was also emitting a mournful cry, and the sword light was almost skyrocketing. There's a 4th sword transformation. Xiao Hua was shocked. Buzz! The sword energy roared, and all the whirlpools instantly converged to form a huge sword. Wasn't this the young swordsman who fought with Xiao Hua for the first time? Invisible sword. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. However, he was still shocked by the speed of this young swordsman. He didn't expect that there would always be someone who was faster than him, and that there was someone who could be faster than his lightning evasion. Boom! The young swordsman's huge sword was very close to Xiao Hua, and it didn't give Xiao Hua any chance to dodge. The two huge swords clashed together. A powerful roar was heard, and a powerful hurricane was generated. It was like the wind was sweeping away the clouds, and it was like the gathering of the wind and the clouds, flattening everything in the sky. Even Xiao Hua's body, that flame that hadn't been retracted, was swept away. Looking at the two huge swords, the young swordsman's majestic body didn't move, and the sword light around him slowly dissipated, revealing a proud face. He coldly stared at Xiao Hua, who was falling down from the sky like a falling leaf. Xiao Hua seemed to have lost consciousness, falling straight down. His entire body was jolted left and right by the shockwaves created by the huge swords, and he looked extremely pitiful. Xiao Hua hadn't truly transformed into a sword. Even though he had the sword will of the 9 stars illuminating the sun, he still couldn't defeat a second-grade sword transformation. Humph, you've just stepped into the threshold of sword transformation, and you actually dare to compete with me, a real sword transformation swordsman. Didn't Xue Mingcha teach you a lesson? Although the old swordsman sneered sarcastically, his body didn't slow down. Even the graceful female cultivator also stood guard on the other side to prevent Xiao Hua from escaping. She also laughed, yes, even if you have the sword will of the 9 stars illuminating the sun, hehe, you haven't truly stepped into sword transformation, so how can you be my opponent? Xiao Hua. Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but cry out sorrowfully. Her body flew out from the flowing cloud flying ship, wanting to catch the falling Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua flew out from the flowing cloud flying ship until he was struck down by the young swordsman. In just a few moments, Fairy Hongxia and the others didn't have time to react, and Xiao Hua had already flown hundreds of feet away. Now that Fairy Hongxia flew up again, how could she catch up with Xiao Hua? However, when Xiao Hua was still hundreds of feet away from the ground, Fairy Hongxia tried her best to circulate her magic power, wanting to catch Xiao Hua's body before he fell to the ground. Xiao Hua's body suddenly moved. Like a stiff snake that had awakened from hibernation, he rushed towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Ah! Fairy Hongxia suddenly froze, her hand covering her mouth as she stood in midair. Pang! With a loud sound, Xiao Hua's figure abruptly crashed into the solid ground. Although his entire body was flashing with an earthen yellow brilliance, the earth escape technique that he had always been proficient in actually lost its effect at this crucial moment. Solidifying earth into steel. Xiao Hua's face was filled with awkwardness. Looking at the faint glow on the ground and the distant LV Ruochang who was standing steadily in mid-air, his heart was filled with shock. Sword cultivator. How did a sword cultivator know that I know the earth escape technique? Chapter 2954. Senior John Doe. LV Ruochang was in the distance. He seemed to know that he was no match for John Doe, so he didn't fly closer. With only sarcasm in his tone, he said, "Unexpected things can't be done again and again. Do you think that the swordsmen of my sword domain are all idiots? You have done so many things and my sword domain people do not know." He. Xiao Hua saw the 3 sword transformation swordsmen slowly descend, and behind Lu Ruochang, there were dozens of swordsmen flying out. Although they were not sword transformation swordsmen, they were at least grade 1 or 2 illusory swordsmen. Knowing that it would not be easy to escape today, he sneered and flew towards Fairy Hongxia. As for Xiao Mao, who had just reacted, he hurriedly urged the flowing cloud flying ship to fly in front of the two. "What's wrong? Not boasting anymore?" The young swordsman stood in the air and said indifferently, "With your cultivation, you actually want to kill a nascent soul cultivator?" What a joke. However, to be honest, although this old man had estimated your strength, but I still underestimated you. You actually forced this old man to sword transformation swordsman. He. Xiao Hua sneered and did not speak. However, the young cultivator still said, "It's fine if you don't speak, it can only mean that you have a guilty conscience. But from your words just now, this old man is somewhat puzzled. I wonder if you can dispel this old man's doubts." "Speak." Xiao Hua replied indifferently. "This old man knows that you are a terrifying phoenix and also know that you are nameless. I also know that you dare to kill a grade 3 illusory swordsman. I also know that you know the rare earth escape technique among the Dao sect cultivators. But, this old man did not expect that you would dare to kill a nascent soul cultivator. This old man wants to ask you, what kind of divine being are you? Who am I, don't you already know?" Although Xiao Hua's face was pale and his eyes were spinning rapidly, he still wanted to escape. However, he did not admit defeat and retorted sarcastically, "On the other hand, who are you? One is a grade 3 illusory swordsman and the other 3 are sword transformation swordsmen. You actually did not care about your face and trapped us 4 puny foundation establishment cultivators here. Do you still care about your face?" Xiao Hua, you also know about face. Lu Ruocheng sneered. "If you had any sense of shame, how could you mix with foundation establishment cultivators with your nascent soul cultivation base? Ambushing and killing countless warriors of my sword region. Today, this sword might as well tell you that your death has arrived." This was Martial Uncle Qin Heng of the Void Heaven Sword School, Senior Martial Brother Qin Jian's master. You tried to kill Senior Brother Qin Jian with your nascent soul cultivation, which is a taboo of the sword domain. Today, Senior Uncle Qin Heng is here to avenge Qin Jian. Then, Lu Ruocheng's finger moved away from the young swordsman and pointed at the old swordsman as he said, "You killed Ling Yunwu, Yuan and her husband, and took the sword pouch of my sword domain. Now, Martial Uncle Xue Qindong of the Ling Feng sword sect is also here to avenge the disciples of Sword's Gate." Xiao Hua sneered. "Many swordsmen have died in my hands. If you want to avenge yourselves, you don't have to sign up one by one. Anyway, I know that the sword cultivators of the Han country bully the weak with numbers. It's not the first time you've encountered such a situation." The young swordswoman giggled. She was so beautiful that the sword armor on her body was almost scraped off. "Little brother, you're quite brave. I like you the most. I'm Feng Suewu of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect. I heard that the terrifying phoenix in the Dao Sword War was actually a nascent soul nameless and had the strength of a first-grade sword transformation realm cultivator. I've long been impressed. Now that I've met you, I'm even more impressed. You even have the 9 stars soaring sun sword intent. If little brother is interested in joining my sword domain, I can recommend myself to help little brother reach the divine sword realm." At this moment, Qin Heng frowned and reminded, "Feng Suewu, the 9 stars soaring sun sword sect secret technique, I know little brother Xiao is willing." Feng Suewu glanced at Xiao Hua in an extremely charming manner and smiled. "I'm not afraid of the flame bamboo sword sect. What can others do about our love?" Formless sword, as expected. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the crowd. He knew in his heart that there was no chance of survival today. He couldn't help but feel anxious. When he heard Feng Suewu's teasing, he licked his lips and said with a smile, "TSK. Old witch, how old are you? You're actually still thinking about this young master. Isn't the legend of an old cow eating young grass exactly like this?" Feng Suewu actually didn't get angry. She smiled and said, "I'm an old witch. How can you be worse? You're drooling over Fairy Hongxia's youth and beauty. Isn't that the same as an old cow eating young grass? Good little brother, just submit to this concubine. As long as you tell the whole story and reveal your identity, won't you be able to fly away with me? And this fairy Hongxia, I can also treat her as a little sister. Not to mention how many good little sisters you have, even if you have more, I won't care. Don't you like the 9 stars transit? How about I and my 8 sisters transit the sun together? Bah, fairy Hongxia's face turned red. She spat and cursed, old witch. Bitch, Feng Suiwu sneered. She flicked her finger, and an ice flower pierced towards fairy Hongxia. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his hand, and the wishful staff struck out. With a pang sound, it hit the ice flower. The ice flower turned into fragments, and the moment it fell, it once again rushed towards fairy Hongxia. Humph! Fairy Hongxia hurriedly waved the phoenix command in her hand, and a 5-colored brilliance fell in front of her body. Puff 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 puff, a series of sounds rang out. The fragments hit the brilliance and instantly shattered the defensive brilliance. Fortunately, those sword lights were shattered by Xiao Hua, and after passing through the defense of the phoenix token, by the time they reached fairy Hongxia's body, they were unable to break through her protective brilliance, and fell from the sky one after another. Little girl. Feng Suiwu said coldly, don't think that you can block this sword intent. This sword was only afraid of hurting little brother Zhao's heart, so I didn't go all out. Fairy Hongxia muttered a few words, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Obviously, against a second-grade sword transformation realm swordsman, she really didn't have the strength to fight back. Nameless. Qin Heng said faintly, sword friend Feng is right. You have my sword domain's sword energy, so why did you sneak into the country of Shi's Imperial Thunder sect? Which sword sect of my sword domain are you a disciple of? As long as you tell us the reason, we will definitely not make things difficult for you. In fact, we will even assist you. Have you ever seen a sword cultivator's disciple with a nascent soul realm cultivation? Have you ever seen a sword cultivator's disciple kill a sword cultivator? Xiao Hua said coldly, besides, Qin Jian's life, Ling Yunwu's and Yuan's lives, won't you all pursue it? And, the lives of these few Dao sect disciples. It's precisely because Senior Nameless has the nascent soul realm cultivation of the Dao sect and my sword domain's sword transformation realm cultivation that our sword domain's sword transformation realm senior treats you so well. Lu Ruocheng chuckled and said, isn't a sword transformation realm swordsman who can control the country of Shi's Imperial Thunder sect more important than the entire Sky Patrol City? Sky Patrol City. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said coldly, I'm afraid that Sky Patrol City is already heavily guarded by our Dao sect disciples. If you all attack, speaking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked and knew that he couldn't continue. If he said too much, he might expose Jiu Xia. Oh. Senior Nameless actually knows that Sky Patrol City is the target of our sword domain's battle. Lu Ruocheng was naturally stunned, but then he smiled and said, to be able to see this point in such a complicated battle situation, Senior Nameless is indeed amazing. If that's the case, our sword domain will have to invite Senior Nameless back. Furthermore, I've also revealed to you that even if the Dao sect's cultivators manage to find out about the sword domain's goal, the Sky Patrol City, will still fall into the hands of the sword domain. There will be no change at all. Well, if you follow us back, you might be able to see how the warriors of our sword domain will attack Sky Patrol City. I'm not going. Xiao Hua didn't believe Lu Ruocheng's words. He had already sent the message to the Imperial Thunder sect. He didn't believe that such an important piece of news would not be taken seriously by the nascent soul realm masters in the meeting hall. Moreover, he originally wanted to go through with it. However, looking at Qin Jian's master and Ling Yunwu's senior uncle, how could he back down? Senior Nameless, you don't have to worry. Our sword domain accepts all kinds of cultivators. Not only do we have beast cultivators, weapon cultivators, bird cultivators and soul cultivators. The one who set up the soul formation in the sword tomb that day, was a soul warrior from Meng Mountain. Naturally, this soul warrior has something to do with our sword domain. Since our sword domain can accommodate a soul warrior, why can't we accommodate a mere cultivator? Lu Ruochang persuaded again. Besides, in your 3 kingdoms, there are more than thousands of cultivators who have submitted to our sword domain. One more senior nameless won't make much of a difference. Why do you care? I'm afraid none of those thousands of cultivators are in the nascent soul realm, right? Xiao Hua said coldly, since one more won't make much of a difference, one less won't make much of a difference either. If I submit today, I'm afraid my path of cultivation has come to an end. Moreover, how can I give up on my fellow disciples? Xiao Hua understood that if Lu Ruochang and the others attacked him, Fairy Hongxia and the others would have a chance to live. However, if he submitted, Fairy Hongxia and the others would definitely die. Good little brother, don't tell me you don't want to live anymore. Feng Suiwu smiled tenderly, don't you want to take pity on me? Old witch. Xiao Hua scolded coldly, not wanting to say a word more. Now that things have come to this, we can only take action. Xue Qindong, who had not spoken until now, waved his hand faintly and said, I've said it before. Unless we capture this guy and search his soul, it's impossible to know his background. LV Ruochang also sighed. A living nameless Hua was much more valuable than a dead Xiao Hua. A lively nameless Hua was naturally much more useful than a demented Xiao Hua. However, if they captured him, it might not be impossible for them to turn the situation around. Chapter 2955. Weng Weng Weng, 3 sword cries shook the heavens and the earth. 3 giant swords gradually emerged from the bodies of the 3 second-grade swordsmen. The crisscrossing sword energy had already sealed the space around Xiao Hua and the others. The biting cold sword energy absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth and hovered in the air. How do we escape? Xiao Hua was very anxious, but the surrounding area was sealed by the sword energy. He was really helpless. Spiritual fire. Wishful staff. Overturning sea seal. Nascent soul hand. Xiao Hua thought of many methods, but they seemed to be ineffective. Fight. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and was about to use the nascent soul hand. It's really lively. At this critical moment, a young voice came from the stern of the flowing cloud airship. When did the swordsman of Sword Domain become so bold? Causing trouble at the doorstep of Meng Mountain? Say. Senior. Hearing this, Xiao Hua saw the familiar figure of Huda Stockade's elder Wu. He almost couldn't believe his eyes and stammered. Where did this soul warrior come from? Qin Heng and the others had already transformed into swords, but they still couldn't sense the cultivation of this young man. It was as if a person in the void revealed a shadow. While they were shocked, they shouted, "This is a dispute between Sword Domain and Dao sect cultivators. It has nothing to do with Meng Mountain's soul warriors. If you have nothing else to do, please dodge. If my flying swords hurt you, it will affect the relationship between Sword Domain and Meng Mountain." When did Meng Mountain have feelings for Sword Domain? Elder Wu laughed and pointed at Qin Heng. This old man remembers that you should be the disciple of Void Heaven Sword School's old Qin. Has old Qin stepped into the Spirit Sword sect? Ah. When Qin Heng heard this, the sword's radiance shook violently. It was obvious that he was shocked. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sound of the sword resonated again. Qin Heng's sword flashed again, and the entire sword suddenly disappeared. Qin Heng actually wanted to run away at this moment. If Qin Heng wanted to leave, how could Feng Suiwu and Xue Qindong stay? Both of them had the same thought. Sword energy overflowed from their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, they flew dozens of feet away. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Old Wu chuckled and did not chase after him. Instead, he extended his hand and a pitch-black spirit treasure strangely appeared in midair. Lost Soul Lamp. Seeing the familiar Lost Soul Lamp, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Woo woo woo, strange witchcraft curses came out from Elder Wu's mouth and turned into a dark green color that landed on the soul-extinguishing lamp. The soul-extinguishing lamp, which was originally the size of a bean, suddenly shone with a bright green light. It shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant, it illuminated an area of several hundred feet. Poof! Elder Wu spat out again, and a faint, tiny green seal script fell into the light. Pang! There was an explosive sound, as if the wick of the lamp had exploded. 3 dark green lights flew out from the wick of the lamp. The flow of the lights could not be seen at all, and in the next moment, they appeared on top of the giant sword formed by Qin Heng, Xue Qindong, and Feng Suiwu, who were flying in 3 different directions. Woo-woo. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but Xiaohua's sharp senses allowed him to detect that when the 3 green lights appeared, there was a ghostly shriek in the nearby void. The entire horizon was suffused with strands of black gas, and each and every one of them was a strange ghostly head. Using the lost soul extinguishing lamp actually caused a celestial phenomenon. Xiaohua sighed inwardly, because he could even see the faint rolling thunder and fierce winds in the horizon. When the 3 lights fell on the giant sword, the 3 previously arrogant second-grade sword transformation stage swordsmen immediately froze in midair. They could not get out of the sword's body, nor could they fly even half an inch. Sigh. An obscure, dry, and incomparably majestic sigh came from the lost soul extinguishing lamp. It was actually the same sigh as the hooded great god when the lost soul extinguishing lamp was lit. Along with this sigh, the entire world suddenly became bright and dim. Even Xiaohua was startled, as if something had happened in this world, but also as if nothing had happened. The black gas and ghost heads froze, and the heavenly thunder and fierce winds also froze. Woof! At the lost soul extinguishing lamp, a soul-stirring bark sounded, and the entire space was stirred up by a strong storm. A burst of light and shadow swayed, the green light rolled back, and the black gas dispersed. Even the rolling thunder in the sky quickly subsided. Looking at the 3 giant swords again, they fell straight from midair. Obviously, the 3 second-grade sword transformation stage swordsmen had been killed by Elder Wu in an instant. This lost soul extinguishing lamp is too powerful, isn't it? Xiaohua was really stunned. Not to mention him, Xiao Mao and the others, as well as all the swordsmen, were stupefied on the spot. This unforeseen event seemed to be even more inconceivable than when Xiaohua rushed into the sky to escape and was intercepted by the 3 sword transformation stage swordsmen. Scram! Elder Wu withdrew his hand, and the entire green light converged into his hand. The lost soul extinguishing lamp also disappeared. All the swordsmen seemed to still be in a daze, and simply did not understand what Elder Wu was saying. After a few breaths, only then did the clever swordsmen wake up. How could they dare to stay here for a moment longer? They urged the flying generals under their feet to flee in panic. Someone moved, and the remaining people naturally woke up and hurriedly fled. LV Ruochang hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to fly towards the giant sword transformed from the 3 swords, he heard Venerable Wu's cold voice again, "Leave the flying swords behind. Xiaohua is my little friend. It's disrespectful to me for you to intercept him. These 3 flying swords are the compensation." How could Lu Ruochang dare to disobey? He shrunk his neck and hurriedly flew away without looking back. Senior. Seeing all the swordsmen flee, Xiaohua couldn't help but give a thumbs up, and sighed. Junior only knew that he had the empty fort strategy, but I didn't expect Senior to have a secret plan. You've actually been following behind this Junior all this time. Humph, if I didn't follow behind, how would I know that someone was still gossiping behind me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? Elder Wu's face was cold. He waved his hand, and a few jade slips were thrown onto the flying boat. This is the bullshit cultivation method you wanted. Take it yourself. Don't. Since it was like this, what else could Xiao Hua say? He could only thicken his face and endure the heat. With a wave of his hand, he once again picked up the jade slips and respectfully handed them to Elder Wu. He smiled apologetically, Junior. Junior was in a hurry. Hee, how could Junior be as farsighted as Senior? I thought. You thought I would be greedy for your things. Elder Wu didn't take the jade slips and said coldly. No, no. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. Junior didn't expect that Senior would actually want to lure the snake out of its hole and give the sword cultivators, and the others a warning. That's why I concealed myself. Junior now truly understands Senior's love for fists. Now that Senior has saved our lives, how could Junior still have the face to take Senior's things? Junior definitely can't accept these things. Junior thanks Senior for saving our lives. Xiao Mao and the others didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Elder Wu's kindness was indeed great. Humph! Elder Wu looked at the four of them and snorted coldly. He reached out his hand and took the jade slips, and said indifferently, "Get up. I naturally have my reasons for sending you all out." Yes, Junior only knows now. Xiao Hua hurriedly smiled apologetically. Furthermore, these so-called earth, heaven, and saint class cultivation techniques are just nonsense made up by your Dao sect cultivators. What use do you have for these cultivation techniques? Then, Venerable Wu continued, even all the soul cultivation techniques in Meng Mountains are based on the Green Seal script. Now that you have understood the pronunciation of the Green Seal script and the witchcraft incantation, all you need to do is to understand the Green Seal script one by one. That will be the most basic soul cultivation technique. Isn't that much stronger than any other soul cultivation technique? Yes, Junior didn't know about this, right? Senior said it, Junior only knows now. Xiao Hua was shocked and smiled apologetically, but it said that there are 365 Green Seal scripts. Where would Junior find them? How would I know? Elder Wu rolled his eyes and said indifferently, I only know that soul scholars can learn 50 Green Seal scripts every day in the 6 days of the soul. Shamans can learn 20 Green Seal scripts every day in the 3 days of the soul. As for the remaining 5, I don't even know where to find them. Of course, this is only a possibility. No one would dare to waste their life essence to compete with the essence of heaven and earth. Yes, Junior thanks Senior. Xiao Hua naturally knew that Elder Wu was giving him pointers. While feeling grateful, he bowed and saluted. Also, Elder Wu hesitated for a moment and said, this time in Shaman King's stronghold, the Shaman King suddenly said that these 365 Green Seal scripts are the essence of heaven and earth. But outside of this essence of heaven and earth, there are 7 other essences that cannot be contained by heaven and earth. If someone is fated to obtain them, I'm afraid that they will transcend this heaven and earth. Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned. This Green Seal script has so many things to pay attention to. The soul cultivation techniques of Meng Mountains far surpass your Taoist sect. Elder Wu said coldly, what I said is only the most basic. How could a kid like you know the other secrets? Elder Wu slapped his hand again and took out a bone and threw it in front of Xiao Hua, saying, take it, this is what you want. It's been hard for you to help the people of Meng Mountains all this time. What is this? Xiao Hua was stunned. Didn't Senior say that the soul cultivation techniques can't be passed to outsiders? You asked Junior to be loyal. Humph, you've been using witchcraft curses all this time, and you even asked G-Man for the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. No matter if it's us soul cultivators or Confucian cultivators, we are both the great enemies of your Taoist sect. Aren't you afraid of being found out by others? You've been acting like this in front of me. Is it just for the sake of a saint-level cultivation technique? Elder Wu sneered, this is a soul technique used by us soul cultivators to conceal and protect the soul. Consider it your reward for helping us all this time. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. He really wanted to cry and laugh in his heart. He really didn't have such thoughts. But since Elder Wu had already said so, and had even taken out a spirit technique, how could he reject it? He rolled his eyes and smiled apologetically. Senior is indeed astute. Junior's little thoughts have been guessed by Senior. Chapter 2956. Humph, how old are you? In front of this old man, you're just a child. At this point, Old Wu didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and a jade slip fell onto the flowing cloud airship. This is the route from Meng Mountains to the country of Shi. Although the people of Sword Domain won't dare to stop you, it's not without danger. This route is safe. After he finished speaking, Old Wu's figure disappeared again. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and bowed towards the sky. In addition, your rejuvenation pill, if you still have it, you can give one to Hanba. This thing is very useful for the transformation of a soul beast. Heh, maybe that drought demon took the rejuvenation pill and became a charming and beautiful lady. Old Wu's voice suddenly came from far away, but in the eyes of Xiao Hua and the others, it seemed close at hand. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to Old Wu's words, but he was really surprised that Old Wu could fly so far in an instant. The path of cultivation in this world is really strange. I thought that the lightning escape technique of the Imperial Thunder sect was already very wonderful, but today, not to mention that Qin Heng of the Void Heaven Sword School was able to catch up to me, Old Wu flew so far in an instant. This is far from what I can compare with. Light escape, light escape, when will I be able to master it? When Xiao Hua woke up from his shock, he turned to Xiao Mao and asked, Xiao Mao, what does Old Wu mean? He should know that I don't have any more rejuvenation pills, right? At this time, Xiao Mao's face was as red as a big red cloth. His eyes were wandering as he whispered, how would I know what Old Wu is talking about? However, Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao's expression, then looked at Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao who couldn't help laughing. He suddenly understood. Hanba's extremely exaggerated figure, if she was really beautiful, then what kind of taste would that be? Old Wu, he's actually this old and dirty. Xiao Hua was immediately happy. He really didn't expect that the usually serious Old Wu had this side to him. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua flew out of the flowing cloud flying boat with a smile and said, you think about how to deal with your Qin Jian. I'm going to get the compensation for my hurt heart. That's right, Red Cloud, take a look at this jade slip with Senior Brotherly and plan how we're going to return to the state of Shi. Big brother. Xiao Mao's face burned even more. It was nothing serious to begin with, but Elder Wu's sudden words made it seem like he was having an affair with Hitorigami. Xiao Hua smiled as he left. Not long after, he returned with the 3 illusory sword grade 2 swordsmen. Looking at the 3 people, he asked, who wants these 3 flying swords? And their storage pouches. Hee, that's the compensation for your hurt heart. Why would we want that? Li Zongbao chuckled as he sat down cross-legged, and then he withdrew the immortal slaughter whip and said, with this treasure, I'm satisfied with my life. Red Cloud Fairy and Xiao Mao naturally didn't want it. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. Looking at the jade slip in Red Cloud Fairy's hand, he asked, is the route given by Elder Wu suitable? Red Cloud Fairy smiled and said, this is a secret passage. It's a shortcut from the Million Meng Mountains to the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. It must be used by the Million Meng Mountains spirit warriors. Elder Wu's thoughts, really don't treat Xiao Hua as an outsider. Yeah, who are we to hood a stockade? Xiao Hua smiled and said casually. But after he finished speaking, he saw the slyness in Red Cloud Fairy's narrowed eyes and that thought-provoking smile. He hurriedly explained, no. Xiao, big brother, you don't have to explain. Xiao Mao interrupted, there's no point in saying more. If there is, there is. If there isn't, there isn't. What's the use of explaining? Damn it. Xiao Hua scolded, it's all because of your hitorigami. After I refine the rejuvenation pill, I won't give you half a pill. Oh, right, you still have a mission. As he said that, Xiao Hua took out a storage pouch and threw it to Xiao Mao. This is the remaining spiritual seeds. When you're driving the airship, find a suitable place and scatter some. Big brother, you can't order me around like this, right? Xiao Mao looked at the spiritual seeds in the storage pouch and stomped his feet. There are so many spiritual seeds. How long do I have to scatter them? Hee, you're the messenger of Huda great god. Xiao Hua laughed, if you're not the one doing this job, who else can do it? Hurry up and fly, we're still waiting to return to the country of Shi. Yes, I'll drive the airship right away. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly and looked at Red Cloud Fairy, senior sister, even if you want me to drive the airship, you should at least tell me where I'm flying to, right? I can't possibly break into the sword domain again, right? Red Cloud Fairy rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and looked at the jade scroll cautiously. She pointed in another direction and said, fly there. Yes. I guarantee that under senior sister's command, the direction is correct. Xiao Mao replied in a loud and clear voice. He urged the flying boat to soar into the sky and charged in the direction that Fairy Hongxia had pointed out. It's finally easy. Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief and looked towards the direction the airship was heading towards. It was a piece of ice field and there was no direction to refer to. Darling Xiao, how's your spiritual will? Red Cloud Fairy kept her smile and asked with concern. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and released his spiritual will. A strong pressure rushed out like a storm. In the golden core. Facing such a vast spiritual will and that strong pressure, Red Cloud Fairy who was in the late stage of foundation establishment could not help but groan and ask in shock. My spiritual will has not recovered by 40%. However, it's no longer a problem. Xiao Hua looked at Red Cloud Fairy's increasingly beautiful smile and replied, and in the process of recovery, my spiritual will was restored after it was broken. I have benefited a lot from it. When my spiritual will is fully recovered, it will be 30% stronger than before. As for the pressure, even if I meet a nascent soul cultivator again, I will not be afraid. You can even do that? Li Zongbao was also shocked by Xiao Hua's pressure and was a little dumbfounded. If that's the case, I also want to be injured by hitorigami. This, you have to ask Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua smiled and retracted his spiritual will and pressure. Up to you. As long as senior brother Li is willing, I can summon hitorigami here right now. Xiao Mao drove the airship and replied, just like what happened with the fire ape. Sigh, I don't have any secret techniques. Better not. Li Zongbao shrugged, don't go for wool and come home shorn, Io, that's not right, that's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Hua shouted and hurriedly said, Elder Wu's words are definitely not that simple. I seem to have understood something, oh. What's wrong? Xiao Mao did not go to the soul refining cave and had never seen Master Qin Qin. He was not very clear about the night sacrifice and asked curiously. That's right, that's right. Li Zongbao also suddenly understood and stood up from the airship. Elder Wu mentioned the rejuvenation pill for no reason, as if to remind us. Xiao Hua held his chin with his hand and looked at the millions of Meng mountains behind the airship. Indeed. It seems that Elder Wu is also very concerned about Master Qin Qin's death. How can he not be concerned? Master Qin Qin repaired the soul lamp of Huda Stockade. Speaking of which, she died for the inheritance of Huda Stockade. Fairy Hongxia heard this and was a little sad. That is to say, Elder Wu suspects that a spirit beast that was preparing to transform took away the rejuvenation pill from Master Qin Qin. However, Elder Wu does not know who this spirit beast is. Xiao Hua frowned and said, however, the strange thing is, if it was a spirit beast that could transform into a human form and kill Master Qin Qin, whose cultivation is comparable to the late gold core stage and is close to the nascent soul stage, why, didn't it attack us? After all, we have always been with Master Qin Qin. We were only absent during the period when Master Qin Qin was killed. Thinking about how she had always been coveted by a spirit beast that had transformed into a human form, Fairy Hongxia shrunk her neck and felt a lingering fear. This can only be discussed in the future. Li Zongbao shook his head and said, "Our cultivation is not enough to deal with a spirit beast that has transformed into a human form. Even with Elder Wu's divine ability, you can't find this spirit beast, so I'm afraid we can't do it." Sigh, yes. This should be the only regret of our trip to Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua was disappointed, and Master Qin Qin's short figure, ferocious face, and broad chest unconsciously appeared in his mind. Sometimes, it's more than that. Xiao Hua sighed as he looked at Meng Mountains getting farther and farther away. Under the miraculous hands of Reverend Xiao Hua, the crisis of millions of Meng Mountains had gradually subsided. Gradually, the peace and tranquility were restored. Meanwhile, Xiao He had been brought away from the ancestral hall of Huda Stockade by Xiao Hua, and the millions of soul warriors of Meng Mountains would no longer intrude into the territory of Huan Kingdom to search for Zhang Xiaohua, who did not exist. The battle between soul warriors and swordsmen had come to an end. The greatest contributor had returned to Shi Kingdom through the secret passage of soul cultivators, and did not go to Celestial City. What about the sword battle between swordsmen and soul cultivators? Now, it had reached the most critical stage. The towering Celestial City was still standing in the snowy region like a huge fortress. The snow and ice around it were still unmelted, quietly shining a dazzling white under the sunlight. Today was a rare sunny day in the snowy plateau. The pale white sun was hanging in the sky without any clouds, and the azure sky looked like a boundless green pond hanging upside down in the sky. Under the clear sky, Sage Xueyu was sitting leisurely on a cushion in the quiet city lord's mansion. A small red furnace was burning in the air in front of him. There was a fist-sized emerald green teapot on top of the furnace, and it made gurgling sounds as it was being licked by the red flames. Along with the sound, wisps of white smoke spurted out from the teapot's spout. This white gas was very strange. It didn't disappear like normal water vapor. Instead, it was like a long snake slithering in the air. There was a lot of white gas, and the whole teapot's surroundings looked like a dense fairyland. This white gas was the spiritual energy that the teapot breathed in and out. Chapter 2957. Hiss. Master Xueyu opened his mouth. Countless streams of white smoke turned into a thick white chain and rushed into his mouth. Gurgle, like the sound of a teapot, Master Xueyu's stomach was also growling. Then, 2 streams of turbid air came out of his nostrils. Phew! Xueyu Master let out a deep breath, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Clearly, he was enjoying the tightness. This cloud mist tea, ordinary people only know how to brew it with spring water to satisfy their cravings. Even if it's the spiritual energy in the spirit tea, what benefit can it bring to cultivation? Who would know? If we use innate true water to evaporate this energy, not only will it be able to purify the energy, it will also be able to neutralize the innate true water. Using this innate true water for cultivation is a very rare technique for cultivators with water physique. Sage Xueyu muttered to himself, to be able to enjoy life like this at such a time, and to be able to cultivate while enjoying it, even if you asked me to be the sect master. I wouldn't be willing. As Daoist Xueyu smiled, the white mist surrounded the teapot again. Just as Daoist Xueyu was about to open his mouth to take a sip, the corner of his right eye suddenly twitched. Then, the slender white eyebrows above his right eye suddenly trembled for no reason. I.O. Xueyu's face was filled with shock. Why is that? Could it be some sort of warning sign? Master Xueyu closed his eyes for a moment as if he was trying to comprehend something. However, a moment later, he opened his eyes and said, "It seems, there is nothing to worry about. Although my Sky Patrol City is the focal point of the Great Tao Sword War, the Sky Patrol City is the main focus of the war. But now, the Great War of Tao and Sword has spread across the borders of the country of Xi, the country of Lian, and the country of Huan. Without the Sword Tomb, my Sky Patrol City's role is reduced. Cultivators can occupy a large territory of the country of Lian, so who would care about a small place like my Sky Patrol City? Moreover, it's fine if sword cultivators don't come to Sky Patrol City, but if they do, won't they fall into the trap of the Three Kingdoms? Perhaps, it's because of Ai's cultivation." Just as Sage Xueyu was deep in thought, a sharp cry like that of an eagle rang out in the sky above Sky Patrol City. "Not good." Sage Xueyu's expression changed when he heard the eagle's cry. He stood up from the futon in disbelief and exclaimed, "Who dares to trigger the Snow Eagle alarm in the Sky Patrol City?" Master Xueyu flew up from the praying mat and waved his sleeve. Whether it was the red clay stove or the emerald green teapot, they both fell into his sleeve and disappeared without a trace. Before Master Xueyu could reach the entrance of the hall, the door silently opened. Master Xueyu's divine sense swept out like a waterfall. Hiss. Xueyu True Master gasped when he saw what was happening 100 miles away from Sky Patrol City. These sword cultivators, where did they come from? At this moment, the sky was no longer as blue and boundless as before. Although the tragic sun was still stuck in the sky, there were still many dark clouds in the surroundings. These dark clouds were like thin strands, but they were like waves, surging rapidly. Accompanied by the dark clouds was a howling cold wind. The cold wind was so harsh that it seemed as if it was going to blow Sky Patrol City into the sky. Just as the wind and clouds were surging, Master Xueyu's divine sense saw that the sky 100 miles away from Sky Patrol City was filled with sword cultivators. They were densely packed like locusts. Moreover, looking at the dense mass of sword cultivators, who knew how many sword cultivators were behind them? How could Master Xueyu not be stunned? An unknown number of sword cultivators were flying over on their swords. Each of them released their sword chi. The soaring sword chi rushed straight into the sky, disrupting the weather. What was special was that all the flying swords were emitting a powerful sword hum, faintly resonating with each other and faintly laughing arrogantly. That kind of invincible and heaven-shaking momentum made even Master Xueyu, who was a nascent soul cultivator, feel his heart pounding. At this moment, before Master Xueyu could expand his divine sense with the help of Sky Patrol City's array, there was a loud clang, and an even more arrogant sword chi rushed into the sky from behind the sword cultivators. Hum! All the flying swords emitted a sorrowful cry. A powerful divine sense swept over like the flying swords, and Master Xueyu's divine sense was immediately hit by it. Hiss! Third-grade swordsman. Master Xueyu gasped again. His divine sense was instantly shattered by the sword chi. How could Master Xueyu not know that this was the appearance of a sword cultivator? His face turned pale. He did not dare to continue probing with his divine sense. He quickly withdrew it and looked in another direction. This time, Master Xueyu was much more obedient. He only briefly checked before withdrawing his divine sense and looking in another two directions. As Sage Xueyu had expected, he scanned the outside of Sky Patrol City with his divine thought. Among the swordsmen on all sides, there were powerful sword essences. Obviously, these swordsmen were going to surround Sky Patrol City. Just as Master Xueyu was shocked, several divine senses that were even more powerful than Master Xueyu's divine sense rushed out from Sky Patrol City and patrolled around like Master Xueyu. These divine intents seemed to have a tacit understanding as they all searched in different directions. However, just like Master Xueyu, the moment their divine intents touched the sword cultivators, they were all injured by the sword cultivators and were forced to withdraw their divine intents. City Lord. Just as Shuiyu's spiritual master stood in front of the palace door with a pale face, bewildered, Jin Kang, whose face was also pale, rushed over and shouted in a panicked tone, "Bad news, bad news." Humph. Master Shuiyu had already made a decision. Seeing Jin Kang so panicked, he snorted and said calmly, "Even when the mountain collapsed, your expression did not change. Even when the enemy was at the city gates, your spirit did not waver. Jin Kang, if even you are so panicked, what will happen to the disciples of Sky Patrol City?" Phew. Jin Kang took a deep breath and barely suppressed his panic. He said anxiously, "I know I was wrong. However, today's situation is beyond my expectations. I don't know how to deal with it." "Easy." Master Shuiyu said coldly, "The first thing is to activate the city defense formation of Sky Patrol City. Secondly, send a distress signal to the cultivators of the three kingdoms. Lastly, stop the teleportation formation to prevent the sword cultivators from using it to attack Sky Patrol City." "Yes, I know all of this." Jin Kang nodded and said, "I have already informed the city guards to adjust the city defense formation to the Snow Eagle level. All the disciples guarding the city are in position. Also, I have already issued an order to mobilize the disciples of the two sects to the four sides of the city gates and prepare to face the enemy. However, from what I can see, this Snow Eagle level defense can only withstand the first wave of attacks from sword cultivators. If you want to withstand the illusory sword and sword transformation level, then you have to activate the formation to the Snow Peak level. Then, you have to ask the City Lord to personally issue a City Lord order. As for the distress signal," Jin Kang smiled bitterly and said, "I just received a message from the patrolling disciples outside the city. I wanted to send the signal through the teleportation formations that are not fixed. However, I found that all the teleportation formations, whether they are fixed or not, cannot be used at all." Ah! Master Shuiyu was stunned. However, this subordinate still followed the city lord's instructions and sealed the teleportation array. Jin Kang was a little relieved when he said this. How serious is the situation? Master Shuiyu had already seen the situation outside Sky Patrol City, but he still asked. Jin Kang replied, "According to the patrolling disciples of my Sky Patrol City who were 100 miles away, sword cultivator disciples suddenly appeared 100 miles away from the Sky Patrol City. They could not tell where these sword cultivators came from. Moreover, there were so many of them that they could not see clearly. These sword cultivators did not attack the patrolling disciples and allowed them to fly back to Sky Patrol City. According to the patrolling disciples, the sword cultivators besieging the city have cultivations ranging from pregnant sword to bright sword. There are so many of them. As for the illusory sword and bright sword that cannot be detected, there are about 20% of them. Have the patrolling disciples returned?" Master Shuiyu pursed his lips and looked into the distance. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the situation and asked again. "Governor, 80% of them have returned. There are still about 200 people who have not returned." Jin Kang said solemnly, "I'm afraid they have already died." "About 200 people. Not all of them have died. Perhaps about 10% of them escaped the encirclement." Master Shuiyu said faintly. "Yes." Jin Kang nodded, "There is also Mist Li and the others who are in charge of the teleportation formation. They should be able to escape the encirclement of these sword cultivators. It will not be long before the cultivators of Dao's sect come to their rescue from all over Huan country. Perhaps." Master Shuiyu narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his eyes. "These sword cultivators have made such a big fuss and let the patrolling disciples go. It is obvious that they want to catch us off guard and take down Sky Patrol City in one go. This was beyond my expectations, but at the same time, it wasn't beyond my expectations. Although I have made preparations and even the cultivators of the three kingdoms have made preparations, it is obvious that there are too many sword cultivators. We still have to fight to the death." Humph. Facing the calm immortal Xueyu, Jinking's mood also calmed down. He snorted coldly and said, I have read the ancient books in the city. Back then, my ancestor of the city Lord of Xueyu, with the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, used the snow wave ice wave formation to protect the city to block the attack of 5 swordsmen at the late stage of the sword transformation stage. Although there are many sword cultivators, I am afraid they are just a motley crew. As he spoke, 4 powerful divine senses swept over. At the same time, 4 figures flew out from the same direction and landed in the sky above the city governor's mansion. Master Xueyu did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hand and a city governor's token landed in front of Jinkeng. He ordered, Go, pass on my city governor's token. Activate the great ice wave formation. When the time is right, I will personally take charge of the great ice wave formation. Kill those sword transformation swordsmen in front of Sky Patrol City. Chapter 2958. Yes, I understand. Jinkeng received the order and hurried out. Xueyu spiritual master flew up to greet them. Junior brother Xueyu, a clear voice said in shock, why did the sword cultivators suddenly appear outside Sky Patrol City? Why didn't my Dao sect disciples react? Xueyu spiritual master looked indifferent. He looked at me you from Imperial Thunder sect and said with a smile, isn't the arrival of the sword cultivators exactly what we want? It's fine if they don't come, but if they do, they'll definitely be defeated by our Sky Patrol City. Didn't they fall into our trap? Ha ha ha, that's right. An extremely arrogant voice said, I've said it before, our Imperial Thunder sect's message has always been accurate. Zhu Qinghe, that little brat, didn't believe me. Now that the sword cultivator is here, this Dao sword war will end in our hands. The credit of defending the Sky Patrol City and killing Hua Jian will fall on the heads of the thunder-controlling sect, Sky Patrol City, and Mo Sang Mountain. The voice belonged to none other than Quantian's spiritual master. As mentioned earlier, Xiaohua told Qian Diheng that the sword cultivator's target was Sky Patrol City through Jiuxia. However, under Zhu Qinghe's analysis, Sun Yunzi and the others did not take it seriously. Instead, they thought it was a trap set by the sword cultivators. Quantian's spiritual master was furious and challenged Zhu Qinghe on the spot. He wanted to pull the Imperial Thunder sect disciples back to Sky Patrol City to prevent the sword cultivator's sneak attack. Zhu Qinghe naturally went with the flow. He asked Sun Yunzi to agree to the Imperial Thunder sect's request to fight and let the Imperial Thunder sect disciples return to Sky Patrol City. Quantian's spiritual master was not as good as Zhu Qinghe in terms of scheming, but he believed in Xiaohua's message and the defensive formation of Sky Patrol City. In particular, if the sword cultivators really wanted to attack Sky Patrol City, the Imperial Thunder sect would have to make a new contribution in the Great War of Dao Sword. Of course, Quang Tian had another plan in mind. If Xiaohua's message was wrong and the sword cultivator's target was not the Celestial City, then wouldn't the Imperial Thunder sect disciples be able to survive the Great Dao Sword battle by hiding in the city? To minimize the casualties of the Imperial Thunder sect. When he first came to Sentry City, Crazy Heaven was still a little nervous. From time to time, he would contact Reverend Miyu to come to Reverend Xueyu's City Lord Mansion to check the battle reports. However, as time passed, those sword cultivators seemed to have forgotten about Sky Patrol City and had no intention of attacking it at all. Quang Tian also became lazy and only meditated in the encampment every day, waiting for the end of the great battle of Dao Sword. He did not expect to encounter a large-scale attack by sword cultivators today. However, Quang Tian only panicked for a moment before he calmed down again. He understood that no matter the outcome of the battle in Sky Patrol City, the Imperial Thunder sect and Xiaohua's contributions would not escape. He could even make a false accusation. Moreover, Sky Patrol City was originally a trap set up by Zhu Qinghe and the others. Quang Tian, spiritual master Miyu, and the other disciples of the Thunder Control sect returned to Sky Patrol City in secret and would not let the sword cultivators know. Apart from the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, there were also two early-stage nascent soul cultivators from Mo Sang Mountain, perfected Qin Yen and perfected Lao Yun, as well as many disciples of Mo Sang Mountain. Quang Tian is right. Reverend Shuiyu also laughed. And the credit should go to Xiao Hua who sent the message. After the battle, I will have to thank him properly. Well said, well said. Quang Tian knew what Reverend Shuiyu was thinking and smiled widely. Senior brother Miyu, senior brother Qin Yen, and senior brother Lao Yun. Reverend Shuiyu looked at the other three and said seriously, I's cultivation is shallow and cannot compare to the previous city lord. I will have to rely on you for this battle. Spiritual Master Miyu had always felt that there was a grudge between the Thunder Control sect and Sky Patrol City because of Tu Hong and Dui Chimeng's dual cultivation. Therefore, Reverend Shuiyu did not want the Thunder Control sect to be stationed in Sky Patrol City. However, now that the situation was critical and both sides had to join hands to face the enemy, she smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Shuiyu, don't worry. Now that you are in charge and we are just assistants, we will do our best to resist the sword cultivators. That's right. The two nascent soul cultivators from Mo Sang Mountain nodded. We have already discussed the city defense array with Reverend Shuiyu. If the sword cultivators attack, we will fight the enemy together. Good. Reverend Shuiyu clapped his hands and said, I have already issued the city lord's order. The snow and ice waves array will be activated immediately. I feel that the sword cultivators have gathered so many troops to besiege the Sky Patrol City. They are prepared to attack with all their might. If the attack fails, they will definitely retreat. Otherwise, when the army of our Taoist sect cultivators surround them from the outside, they will be defeated. Hee, Quang Tian laughed again. Before I came to Sky Patrol City, I heard from Sun Yunzi that there are a few fellow cultivators lying in ambush near Sky Patrol City. Now, they have probably received the news and are rushing here to help. In fact, we only need to withstand the first wave of attack from the sword cultivators and the situation will be set. Ah! There is such a thing. Why don't I know about it? Reverend Shuiyu was stunned. Humph, don't say that fellow cultivator doesn't know. On the day I came to Sky Patrol City, if I hadn't forced him, the little bastard from Su Yen faction would not have spat. Quang Tian snorted coldly. They are all playing tricks. How can we compete with them? Sigh, no matter what, I have to thank the Imperial Thunder sect and Mo Sang Mountain. Reverend Shuiyu sighed slightly and bowed. Boom, boom, boom. Reverend Shuiyu's words were drowned out by a loud roar. The sound came from all sides of Sky Patrol City and was abnormally fierce. Accompanied by the roar, countless sword chi soared into the sky. Not only did it tear the dark clouds apart, it also cut the cold wind apart. At the spot where the dark clouds had shattered, snowflakes that looked like bird feathers slowly fell. The previously sunny and warm Sky Patrol City was now shrouded in gloom and tragedy in an instant. The sword cultivators, attacked just like that? Reverend Quang Tian was stunned. Of course, the sword cultivators appeared out of nowhere. When they arrived at Sky Patrol City, they had to organize their troops. How could they start the battle so hastily? Reverend Shuiyu bit his lips slightly when he saw how flustered the sword cultivators were. He waved his hand and said, Fellow cultivators, let's go and take a look. Perhaps, the sword cultivators are at the end of their rope. Before Reverend Miyu and the others followed Reverend Shuiyu into the sky and approached the edge of Sky Patrol City, hum. Hum. Another series of sounds was heard. These sounds were similar to the sound of sword humming. Although it was not as sharp as the sword humming, it was still a continuous sound. On the city walls around Sky Patrol City, thousands of rays of light shot out like fountains. These rays of light also rushed into the air, stirring up the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi and meeting the sword cultivator's oppressive sword light. Rumble. Rumble. Countless explosions sounded one after another, and the entire Sky Patrol city seemed to be trembling. Cold winds blew everywhere, and snowflakes flew backward. Everything between heaven and earth was in a mess. In this chaos, streaks of blood began to appear from the places where the rays of light and sword light collided. The swordsmen who rushed at the front began to fall under the city-guarding formation of Sky Patrol City. Reverend Shuayu's anxiety faded when he saw that the sword cultivators were already very close to Sky Patrol City. They lined up neatly and attacked the city-guarding formation in an orderly manner. It seems, the sword cultivators came prepared. Reverend Kuang Tian looked at Reverend Miyu and said in a low voice, "They're not just passing by in a hurry." Nonsense. Reverend Miyu said coldly, "If they were just passing by in a hurry, would those swordsmen be able to follow them?" Reverend Miyu was obviously unhappy with Reverend Kuang Tian for bringing the Imperial Thunder sect disciples into Sky Patrol City. "Senior Brother Miyu." Reverend Shuayu chuckled and said, "It's because the sword cultivators came prepared that I am not afraid." "Oh." Reverend Miyu said curiously, "Even though my Taoist sect cultivators have set up a big pocket outside Sky Patrol City and are waiting for the sword cultivators to enter. The process of tightening the pocket is also the most difficult process. I would be a little worried if there were only the disciples of Sky Patrol City." Reverend Shuayu pointed at the rays of light and said with a smile, "But with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and Mo Sang Mountain, the city-guarding formation of Sky Patrol City is several times stronger. It's impossible to defeat it with just these sword cultivators." Then, he pointed with a heroic spirit and said, "As for those third-grade sword cultivators, I won't hide it from you. I can take on 3 of them by myself. With the 4 of you attacking, a dozen third-grade sword cultivators may not be able to take down Sky Patrol City." Hiss. Sky Patrol City's city-guarding formation of Sky Patrol City is so powerful. Reverend Qin Yen of Mo Sang Mountain gasped and said, "Hee, if not, how could Sky Patrol City stand outside the sword tomb for so long?" Reverend Shuayu said confidently. "But I'm afraid the sword cultivators will also set up a sword formation." Kuang Tian said again, "I heard that the teleportation formation of Sky Patrol City was cut off. This sword formation must be very powerful, right?" Reverend Shuayu's expression changed slightly. He did not tell the 4 of them that the teleportation formation was cut off because he was afraid that they would be afraid. He did not expect Kuang Tian to find out. "It's okay." Reverend Shuayu did not care at all, "No matter how powerful the sword formation is, we can hold on for a few days. Once the other cultivators surround the sword cultivators from the outside, we can attack from the inside and defeat the sword cultivators. Sky Patrol City will be the final battle of our Taoist sect cultivators." This was the second time Reverend Shuayu said this. It seemed that he was really confident that he could defeat the third-grade sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.